Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. In front of us is a smart banner, Class Awakening Ceremony. Inside a huge district, there are orderly rows of people. It is reported that the year is 2624, and in front of us is the second academy, which is located in the city of Lijiang. In front of the smaller circles, behind a small podium, there is a bald man. We can see this man's face up close. This is Luohang, second academy headmaster. The first awakening is something that decides the future of the person in addition to various factors that person has, he says. Do not choose to change your class immediately when you awaken combat classes. Summoners and engineers need large amounts of resources. It's hard for normal people to afford them. We see many young people who are excitedly discussing what is happening, and we hear from the line. I hope to become a berserker. This is a real machine that kills monsters. I want to be a pharmacist. You're just afraid of dying. We see a rather pretentious coat of arms with a sword, shield, and wings. Many years ago, a virtual reality game named Eternal appeared in the world. In front of us are happy players in virtual reality helmets. Because of a brand new experience and extreme euphoria from killing that allows people to lose themselves in the game, more and more people entered Eternal. We see fighting knights. From a green portal that opened in the sky, a powerful green beam hits the center of a huge city. Winged monsters similar to pterodactyl skeletons fly in the sky. A warrior in armor and with a sword appears in a traditional Asian gazebo. In front of us are disgusting monsters that cannot be described with censored words. One day the surface of the world expanded by thousands of times. A large number of secret realm maps appeared, and an incredible number of different monsters burst out into the world. Scary skulls are chasing young people running away in panic. In front of us is a world split into two parts. On one side are monsters, mountains, and volcanoes. On the other are buildings, pedestrians, and cars. The game has mixed with the real world. Now everyone could level up and change classes to increase their strength and fight back against monsters. In front of us is a young man in knight armor who slashes at monsters. In front of us is a young man with a cross around his neck. This is the protagonist, whose name is Juyi. I transmigrated into this world 1 year ago. He thinks. The guy and the girl are standing in front of a grave in the cemetery. My mother died a long time ago, and I don't remember her, he thinks. Now in front of us is a girl with blue hair who is being wheeled somewhere by nurses. And my sister Juyun was suddenly struck by a strange disease that cannot be cured by ordinary doctors. I can barely keep her alive with the help of low-level priests. The hero bows to a group of people who are discussing something, not paying much attention to him. I had to sell our house and beg our relatives for money to keep my sister alive, he recalls. But this is just a stopgap measure. If the cause of her disease is not found, she will always be on the verge of death. The guy stands among other students, clenching his fists. The medical fees are getting higher and higher, and my income from part-time jobs is no longer enough, he thinks. I must awaken a combat class to earn money in maps and take Zioyun to a higher level priest. In front of us is a fancy-dressed young man with a magnificent staff. It is reported that he is a mage and he is level 24. The class awakening ceremony is about to begin. I would like students, who have their number shouted, stand in the magic formation one by one, this man declares. We see the tip of the staff. The mage points them to the center of the pink circle next to which he is standing. A powerful stream of magical energy falls on the young people, from which they shield themselves with their hands. Wow, this is a level 24 mage, someone shouts. The hero looks at the mage in surprise. He is incredibly strong, the guy thinks. The income of a mage for hosting a class awakening ceremony is at least in the 6-figure range, someone nearby exclaims. I want a job like that too, someone else adds. We see a young man with a clipboard. He is identified as Li Xiangyang, 5th grade homeroom teacher. Number 1, Zheng Cheng, he announces. One of the boys raises his hand and says he is here. The hero looks up at a small rise with energy vortices swirling around it. It's starting, he thinks. The gazes of many other young men are also directed there. There are thousands of classes that can be awakened, but only 3 types of them will appear in the awakening ceremony, the hero thinks. In this world, running rampant with monsters, combat classes are the most respected by others. Conversely, life-type classes have the lowest positions. The young man is kneeling and punching the glowing green magic circle in despair. Not even a single combat class, what a rotten luck, he shouts. According to statistics from previous years, around half of our class should be able to awaken combat classes. Among the 3 classes, the enchanter should be the one with the best potential. Number 2, Liu Chang, the announcement sounds. Number 3, Number 4, we see the hero's concentrated face. Number 31, Juyi, he hears. The young man walks to the circle next to which the magician is standing. His comrades support him. We hear their remarks. Do your best, class representative. I'll cheer for you. It is unfortunate that academic performance and stats are not decisive factors for class awakening. The world is uncertain, anyone can be a dark horse. The class rep has good academic results, and all his stats are pretty good too, so he should be able to awaken a nice class. Two teachers are talking to each other. We already know one of them, and the other works with the 6th grade and his name is Tang Tianjun. How is your class? The latter asks his colleague. How many students received combat classes? 16, Zhang Yong answers. Tianjun mockingly shows the number 21 with his fingers. That is how many of his disciples were awakened by the martial classes, among which there was one rare one. This allowed him to instantly fulfill the annual examination quota. The mentors pay attention to what is happening inside the awakening circle. What is wrong with your disciple? Asks Yang Yang. Why is he not moving? The young man is not moving and really does resemble some kind of mannequin from a store. It turns out that he is mesmerized by his pendant in the form of a cross, which is glowing brightly. What is wrong with it? The young man thinks. The cross rises higher, the glow intensifies. A powerful stream of yellow light beats out of the pendant, which twists into a spiral. Jui asks in amazement what this is. Several information windows appear above the hero's head. System energy detected. System activating. Loading complete. Strongest class support system has activated the rookie starter gift, S+ grade talent, protection of the sacred angel. Would you like to receive it? What kind of system is this? The young man thinks. He rubs his eyes. He reaches out to the window hanging in front of him. This is indeed a system, he thinks. We see the cross hanging around the hero's neck. I bought this necklace on a street stall in my previous life, and it accompanied me through transmigration, the guy thinks. I guessed that it might be a treasure, but nothing came out of it after some testing, so I gave up. But now it activated the system and gave me a big gift. This came just in time. He sees a system notification. Protection of the sacred angel. Affinity with light types greatly increased. All light type and divine type skills will have an amplified effect. The hero smiles, cards fly near his head. In this world, talents are graded from F to S. The higher the grade, the better effect it brings, thinks he. Most importantly, the 3 classes that will appear in the class awakening ceremony have a huge connection with the talents you possess. Those present at the ceremony look at what is happening to the hero in bewilderment. We hear their remarks. What is Jui doing? Why is he staring into the air? Could it be that he couldn't awaken a class? Impossible. There hasn't been such a case for centuries. Between the sky and the stage where the ceremony is taking place, a powerful yellow cloud appears. Those present look up in fascination. There, circles with rays appear on the clouds, from which thin rays stretch downwards. The level 21 mage and Luo Heng are also amazed. Is this the phenomenon of class awakening? Asks the director of the 2nd Academy. No, this is the phenomenon of talent awakening, the mage answers him. Above the hero, at the top of the thick yellow energy column, a figure of a 6-winged angel appears. This is a barefoot girl, and she slowly descends towards a young man standing inside the circle, whose face shows real reverence. We see the face of the girl, whose eyes are covered with a very unusual mask. The students of the academy cannot take their eyes off this wonderful creature. A yellow magic circle is visible behind the 6-winged girl. The light is your faith and the source of your strength, says the creature that descended from the heavens. The girl stretches both her hands down. We see the back of the hero's head. The girl smiles and stretches her hands to the young man. Under the support of belief, the sacred light will always protect you and borne away all evil, says the heavenly creature. It seems that a little more, and her fingers will touch the nose of the shocked Jui. The guy looks up, unable to do anything else. His eyes are closed. It seems that he is trying to understand what is happening at all. Now the hero's eyes are open. In them, as well as on his forehead, bright 4-pointed stars are visible. And I will always protect you by your side, the young man hears. Yellow energy overwhelms the hero and seems to penetrate every cell of his body. 3 bright figures appear in the sky. Those present see this miracle and animatedly discuss the unprecedented phenomenon. To receive a new talent at the class awakening ceremony. What an insane luck. Protection of the sacred angel, this is Jui's new talent. Wow, what are these classes? I've never seen them before. Mr. Lai, what are the logos of these 3 classes? One of the students asks the teacher. The teacher does not react. He cannot tear his eyes away from what he sees. He examines 3 figures hanging in the sky. These are hidden classes, the teacher exclaims, finally determining what is in front of him. Mage of Light, Sacred Priest, Saint Knight. Jui thoughtfully rubs his chin. There are 3 figures in front of him. We see a smiling girl in a pointed cap and with a staff. Mage of Light is a pure DPS class, the hero thinks. While they boast excellent DPS, they don't have skills for protecting themselves. With so many monster races running rampant, they can easily be injured and killed. Now the hero examines the character in the hood and with a book in his hand. Priests have a lot of life-saving skills and possess the unrivaled skill of resurrection, he muses. but their combat prowess is too weak and they are too reliant on others. It's not suitable for me. And finally, the next in line is a knight standing on one knee with a heavy hammer. Saint Knight is an all-encompassing class with a full skill set, capable of defense, offense, and buffs, the guy thinks. While it doesn't excel in any field, I have the talent of affinity with light. It suits me the most. He extends his finger and confirms the option he likes. As we can see, he chose the knight. The hero is standing inside a small circle raised above the surface, and in front of him stands a giant knight, throwing his hammer over his shoulder. His armor shines brightly. Humility, the warrior swings his hammer. Honesty, bravery, the weapon is already in front of the knight. Empathy, the knob flies down with a whistle. Responsibility to commit acts of glory, the knight screams loudly and slams his hammer onto the floor. The knight looks at the hero through the slits of his magnificent helmet. To pursue justice and cause for your life, this is a Saint Knight, he says. He, who has a cross hanging around his neck, stares at the warrior. Yellow streams of energy swirl around both the knight and the hero standing inside the circle. Streams of energy rush around the young man's chest, and now around his legs. They crash into the guy's back. A notification appears, congratulations on awakening the Saint Knight class. Behind the knight's back, we see 6 wings, exactly the same number as the angel who descended from heaven. Yellow lines appear on the hero's face, reminiscent of slits in a helmet. Jui looks at the information windows hanging above him. Great job, he hears. The guy is surrounded by students. We hear what they are saying to him. Could you take me with you to the final exam? I need support. I'm a summoner, our team can definitely get high scores. I'm a mage, take me. The young people are pushed aside quite rudely by Zhang Yang. Don't gather here, disperse, he shouts irritably. The teacher smiles insincerely at the hero, an unkind light shines in his eyes. Good job, Jui, he says. You should go home and rest. Come to the headmaster's office tomorrow. What a scary face he has, the hero thinks. Jui is sitting on his bed and looking at the statistics windows. Not only did my stats increase after awakening, but I also have unassigned stat points, he says. The guy's pupils glow yellow, and system notifications beep around him. Strength is the top priority, he continues. Constitution comes next. Only with enough power can I kill monsters more efficiently. The beeping becomes very loud. A window is visible above the guy's head, where the following parameters are reported: Power 26, Constitution 20, Agility 18, Intelligence 16. I can feel energy boiling within my body. This is the change brought by stat points. It feels great, he exclaims. He sees a notification. Detected host using stat points for the first time, activating Saint Knight mission. The guy looks at the next window, rubbing his chin. Saint Knight mission activated. Daily mission, challenge level 1. You can choose 2 of the following rewards by finishing the daily mission for the first time. 1. 10 extra stat points. 2. Saint Knight skills. 3. Random equipment. So, it's the trope where I complete missions to receive rewards, he says. With such a huge prize I must take it. The hero clicks on the accept option, a beep is heard. Yellow cubes appear next to the guy's finger. They start pouring down the chute at the bottom of the tunnel. The hero smiles. Next to him are more system windows, assigning random trial ground matching your level. Match complete. The guy sees a message, kill Grady Ancient Rabbi Monster. What the hell? He cries out. Yellow cubes continue pouring down the tunnel. Another window appears. Please treat the trial seriously. Dying in the trial results in dying in real life. The young man looks ahead. Now he is standing in the middle of rocks. Not far from him is the entrance to a cave. Is this a mine? Asks he. He looks to the side a little thoughtfully. That's right, he says. In class they said that ancient rabbi monsters live mainly in mines. While they are not carnivorous, they will become violent and blood-seeking when they encounter humans. We see the hero's blue eye. And now before us is the strange creature in question. Low intelligence, their method of attack is the roar of rage and claws sharp enough to cut through minerals, he thinks. The battle with the monster begins. We see cracks running along the ground. The guy looks at the enemy with enthusiasm. This is my first time fighting a monster, he thinks. I'll try to kill him without using a skill. We see some kind of flash on the surface of the ground. It turns out that the hero jumped and, having described a very steep arc, landed at a great distance from the place from which he started. My body has become much more flexible, he thinks. The jumping power has also increased greatly, and all because of the increased statistical indicators. The monster reaches out to the guy with many sharp appendages. It tries to hit the hero with huge claws, but it also has horns, tusks, and teeth. Having missed the first time, the monster hits a second time, but again misses. The guy, smiling, looks at his enemy. He's too slow, I can see his attacks in advance, he says. Another sharp part of the monster's body flies at the hero. It turns out to be the tip of its tail, and this time the monster's attack is successful. With a dull sound, Shui flies back. The guy looks down and sees blood flowing from his stomach. He lowers his hand to the ground, a pool of blood forming nearby. The monster glares at the young man, the tip of its tail very close again. He covers the wound on his stomach with his palm. I was too careless, he thinks. It doesn't matter how much they explain all this to you in class at the academy, but fighting a real monster is still different. A notification appears. Slow regeneration level 1. Within 30 seconds recovers a certain amount of health points of up to 2 teammates in a certain range. He, engulfed in yellow fire, gets to his feet and glares at his opponent. Even if it's a weak monster, I shouldn't be lenient with it, he thinks. In front of us are the monster's sharp growths again, and it's not entirely clear which ones exactly. It's time to fight back, the guy exclaims and puts up a block in front of himself, stretching out his arms. We see a yellow energy cross. The guy spreads his arms out to the sides, and the cross rushes towards the monster. The monster makes an incredible effort to stay in place. The hero sees a message. Blade of Pure White, Level 1, Grade C. Concentrate your strength on your arms and swing across, unleashing a cross-shaped slash to attack enemies around you. Enemies that get hit will be frozen by light-type magic. He pushes off the ground with his foot. Next to his face, we see another notification. Tiger Pounce Level 4. Grab one enemy in front of you and run forward for a certain distance before throwing them, causing multiple stages of damage to the enemies crashing into you when running. The guy runs towards the enemy, leaving a bright yellow energy trail behind him. It looks like the hero crashes into the monster. It flies back and hits its back on the rock. The hero, smiling, raises his fist, which glows with yellow energy. Here it comes, baby, he says. Thick yellow beams crash into the monster's skull and crush it. The guy punches the enemy. A notification appears. Killed the ancient Rabbi monster. Trial complete. Score, then another 1. Please choose your rewards. 1. 10 extra stat points. 2. Saint Knight skills. 3. Random equipment. The hero looks thoughtfully into the cave. Stat points and skill points are the foundation of a class's strength, he thinks. I'm not in a hurry to increase my skill level, so extra points is the best choice. A handy weapon will be a great help for the upcoming trials. A good thing the system rewards me with weapons, otherwise there is no way I can afford one with my current assets. I choose stat points and random equipment, says Yui. Notifications appear. Reward received, 10 extra points. Reward received, basic one-handed sword. Exiting trial grounds. The guy stands with a sword in his hand, surrounded by falling cubes. We see his sneakers, the cave disappears behind him. He, humming a song, stands in front of his bed. On the phone screen, the hero sees a reminder that at 17 he must go to the hospital. We see a red cross on some structure, most likely the guy got where he wanted to. A girl with blue hair is watching TV. Today a student triggered the phenomena of a sacred angel descending. When awakening his class, the news anchor reports. According to intel, said student awakened a talent before awakening his class and proceeded to choose a hidden class, Saint Knight. This is the first hidden class that graced our city in the last 50 years. We see one of the screens that displays the girl's vital signs. Ju-Yun, someone calls her. A nurse comes up to the bed. Hello, Miss Nurse, the patient tells her. The nurse shows the girl the bill with a very displeased expression. It's time for your medical fees, she says. 10,000. Yun looks fearfully at the piece of paper that is shaking in her hands. Why is it so expensive? Wasn't it 5,000 before? She asks. Aren't there any mistakes? Big brother can only receive 5,000 by working 3 jobs a month. Where will he get so much money? The nurse folds her arms across her chest in irritation and starts yelling. You used a lot of medicine this month, including suppressants and stabilizers, and even called a priest here. Your disease acted up 3 times in between, causing every nurse to take care of you at midnight. The nurse completely loses her temper. She yells as if she sincerely hates the patient. For a young lady to say such words, go check yourself if you think there is a problem. This is a hospital. Ju-Yun very timidly objects that she did not mean it at all and that she was misunderstood. I say, don't get struck by rich sickness. If you don't have the money, the vile creature in a medical coat continues to scream. Pure people should just accept their fate. Don't struggle if you can't pay. A man puts his hand on the nurse's shoulder. Miss Nurse, he says to her in a tone that makes her shudder. The girl turns around and sees a respectable-looking man with a huge bodyguard and sunglasses standing next to him. It seems that I heard you insulting patients. The visitor continues. With how sharp your mouth is, I wonder if you can keep talking in the director's office. The nurse looks at her interlocutor with open hatred. It's obvious, these people are not nice guys, she thinks. The nurse turns and leaves. You must pay your medical fees today, she tells the patient at the end. Ju-Yun, tears streaming down her cheeks, looks at the visitors in fear. Who are you? She asks. Have they really come to beat money out of me too? The girl thinks. The man, smiling, shows her a business card. You must be Miss Ju-Yun, he says. I'm your big brother's friend. The hero, looking at the piece of paper in surprise, enters the hospital ward. I just went to pay the bills, and the hospital system shows that we have 10,000 yuan in our account. Do you know what's going on? He asks. It turns out that his sister is not alone in the ward. Brother, shouts Xu, next to whom sits a bodyguard in dark glasses. Who are you? He asks the man in his sister's ward. The man gets up from the chair he was sitting on and introduces himself. My name is Zhao Wenbing, I am the major's secretary. I would like to discuss some things with you. The guy looks at him thoughtfully. The mayor is the most powerful man in Zhonglai City, and his secretary can sometimes represent the major himself. Why is someone like him looking for me? He thinks. Be that as it may, he shakes the man's hand. The guy looks at his interlocutor carefully. The patient's room is unsuitable for conversation. Let's go somewhere else, he says. Okay, the man answers. Leaving the ward, the man gives an order to his bodyguard. You stay behind to accompany Miss Zhu. I'm going out with Mr. Zhu for a moment. Okay, says the young man. Now it's my turn, says the girl, who, it seems, was playing some kind of game with the thug before her brother arrived. We see a smiling girl. Did you see the news? She asks. A hidden class appeared at the second academy. Holy crap, who was it? She is asked. We see two other young men sitting opposite the girl. I think his name is Jui, the girl replies, showing her phone screen to her interlocutors. Here's a photo that leaked from their school. In front of us is an inexpensive cafe. He looks pretty handsome, the girl notes, appreciating the photo she saw. The hero and his new acquaintance are sitting in the same cafe. Mr. Zhu, congratulations on receiving the S-grade talent protection of the Sacred Angel and awakening the Saint Knight class, says Wenbing. I was just lucky, the guy replies. Receiving an S-grade talent at a regular class awakening ceremony is not something achievable with just luck, the man says. He hands the young man an exquisite box with a key. The major is interested in you, the man says. He even especially told the media not to bother you. He arranged a stock of cultivation resources for you to prepare for the exam. The resources are inside the city bank's vault, and this is the vault's only key. Do speak up if you have any other requests. He looks thoughtfully at his interlocutor. Looks like the major believes that I can become a powerful force and there is no harm in investing in me, he thinks. But there's no such thing as a free meal. The major must be hoping that I will repay him someday. Wenbing, whose lower face we see, continues to speak. From today onward there will be a professional medical team to serve Miss Xu 24 hours. In addition, the major has contacted a level 36 second grade priest to come to Zhonglai City and heal Miss Xu. He is doing everything to leave me no choice, the hero thinks. He puts his hand on the box with the key and, smiling, looks at his interlocutor. I really appreciate everything you offer, he says. You're welcome, this is just customary, Wenbing replies. We see the hero again in the ward next to his sister's bed. It means it, the girl exclaims joyfully. Yun looks at his brother enthusiastically with one good eye, the other one is covered with a bandage. You are going to rise to the top. Can I hang on to you like an accessory? She asks. The guy very lightly hits his fist on her forehead. Stop talking nonsense, you need to focus on recovery, he says. Every class has its exclusive skill. What is your skill, bro? Asks the girl, holding on to her brother's shirt. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. The 3 Saint Knight exclusive skills I received after awakening my class are Blade of Pure White Foe Attack, Slow Recovery for healing, and Weapon Blessing for support, he thinks. Slow recovery can recover life points, I can try it on my sister. The guy puts his hand on his sister's forehead, she looks at him a little scared. He is reported to be using the slow recovery skill. A bright column of yellow light rises up from the girl sitting on the bed. Yun blissfully closes his one good eye. I'm so comfortable now, she says. I feel like I'm sitting in a hot spring getting a full body massage, the girl thinks. From the expression on her face, it's clear that she's enjoying it very much. Yun, are you feeling better? Her brother asks. The girl holds her wrist, smiling. Nothing hurts anymore, she says happily. My hands are warmer. Brother, you're absolutely amazing. Other than strength, I chose Saint Knight because of Yun's disease, since it counts as a supporter class, thinks he. It can't heal my sister, but at least it can reduce her pain. The guy looks at the girl tenderly. The next day, Luo Heng is walking down the corridor first, the hero follows him. A few dozen universities called me yesterday to recruit you, my phone almost exploded, the director of the academy tells the guy. There are even 4 teachers from the top 10 universities. Do your best and try to fight for as many resources as you can. All of these teachers are secondary awakened class holders above level 35. If you are recruited by them, you will receive the best training in the future. The hero looks intently at his interlocutor. Which universities are those, headmaster? He asks. Rongyang University, Chuanan University, and Jai University and Hancheng University, Luo Heng answers. The hero seems a little sad. The top 3 universities are not among them, he asks. The top 3 universities always admit students based on their entrance exam results, the principal answers. They never look at talent in class, nor do they have special admissions. The interlocutors approach the door, from behind which the remarks we hear are coming. Old Zhao, the Chuan district is 4,000 kilometers away from Zhonglai City. Did you use a fighter jet to come here? Fighter jet. I used the super long distance teleportation array. The super long distance teleportation consumes a level 30 magic core for every use. Were you willing to spend it? There's nothing I can't spend for a genius. Chuannan University will be taking Juyi. We'll let our skills talk. The director of the academy and the hero enter the room where the guests who have come from afar are located. Dear personnel officers, says Luo Heng, Juyi is here. Luo Heng introduces all the guests of the academy to the hero. We see Mr. Zhu Tianfu from Rongyang University, Mr. Lai Bing from Chuannan University, Miss Zhu Yu from Hancheng University, Mr. Yu Yuan from Anjai University. The hero bows and says that he is very glad to see everyone. Tianfu looks at the guy. He isn't arrogant because of his hidden class, he thinks. Humble and steady, he is a good kid. The other 3 look at the guy appraisingly and, it seems, everyone likes him so far. Tianfu starts speaking first. I'll cut to the chase, he declares. I'm going to explain Rongyang University's offer. The man holds up 2 fingers. Come to our university, and you'll get 2 million yuan and 3 Saint Knight class exclusive skill books, he says. A regular family's monthly income is 6,000 yuan, and Rongyang University offers 2 million yuan in one go, the guy thinks. He looks at the man, his mouth slightly open. Then Saint Knight exclusive skill books that ordinary people can't even touch, thinks he. Even the city mayor didn't offer me resources of this level. The next representative, Lai Bing, begins to speak. Just this, he asks, chuckling ironically. Rongyang University is as stingy as ever. The man raises his hand and looks at the hero, smiling. Mr. Zhu, Chuannan University is offering 3 million yuan on admission, he declares. 3 Saint Knight skill books a year, with classes instructed by a level 56 tertiary awakened knight. Xiang Yang opens his mouth in amazement. Level 56, he thinks. That's near the top of the planet. Becoming his disciple will bring unparalleled benefits. The only girl in the room takes the floor. You all are not being sincere enough, she says. Her colleagues look at her in surprise. Hancheng University does not possess a lot of admission funds, just 2 million, says Zhu Yu. But if you get admitted to our school, I will give you a B-class cultivation resource immediately. B-class cultivation resource, exclaims Xiang Yang. Agree, thinks the director of the academy. It seems like his head is going to explode. B-class cultivation resources cannot be measured with money, thinks Xiang Yang. With all this treasures, even pigs can be trained into the strongest of monsters. The girl looks intently at the hero and asks him what decision he made. The guy stands with his back straight. He apologetically says that he decided not to accept the special invitations he received in this room. Juyi, calm down, mentally begs the director of the academy, who cannot believe that such offers can be refused. Why? Asks Zhu Yu, whose gaze becomes very unkind. The hero looks at her with sincere eyes and answers that he still wants to try to get into a university from the top 3. We are presented with the educational institutions in question, with their emblems and names. Among the top 10 universities, the top 3 are Sukang University, Qingjing University, and Modu University, the hero thinks. They are commonly praised as the 3 top universities in the country. They only recruit 1,000 students every year, and their recruitment is not limited to humans. Elves, giants, and other races can enter as well. Other races are naturally stronger than humans. In addition to the countless elites in our country, entering the top 3 universities is as hard as climbing the heavens. Someone in the audience laughs very loudly. Most likely, it is Tianfu, who is bent at the waist and holding his stomach. I thought you were a nice guy, but you are just an ignorant, impudent person, he says. The man straightens up, clenching his fists, blue energy streaming around him. I've read your profile, he says. You've lost too much in your first 18 years and lack the resources to fill them up. You are weak and have low stats. The hero feels the impact on him, and judging by the guy's expression, he's having a hard time. What a powerful aura, he thinks. Yesterday, I would have given up and kneeled. Not only is it difficult for you to enter the top 3 universities with your current strength, but even if you manage to enter, you'll be in the last place, Tianfu shouts. Without focused training, that's all you will be for life. Luo Heng stares at what's happening in front of him. He stands in front of Tianfu, and we see their auras collide. What is the meaning of all this, Mr. Zhao? The principal asks. Are you planning to insult my student on my campus? Zhu Yu looks at the hero clutching his chest in surprise. He can withstand Zhao Tianfu's aura for more than 3 breaths. This kid is indeed extraordinary, she thinks. Tianfu falls silent and looks at the guy. The representatives of the academies leave the room with dissatisfied faces. Student recruitment not only looks for potential, but attitude as well. With such an attitude, he'll become nothing even if he is recruited. I'll leave first. See you next time, Headmaster Luo, says Tianfu. I won't prolong my stay since Xuyi has such high ambitions, declares Yu Yuan. Luo Heng asks the guests to wait and give the guy another chance. Of the guests, only Xuyi remains in the room. You're braced. But Mr. Zhao's words still rang true, she says to the hero, who is listening attentively. There are countless elites in our country, and the other races are stronger than humans innately. Entering the top 3 universities is as hard as climbing the heavens. Yi, smiling, answers the girl. I will prove my strength with the results of the exam. The hero stretches out his hand, and in his palm we see the emblems of the 3 universities he wants to enter. There is a month left before the exam, the guy thinks, and I can definitely increase my strength to an incredible level with the help of the system I have. I will definitely get into where I want. Zhu Yu looks at the young man thoughtfully. It's been a long time since I saw such strong and resolute eyes, she thinks. It's like I've gone back to the days of fighting in the front line. I've stayed too long in a peaceful place and even my mindset seeks stability. I have a gap with hot-headed young people now. The girl leaves, waving her hand. Great, Mr. Zhuyi, she says goodbye. I will look forward to your results. We'll meet again. 1 month later, in front of us is a large stadium, the stands of which are filled with an audience. In front of the blue portal are rows of candidates, whose nervous remarks we hear. The exam is about to start, I'm so nervous. The examiner this time is the demon Yang. We're doomed. We see the students about to participate in the test, and we hear what they are talking about. Holy shit. It was who made the questions 2 years ago, and the average score of our district had a new low record. Have you heard? Zhuyi rejected special admission. He wants to enter the top 3 universities. No way, that's arrogant. Not even the top genius of a district dares to say he will enter the top 3 universities. How could he? He is going to lose everything because he thinks he's hot shit with a hidden class. An admission fund of millions. I would have said yes. How unfortunate. The young men notice someone and turn their heads. Look, Zhuyi is here, says one of them. His neighbor asks to show where he sees him. The hero with a cross on his neck and in a yellow glow resolutely walks forward. One of the guys looks at the hero in shock. He looks completely different from before. He seems so strong, the young man says. He approaches the portal and looks at it. The map opens, an announcement is played throughout the stadium. Inside the portal, we see his description. Secret realm, deep inside the dark forest. Level 10-13. Difficulty easy, hard, nightmare. Number of people required 1-5. Note, there are cat monsters and minotaurs inside the forest. They are cruel creatures that like eating human flesh. We hear the students discussing new information. It's deep inside the dark forest. Will there be a swamp terrain too? Cat monsters are extremely agile, while minotaurs have thick skin. Demon Yang doesn't want us to live. The maximum number of party members allowed represents the difficulty of the map. It was usually 3 people in previous exams, but it's 5 this time. A man with a very stern expression approaches the students. Remember to act according to your ability, he warns. If you encounter any lethal threats in the secret realm, use your return scroll immediately. Dying in the map means dying in real life. You need to keep your life, even if it means failing the exam. The countdown timer shows zeros. The man announces that time has started. All exam participants, get ready, he shouts. Blue circles appear around the slightly frightened students. Enter the map, the order sounds. The test participants stand next to each other. Some of them are introduced to us. Among the foliage stands Sun Kang with a sword, Class 1, Warrior, hard difficulty, 1 party member. The second is Mo King, Class 1, Assassin, hard difficulty, 1 party member. Next comes a squad consisting of Long Fei, Kang Su, Sun Jian. Class 1, Elemental Mage, Gunsman, hard difficulty, 3 party members. The hero is introduced fourth. Zhuyi, Class 5, Saint Knight, Nightmare difficulty, 1 party member. Finally, there is another squad in front of us. It consists of Zhang Wei, Wang Lai, Zhao Tianhong, and Yang Erlang. Class 2, Classes, Archer, Fire Mage, Swordsman, Potion Master. Hard difficulty, 4 party members. Young people sitting in the stands of the stadium discuss the participants. As expected of elite classes, they prefer to work solo. Solo means you get to hog all the experience and get a higher mark in the exam. But the risk of death also increases. Only seniors who have an elite class dare to do that. One of the girls notices the hero and screams happily. Apparently, she is his fan. He, whose card is shown to us once again, walks through the forest. Behind him are hundreds of glowing eyes and under his feet are skulls. He's challenging nightmare level solo. Someone present screams in amazement. In front of us are Luo Heng and Jan Tao, the vice principal of the academy. Most likely, it was he who screamed, and now he is stumbling, trying to express the main part of his thought. Jan Tao jumps up from his seat and slams his fist on the table. Saint Knight possesses extraordinary support capabilities. He'll be the ace no matter which party he joins. Why did Judy chose to go solo, he asks indignantly, and he chose the nightmare difficulty with 40% death rate. Jan Tao calms down a little. Headmaster Luo, the vice principal, says the city council has given Judy plenty of resources this month to give him the chance of getting a good result. If he dies in the map, the entire Lijiang city government's public opinion will be hit hard. In front of us is a tiny blue device on which the hero is visible. His actions mean he's ignoring the government's efforts to cultivate him, Jan Tao exclaims. Luo Heng smiles and turns to his colleague, trying to calm him down. Don't worry, Juyi is not a rash person, he must have his own trump card, he says. In front of us is a huge number of red eyes. We see outlines moving rapidly among the foliage. The hero notices something. He takes his weapon out of subspace. At the same second, a monster jumps out of the foliage at him. Just in time, the hero says and swings a huge double-edged axe. Die, he screams. An alert appears. Single-bladed axe. Bronze, 2-star. Dual-handed polearm weaponry. Strength +7, agility +2 after equipping. He, with all his might, hits his weapon from top to bottom, leaving a very bright yellow trail in the air. We see a window with the main character's stats. Strength 45, Constitution 51, Agility 43, Intelligence 52. The heroes look angrily at the defeated enemy. In 1 month I reached level 10, but my average stat points have reached an outrageous 47, equal to level 13, he thinks. In the entire Sukang district I can enter the top rankings of examinees. The hero stands in front of the thicket and waits for the next attack. He looks defiantly in the direction where the monsters are. I will come for you myself if you do not dare to come out into the light, he shouts. He puts the weapon behind his back and rushes forward with burning eyes. We see another notification. Weapon Blessing Level 4. Condense Holy Light increases the attack power and accuracy of weapons for teammates within a certain range. The axe leaves behind tongues of yellow flame. Another monster falls under its blow. Under the S+ grade Talent Protection of Sacred Angels effect, the Saint Knight exclusive skill Weapon Blessing was enhanced too, the guy thinks. The strength of a single-bladed axe was increased by 21 points. The hero continues to actively work his formidable axe. Other students must be jealous of such a powerful buff, he thinks, since the university exam limits weapon to below 3-star bronze, but my axe has an effect equal to 5-star bronze after buffing. Horrible toothy monsters appear behind the guy, stretching their sharp claws towards him. Every stat is enough to set a distance between me and everyone else in the exam, the hero thinks. Blade of pure white, he says loudly. Now he wields his bare hands. We see many system notifications above his head. Wow, that was dangerous, one of the spectators shouts. His timing of releasing his skill is so sharp, the second one answers. He used the blade of pure white almost the exact moment he was attacked. We see the hero's hand, with a monster's paw above it. It turns out that the monster was trying to get the hero from behind his back, but he got ahead of the enemy, grabbing his limb. Blade of Pure White has been leveled up to 5 by me. It is powerful light element damage under the protection of Sacred Angels buff. It can instantly kill any low-level monsters, the hero thinks. One of the monsters is trembling, holding his hand, with the remains of other monsters lying around him. A beam of yellow energy flies into the stomach of another monster, throwing it far back. Surprisingly, he doesn't seem to notice them at all, someone shouts. The spectators sitting in the stands joyfully clench their fists. We hear their remarks. Incredible. He is dominating. I've seen single-bladed axes in trade centers before, and they were really heavy. But Senior Zhu is actually playing with his weapon. Did he add all his free points into strength? There is a rather disgruntled character in the audience. If you look closely, he says, crossing his arms, he is faster than the cats he is fighting. In front of us is a boy and a girl who are watching what is happening, their mouths open in amazement. Not just speed, someone next to them says excitedly. He releases his magic rapidly too, and it's powerful as well. His intelligence stat is definitely not low. The angle to unleash his axe, the control of his speed of attack, the strength behind his slashes are all well managed. It's like he is a combat genius. Some of the people sitting in the stands are grinding their teeth in anger. How did such a good seed be placed into class 5? Tianjun thinks. Jan Tao, judging by the expression on his face, is also extremely furious. Zhuyi's combat mindset is strong, he says, but his methods are unwise. He wasted his stamina on the first wave of cat monsters. We see the hero surrounded by an entire army of cat people. Nightmare difficulty not only has powerful monsters, but in large quantities as well. The head teacher of the academy continues to complain. Even the best magicians can fail here due to the huge expenditure of magical energy. We see the hero's axe crashing into a stone and smashing it into small pieces. The axe's weight is a great burden to the class itself, thinks Jan Tao. Swinging it once or twice might feel like nothing, but using it consecutively for hundreds of times. Many cats jump on the hero sitting on one knee. He won't even have the strength to hold the axe, and the cat monsters will tear him to shreds in the end. we see a helpless arm sticking out. A terrifying scream is heard. Dozens of cat people rush to attack. We hear the comments of the spectators watching the battle. The next wave has begun. They don't give him time to recover. It's impossible, there are at least several hundred monsters. Will Shui be able to deal with them this time? The monsters, baring their sharp teeth, rush at their opponent. But the hero delivers another sweeping blow, leaving a bright yellow energy trail in the air. We see some kind of splash under his feet. The guy stretches out his arms, forming a fiery cross in front of him. A stream of energy bursts out from under the ground near the young man, crushing stones. The hero's axe draws circles in the air, destroying monsters and leaving behind traces in the form of bright yellow circles. Another chopping blow delivered by the guy destroys another catman. We see the sharp blade of the weapon a couple of centimeters from the top of the monster's head. A moment later, the cat flies far back and falls on its back. A blue portal appears near Yi. The guy stands in front of this passage and seems to be thinking about whether to enter it. The young man puts the axe on his shoulder. He has a rather determined expression on his face. This is the entrance to the next level, he thinks. He goes inside, only the very edge of his axe sticks out. Inside, he is met by another army. This time, these are monsters with human bodies and fox heads. The young man in the baseball cap reaches out to the screen on which the broadcast is taking place. "Welcome to QAken Live, I'm your favorite host, KK, he says. Right now I am streaming the most popular top student from the 2nd Academy, the S+ talent holder, the Shining Saint Naijui's examination. The guy excitedly points to the screen of his phone, where the time result is shown. He completed the first wave of the nightmare map with incredible efficiency. With only 3 minutes and 17 seconds, he informs his viewers. The young man jumps up and blocks the view of the cameraman with a TV camera. "You guys know what this means," he continues to shout enthusiastically. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. That's 29 seconds faster than last year's winner. The cameraman, meanwhile, demands that the blogger stop covering the camera. He kept swinging and slashing, yet he only panted a little afterwards. One of the girls sitting in the stands notes. "How many are Senior Ju's constitution points?" One row above Jan Tao sits another girl, with purple hair and a distinctive pigtail. Director Jan said it's unwise to waste his stamina on the first wave of monsters. "Looks like we can't fully buy it as well," she says. Jiang Fei watch the exam properly, Zhang Yang, her homeroom teacher, tells her. Director Jan wouldn't lie to us. "Mr. Lai, I see you're smiling too," says the girl. "Don't talk nonsense," asks the teacher. Fei sticks out her tongue at him, and Zhang Yang tries to cover his mouth with his hand. Is my smile really that obvious? He thinks. We're back in the forest, where an army of monsters stands before the hero. Senior Ju just entered the next stage. Someone from the audience shouts. We are told what monsters the guy is facing here. The furthest away is a Minotaur, level 14, silver grade, skills, Berserk, Wild Rush, or Stomp, superior body. The next one is Light Cat Monster, level 12, bronze grade, light type skill mastery, healing technique. The third monster is Fire Cat, level 13, bronze grade, fire type skill mastery, fireball, fire surge. In front of everyone is Dark Cat, level 11, bronze grade, dark type skill mastery, curses. There are regular warrior type cat monsters, the hero thinks. Light cats serving as healers, fire and dark cats serving as mages. And the silver grade Minotaur can do extremely high damage. We see a crosshair in front of the guy's face, which means he's using the regular appraisal technique skill. Warrior, healer and mage, classic team composition, he continues to think. If the first stage are just scattered bandits, the second stage is a team of trained soldiers. The risk of death has increased by 100-fold. The Minotaur lets out a thunderous roar, and the cat standing in front of him screams shrilly. A moment later, this entire army rushes at the hero. Before us are magicians, in whose hands are clots of energy. The hero looks in amazement at the purple streams that grab his hand. We see that these are hands similar to human hands that entangle the young man's arms and legs. Senior Ju is cursed by the cat monster, one of the spectators shouts. Fireballs fly at the guy, overtaking the monsters rushing towards him. Oh my god, he is in great danger, someone continues to comment, although one can guess that this is the same restless blogger. Hands, in the palms of which toothy mouths have managed to appear, hang over his head. Warriors rushing forward, mages applying buffs, healers dishing effects. Your teamwork isn't that bad, he says. Spectators sitting in the stands of the stadium anxiously watch the broadcast on a huge screen. A grinning cat rushes into the attack, whose claws are surrounded by a powerful energy aura. He raises his hands to his chest, and the cross between them begins to glow brightly. The guy, whose entire body is now emitting streams of yellow energy, uses the cross of the sacred light spell. A huge glowing cross grows in front of the monsters. The monsters are covered by a powerful wave of energy. They roar in pain, opening their toothy mouths wide. The pressure of the light intensifies and it seems to sweep away everything in its path. A notification appears. Cross of the Sacred, Level 4. Summon the sacred light and form a cross behind you, causing continuous light elemental fire damage to every enemy within your range. A yellow cross is visible behind the hero, and dead monsters lie in rows in front of him. He is powerful, someone shouts in the stadium stands. All the low-level monsters died instantly. And who said that the Holy Knight is a support class? Jan Tao, next to whom we see a red pyramid with letters, shouts this is a grade 8 AoE skill. Similar to talent, skills are categorized by grade, from lowest to highest, he says. There are 7 grades in total. The higher the grade, the more powerful its effect, and the harder it is to obtain. The man looks thoughtfully into the void. The resources the government gave him could only provide a grade C skill at best, he thinks. How did he have a grade B skill? Jui is not so simple after all. In front of the hero, a minotaur stands on half-bent legs. The hero, threateningly looking at the monster, stretches out his weapon in its direction. You are left alone? Come on, attack, he invites the enemy. Fury lights up in the minotaur's eyes. It is reported that he is using his skills. Berserk, superior body. The monster hits the ground with its hoof. This is evidence of the connection of the War Stomp skill. The ground cracks. A deep crevice forms near the hero's feet, but he manages to jump to the side. The Minotaur rushes at the guy, trying to crush him with the weight of his body. A description of the Wild Rush skill, which is currently in use, appears. Due to being under superior body effect, no attack can interrupt the rush. He connects his skills. The first is Air Slash. Its use causes the Minotaur to fly away a decent distance, leaving behind a bright jet stream. Now a yellow cross appears in front of the guy's crossed arms. It is reported that this is the Blade of Pure Light skill. The Minotaur, at which the fiery cross flies, loudly moans. A stream of yellow energy reaches the monster. The hero raises his axe over the enemy and uses the thick-skinned skill. The axe, leaving a bright trace in the air, crashes into the Minotaur's stomach. The energy cuts through the monster's torso. He looks at the defeated Minotaur, blood flowing from his mouth. Are you still alive? The guy asks. He raises his leg over the monster's head. A powerful blow follows, which leaves only the lower jaw of the Minotaur's head. A blue portal appears above the guy's head. The next stage should be the boss room, says the hero, at whose feet lies the huge corpse of the defeated monster. The spectators in the stadium stands rejoice. We hear their enthusiastic exclamations. Holy shit, he knocked down a 4-meter tall Minotaur with a single swing. Amazing. Let's not forget that the Minotaur was under Berserk effect. This strength is outrageous. His combos are so awesome. I love you, Senior Ju. A blogger in a baseball cap enthusiastically informs his viewers that it took the hero only 59 seconds to complete the second stage. Jan Tao cannot hide his joy and admiration. Impressive. Perfect timing to use his skills and absolute control towards his strength, he exclaims. It is hard to believe that this is a student who awakened his class a month ago. He turns to Luo Heng, who is naturally also in the best mood. Congratulations, Headmaster Luo, the second academy will give birth to a renowned student, says Jan Tao. Fortune comes and goes, it's time for our academy to have an elite too, replies Luo Heng. The bald, bearded man closes his eyes, smiling. Since the founding of the school, the second academy's best performer took the 721st place in the entire district, he thinks. Maybe Jui can bring second academy to a whole new height. The teacher's mood is spoiled by one of the students sitting behind them. Why didn't Jui rest before entering the boss's room? He asks. Jan Tao jumps up and starts shouting angrily. Outrageous. If he lost any advantages because he didn't recover his status properly, that will be a huge loss. Luo Heng, who is standing nearby, tries to calm his colleague down. He must have his own reasons for doing this. Let's be patient, he says. We see the top 100 medal, with many hands reaching out for it. As Sukang district is heavily populated and brimming with talent, everyone who wants to enter the top 100 will choose the solo nightmare difficulty to become the top performer, he thinks, so you must pass within the shortest time. The hero approaches the throne on which the horned creature sits. A man, it exclaims loudly. In front of us is an ancient-looking minotaur with a gray beard and horns held together by iron clamps. Using the appraisal skill, the hero finds out that this is the king of the minotaurs, level 16, gold grade. The skills cannot be determined due to the large difference in levels. How dare you enter my palace? The creature cries angrily. It gets up from its throne and menacingly moves towards the young man. Prepare to die, says the king of the minotaurs. We see a very bright glow. He uses several of his skills at once. Blessing of Dawn, Gift of Courage, Gift of God, Gift of Protection. The huge minotaur looks warily at his opponent. In front of him is no longer a young man with a hammer, but a knight in magnificent armor. Little cow, I'm over here, this character declares, waving his hand in greeting. A message appears. All buffs activated Saint Knight initial form. Fire engulfs individual elements of the Minotaur's palace. The ancient animal clenches its teeth with a martyred expression. The knight rushes at him with the clear intent to kill. The hero, now wearing shining armor, raises his axe to strike the king of the Minotaurs. We see yellow energy traces in front of the columns with hieroglyphs. The Minotaur puts out his hand and repels the attack of the hero, dressed in knight's armor. An axe with 4 buffs can't even pierce its flesh, he thinks. The hero strikes again, but the blade of his weapon does not pierce the monster's skin. The Minotaur's hand withstands the impact of the hero's axe. However, judging by the deafening scream, the monster is in great pain. Now the enemy's hammer hangs over the hero himself. A very powerful blow follows. The axe, falling to the ground, raises large fragments of stones into the air. A powerful beam throws the hero far back. We see a bright purple star in the middle of clouds of smoke. The hero and the Minotaur stand opposite each other. A white beam shoots out from the purple dot, piercing several stone columns at once. It's a good thing I'm wearing the Holy Knight's armor, otherwise my bones would have been shattered, the hero thinks. The guy looks at his opponent through the slits in his helmet. Luckily, I know what to do after this exchange of blows. I didn't just take that blow for nothing. He puts his right hand forward. He says the name of the skill he's about to use, Spear of Victory. Numerous yellow circles with sharp tips sticking out of them appear in the sky. A description of the skill appears. Spear of Victory, level 3, grade C, throw a spear made of condensed divine light. The enemy who has been hit will receive high damage. Cracks appear around the hero, and there are also glowing circles with sharp tips next to him, aimed at the Minotaur. A moment later, dozens of energy projectiles rush at the monster. The monster tries to fight them off with a huge hammer. The Minotaur King is strong. It's above me in terms of strength and constitution. It's impossible to overpower it with strength, thinks he. Normally people would choose to wear it down over time, but that will take away any chance of taking first place. The hero holds out his hand, which is burning brightly with yellow fire. Most examiners wouldn't put students in a dead end. There must be multiple ways to get out of this, he thinks. Yellow projectiles fly at the Minotaur from all sides and at different angles. I have noticed that the Minotaur King's agility is lower than mine when I exchange blows with it, the young man thinks. Attacking it rapidly from multiple angles will put it in a tough spot. The hero's gauntlet flies forward rapidly. A trace of the powerful impact appears on the monster's purple body. He sees a warning. Low on mana, please replenish mana immediately. The hero clenches his fist and raises it. Other than agility, the Minotaur King has another weakness, he thinks. Resistance. A powerful explosion occurs next to the Minotaur. A grimace of pain appears on its face. The monster, who is obviously tired, kneels down. The Minotaur King has higher endurance and life points, but it was more affected by damage and negative effects when it was attacked, thinks he. So I must release multiple high damage skills at it in a short period of time. The knight stares at his opponent. I must take advantage of this chance, he thinks. Many yellow projectiles fly at the Minotaur. The monster, kneeling, raises its head, expecting the inevitable blow. The hit is so powerful that the hero is thrown back. He sees the warning about the lack of mana again. This requires a precise control on the timing of skill release, thinks he. The knight rushes at the enemy. Otherwise, I will fail the exam because I ran out of mana before I kill the Minotaur King, he thinks. Now the knight has a sword in his hands. I didn't want to make a big move, but too bad. There is no time, the young man says. He strikes and appears to cut the enormous Minotaur in half. A system notification appears. Congratulations on completing the Nightmare Difficulty Deep Dark Forest Dungeon. Completion time, 9 minutes 24 seconds. Your college entrance exam has been completed. Yi, breathing heavily, leans on his sword. Another notification appears. Your clearance has been graded as SSS. Congratulations on becoming the first place of clearing this map. The hero, no longer wearing a helmet, is clearly amazed. First place, he thinks. Is it confirmed that I will become Sukang District's first place? Realizing that this is indeed the case, he presses his clenched fist to his chest. Great, I did it, he shouts. We see him standing there with an exhausted expression. He is bound hand and foot by problems. In the year I transmigrated over, my mother passed away, he thinks. My sister was sick, I had big debts and had to pay Zhuyun's medical fees. All of it was pressing on me unbearably. The guy's face expresses determination. He clenches his fists. But I choose not to give up, he recalls. Beads of sweat roll down his face. If I can't increase my stats, I will keep practicing combat skills and cultivate my fighting spirit, the hero thinks. The hero remembers his meeting with the angel girl during the class assignment procedure. The system's appearance gave my life a second chance, but fate is still within my hands, he thinks. I must work harder than anyone else and grab that chance. He stares thoughtfully into the void. My heart is the same, unshakable, he is convinced. It's time to go back, says the young man, who is no longer wearing his knight's armor and walks towards the blue portal hanging in the air. We see a whole series of system notifications. Congratulations on receiving 5212 EXP, 20 free points, 20 skill points. Level increased to 13. Congratulations on receiving the item Forest Belt. Stats: Constitution +10, Strength +7. Level requirement 10. Effect: when fighting in the forest, the user will receive continuous buffs based on Constitution, Life Point recovery by 3, Mana recovery by 3, Stamina recovery by 3. Congratulations on receiving the item Forest Ping. Stats: Agility +8, Intelligence +10. Level requirement 10. Effect: when fighting in the forest, the user will receive continuous buffs based on Constitution, Life Point recovery by 3, Mana recovery by 3, Stamina recovery by 3. Item: 10 Wild Strawberries. Item: 1 Minotaur King's Card. Enchantment material: item strength increases by +20 after enchanting. Cubes are raining down on the standing hero. We see a stadium and young people sitting in the stands. We can hear their lines. Welcome back, Senior Ju. I love you. You are my god. Senior Ju is amazing. He is awesome. Gaudy, gaudy, gaudy. The guy looks around in bewilderment. Now his face has a relatively calm expression. He hears the clicks of camera shutters. Luo Heng and Jan Tao approach the hero, smiling broadly. Solo clearing the nightmare difficulty within 10 minutes. This is an unprecedented honor for the 2nd Academy, says the first of them. From my years of experience, I can say that you can reach Sukang District's first place. Your future is bright. The hero, smiling, looks at the teacher and says that he overpraises him. We see the wheel of a car that suddenly breaks. The young people are heatedly discussing the spectacular appearance of the car. Whose car is this? To drive it into the venue like that? Holy shit, isn't this a magic item that can enter flight mode? The S400. The car that is worth a house in the capital S400. Yeah, this is it. Luo Heng escorts the guy to the car, and Jan Tao prepares to open the door for the young man. The results will come out in 3 days minimum. We will inform you of the results immediately, says Jan Tao. The hero thanks the director. Go home and have a good rest, adds Luo Heng. And wait for good news. In front of us is the facade of the hospital. The hero is already in the medical facility. Behind him we see a nurse and a middle-aged man. After the last conversation, Zhao Wenbing quickly fulfilled his promise, the guy thinks. Ju Yun was arranged into the hospital's deluxe suite with a professional medical team monitoring her condition 24/7. A nurse approaches the hero. She smiles. Have you come, Mr. Zhu? The girl asks. I came to see my sister. I have good news for her, says the hero. The nurse's hand reaches for the elevator button. I heard that you took part in the exam today, she says. I hope the results will be excellent. Frosty air seeps through the door. The nurse is shivering from the cold. Why am I so cold? She asks. Did someone make a mistake with the air conditioning settings? The hero looks at the waves of cold air and seems to realize something. The elevator sounds a beep, announcing arrival on the 26th floor. The hero looks anxiously down the corridor. What is going on here? The girl standing behind him screams in bewilderment. The young people see visitors screaming hysterically and doctors running in panic from the frosty air rolling in on them. We see fear and anxiety in the hero's eyes. He thinks about his sister. He breaks away and runs down the corridor. The nurse stretches out her hand and tries to shout to the guy. However, a wave of cold covers her. The hero breaks through the ice wall with his axe and loudly shouts his sister's name. There is anger, bewilderment, and fear in the guy's eyes. Next to his sister's bed there is a girl, in front of whom a yellow magic circle is visible. Yun, whose bed is completely covered in ice, writhes in unbearable pain. Next to the sick girl's bed there is a terrible blue toothy monster. A brightly glowing yellow sphere appears in the hero's hand. The guy is preparing to attack the monster. But the girl, whom he sees next to his sister's bed, anxiously screams for the hero to stop and not do anything yet. The young man has already clenched his fist. He sees a translucent monster in front of him, but stops in time. He recognizes the girl and approaches her. Sister King, he calls out to her. Above the hero's sister's bed there is still a terrible predatory monster. Yun's heart might shatter if we attack carelessly, the girl explains. What is this dragon doing here anyway? He asks her. King, behind whom we see the hero's sister, puts her hands forward with her fingers spread. She is apparently generating some kind of protective field. Yun's cold disease suddenly ignited and everyone got frozen into ice, she says. The best I can do right now is to suppress the cold from leaving this floor. You should hurry up and leave. The hero excitedly shouts that in this case his sister will suffer. Beads of sweat are running down the girl's face. It is very difficult for her. Without a high-level priest I can only do this much, she shouts. I understand, says the hero, looking somewhere up. Now the guy lowers his head and calls the system. A system window appears next to his head, and the young man orders all available skill points to be directed towards improving slow recovery. An information window appears. Slow recovery, level 4. Enhanced slow regeneration, level 10. Gradually recover the health and mana of teammates within a certain range for a certain period of time. Then another one, using enhanced slow regeneration. A yellow magic circle with an eye symbol in the middle appears above the young man's head, and energy begins to flow around it. A look of amazement appears on the face of the girl standing with her arms crossed. The magic inside the Saint Knight's healing skill is so powerful, she says. It can even surpass the effects of a level 23 priest like me. The hero spreads his arms, extending a protective field over his sister, who is lying on the bed. Then he turns to the girl standing behind him. Sister King, I'll hold it here. You go and inform Secretary Zhao immediately and ask him to invite a high-level priest quickly. The schedule of a high-level priest is packed, the girl answers. The appointment that Zhao booked with her is next week. Even if we call her now, she won't make it in time. He turns to King and looks at her with tired eyes. All you need to do is tell Secretary Zhao that, if he can call a high-level priest here, I promise to do one thing for him unconditionally in the future, the guy says. The girl looks at him anxiously. Then she says that she understands, turns around and runs into the gap made by the hero, leaving him to protect his sister, who is lying helplessly on the bed. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he creates a protective field around Yun. The burst of cold is something that Yun has experienced every night for the past year, he thinks. Under the influence of the cold aura, she would suffer intense pain across her body. I knew that the cold was getting more severe recently, but I didn't know it was severe enough to affect the outside world. The hero has to make great efforts to provide a sufficient level of protection. It's day outside. Then evening comes, and then night. The ice begins to creep up on the hero, which means that he is running out of strength. But the yellow protective aura is still protecting the spot on the bed where Jun is lying. We see a bright green sphere. It flies through the air and crashes into the blue dragon, which, as it turns out, has been in the ward all this time. The green sphere ricochets and sometimes makes large gaping holes in the ice. The sick girl begins to make weak sounds. The ice around her seems to be melting. Not understanding what is happening, he opens her mouth wide and screams loudly, "Stop, don't touch her." The green sphere crashes into him and throws him far back. In front of us is a girl in a cap with a cross, with a hood thrown over it. She calls someone with a hand gesture. "Come," the girl says loudly. It turns out that she is addressing a translucent, toothy dragon that has been tormenting the hero's sick sister all this time. The girl's weapon draws attention. It looks very much like a huge fountain pen. The girl swings and hits the enemy with her strange weapon. Greenish letters appear around her, which, apparently, somehow protect her. The girl resolutely looks at the dragon. "Forward," she says loudly and points her pen at the enemy. Green letters entangle the ghostly monster and tighten its toothy mouth. The girl's eye becomes a magic circle. The pen flies towards the dragon hanging over Jun and carries a blue magic circle with it. A powerful release of energy occurs. Jun emits energy around herself, getting rid of the last pieces of ice that had recently bound her. The hero, who is holding her hand, looks at his savior. Is it really over? He thinks. The girl, from whose weapon pulsating energy spreads, addresses the guy. "You must be Zhu. I have heard of you," she says. The energy emitted by the feather defrosts the unfortunate people who were caught in the icy wave in the corridor of the 26th floor of the hospital. The girl, smiling sweetly, looks at the hero, who is still holding his hand. "My name is Chu Lai Na, Kingyun City Level 35 Secondary Awakened Priest." "Nice to meet you," he answers her. Under the visor of his baseball cap, we see beautiful blue eyes. "Director Jan specially asked me to treat your sister," she says. "If Director Jan had not told me that this guy is capable of taking first place, I would not have had to break the rules," she thinks. "He fought the cold for an incredibly long time. It seems the director did not lie to me." He approaches the girl and, bowing his head, asks what kind of illness his sister has. Is it even curable? Leaking of cold energy, solidifying into a form. "This is a sign of bloodline awakening," the girl says. The guy can't believe his ears. He's shocked to the core. "Bloodline awakening," he shouts. When the Eternal game appeared, a lot of players chose their characters to be other races such as elves, giants, demons, and more, the hero recalls. When the game merged with reality, those players received the traits of those bloodlines. We see the creatures that the guy remembers. People with elven bloodline have greener eyes and longer ears. Humans with giant bloodlines can grow to a height of 3 to 4 meters. Before us are the participants of the wedding ceremony. For the past 200 years, those players married humans, and after their blood got diluted over the generations, they gradually lost those traits and power. Except for a special condition, bloodline awakening. Lai Na, with the hero's sister lying on the bed behind her, provides important details. Bloodline awakening can bring both fortune and misfortune. A successful awakening means they can control the power of other races, and their level and learning ability will also be multiplied. But if they fail, they will either be paralyzed or die on the spot. The hero looks anxiously at his sister, who is lying on a hospital bed. "Your sister suffered from the cold because her body cannot handle the power of the bloodline," Lai Na says. "If my guess is correct, she awakened a rare freezing bloodline. She must change her constitution if she wants to carry this rare bloodline." The girl picks up her fountain pen-like weapon and shows the hero a ghostly flower. As far as I know, she says, only a treasure known as the freezing lotus can change humans' constitution. But this thing is very rare. The last time it appeared was at an auction 30 years ago, bought by an anonymous person for 1,300 million. A blue portal appears in front of the girl, which she is apparently going to enter. Your sister won't be able to suppress the cold and it'll completely explode 3 months later, she says. Another method is to use a great sealing skill and seal the bloodline. You can contact me after you have made your decision. He sits by his sister's bed and looks at his phone screen. But the price is that she will be unable to level up in the future, the hero thinks. 5 days later, the hero is training, holding an axe. We notice the sculpted muscles of his abs, chest, and arms. We see a notification. Deep squatting 200, push-ups 200, sit-ups 200, weapon swinging 200. Daily mission completed, please choose your reward. He wipes his sweat with a towel and brings a flask of liquid to his lips. Stat points, he says. I choose stat points most of the time for my daily quest reward, he thinks. Constitution and intelligence is important for a Saint Knight, but I can't neglect other stats as well. I use the 2-3-3-2 method to distribute points across 4 stats. Only with balanced development can I reduce my flaws. We see a notification. Ding, exam results announced, achievement mission completed. Congratulations for receiving the first place in the Sukang district exam. Rewards will be released according to your results. E, who still shows us his pumped up body, receives congratulations one after another for receiving this or that reward. Divine skill God hand. S-grade divine item resurrection cross. One-time mystery skill exorcism. Rare skill punishment of light. 30 free stat points. 30 skill points. The news anchor reports that the dark horse from Jianglai City has won. There are also newspaper headlines in front of us. This is a real shock. The first place winner was only level 10 when he entered the portal. His class awakening ceremony caused a divine phenomenon. That was a sign telling us who the first place belonged to. On another portal, the first place is also occupied by the news about the first place winner. Jan Tao is talking to reporters. I knew he would be successful when Juyi awakened his class as a Saint Knight, he says. That's why I advised the government to increase investment in him. All because I have a good eye. There are students sitting at a table in a cafe. They are also heatedly discussing the exam results. Holy shit, the first place is a Saint Knight. Isn't that a support class? Don't lie to me, it takes a long time for a Saint Knight to clear a realm alone. A level 10 solid a nightmare realm. Are you kidding? Did he cheat? The girl shows her comrades a recording of the exam. I have recordings, it's real, she says. So powerful, one of the guys exclaims. The young people watch the recording attentively, some of which are shown to us. Why does it feel like the Holy Cross is more powerful than a high-tier mage fire magic? Someone says. Weapon blessing, gift of God, blessing of courage. Can someone count how many buffs he has? In front of us is a character with bright red hair. He is sitting on the sofa, there is a robot standing next to him. This is a young man with sculpted abdominal muscles. After watching the recording of the hero passing the exam, he states that he did it in 9 minutes and 24 seconds, that is, 20 seconds faster than himself. From the expression on his face, we understand that this is a very nasty character. This Juyi is interesting, he says. We see a light and something clearly made of iron. But he dares to take away my honor, the red-haired young man finishes his thought. There is an explosion next to his sofa. He is courting death, the guy says, smiling. In front of us is a pedestrian path with lanterns next to it. We see a young man looking at the information windows hanging in front of him. The guy is holding a phone in his hands, and we see the messages he has received. Jianglai government transferred 5 million into your account that ends in 7013. Please confirm this transfer. Jianglai government transferred 2 million into your account that ends in 7013. Please confirm this transfer. He answers the call. Secretary Zhao, what's wrong? He asks. Mr. Zhu, following your brilliant performance on the exam, the government will reward you with 5 million in cash and a luxurious mansion. The guy hears. Do you have a preferred area for the mansion or should we choose it for you? The hero looks thoughtfully to his left. It seems that these people also heard that I took first place, he thinks. Green leaves fall around the young man talking on the phone. I leave the choice to you, he answers the question asked of him. Okay, I heard that the recruitment teachers for the top 3 universities are on their way. Should I send a ride for you? The hero's interlocutor asks. No need, they are already here, replies he. A smiling man in a white shirt approaches the guy. Hello, Mr. Juyi, he says. I am a recruitment teacher from Rongyang University. The hero asks again, puzzled. Yes, I remember Rongyang University telling that Juyi was too arrogant, says someone nearby, and both interlocutors turn around in surprise at the voice. It turns out that the speaker is descending towards them from a helicopter down a ladder. You called him ignorant, so what made you come for him again? Asks a young man in a black t-shirt with short sleeves. Watch your words. Zhao Tianfu couldn't see the truth and has been fired from the university. The man in the white shirt makes excuses. Mr. Yi, if you are willing to attend our school, we will pay you 4 million, he declares, addressing the hero directly. The young man who arrived by helicopter runs up to his competitor with a joyful smile. Whatever conditions Rongyang University gave you, Modu University will give you double of it, he loudly informs the hero. We're taking him, and everyone else can go about their business. The man in the white shirt clenches his fist, looking ready to pounce on the impudent fellow. A girl with purple hair appears next to the hero. I'm taking you, she says. Wings grow behind her back, she grabs the guy by the waist and flies up with him. You need to ask permission from Qingjing University, she shouts to the 2 representatives who had argued over the hero earlier. The girl, smiling sweetly, whispers in the hero's ear. Mr. Zhu, Qingjing University has nothing but cultivation resources, but every year you will receive here grade materials. The girl who takes off with the hero hits her head on the magic circle. We see the long-haired brunette who placed it there. Recruiting the first place relies on resources, history and fame, she says. Whatever Qingjing University can provide, Su Kang can repeat. Why are you kidnapping him? Let him go, otherwise you will regret it. Yeah, you can take a horse to the water, but you can't make it drink, the pumped-up young man happily declares. Showing off his magnificent teeth, he turns to the hero. Mr. Zhu, not only will Modu University provide you with grade cultivation resources every year, but we will also provide you with a full set of golden grade equipment for each year as well. Oh you, the girl with purple hair screams angrily. 2 pairs of legs fall to the ground. The girl folds her hands in front of her and smiles innocently. I didn't kidnap Mr. Yi, she says. I just wanted some privacy with him so we could talk in peace. In any case, the choice is yours, she says to the hero. The long-haired brunette, behind whom we see a powerful white flash, introduces herself. Mr. Zhu, I am Su Kang University's recruitment teacher Su Mei. Su Kang University practices strength as absolute. If you can get into the school's Earth rank or Heaven rank, forget about grade O resources, because you can even get grade S resources. And Su Kang University has repeatedly gotten first place in the past 4 years' freshman exchange contest. You can see our university's ability to cultivate student from that. The little girl with purple hair jumps up to her competitor and begins to irritably accuse her. Su Mei, what are you talking about? You've become very arrogant after only a couple of victories in some competitions. But you can't deny that our university won, the brunette answers her. Just make sure that the teachers and students at your school work harder. The hero turns away from the arguers and plunges into thought. All 3 universities have approximately the same conditions. Each of them is ready to provide me with a bright future. And if I want to get even stronger in university, then the one that suits me the most is. I have chosen, he declares. The representatives of the academies look at him with anxiety and hope. Su Kang University, the hero says. Su Mei smiles happily. An impressive-sized scroll and a brush appear in her hands. Look, this is a special employment contract of our university. Read it and, if everything is okay, sign it, the girl says. The young man in the black t-shirt sadly notes that Su Kang University has beaten everyone again. If you don't like it there, Qingjing University will always be happy to accept you, the little girl with purple hair promises. Mei turns to her competitors in irritation. Stubborn idiots, she insults them. One of the points of the contract, meanwhile, shocks the hero. Staffless casting, he exclaims. This is a skill that only high-level mages can master. The guy takes a brush and prepares to put his signature inside the scroll. I would like to ask, what is Miss Su's level? He asks Mayor. Level 42 second awakened mage. The girl answers. But you don't even look 30, the young man says. The world out there is really big. When you enter Su Kang, you'll see even more young and powerful people. He hears the answer. Excellent, says Yi and puts his signature inside the scroll. After receiving the system, there's nobody that can rival me at my age, the hero thinks. Once I enter Su Kang, I can definitely face a lot of opponents and get stronger faster. I can sense that your desire to fight is burning. What an interesting boy, says Mayor. In front of us is a golden magic circle on a black background. It is superimposed on the scroll, after which a notification appears stating that the contract has been signed. The girl takes the already rolled up scroll. Okay, I give you a week to pack your things, she says. Let's meet in this amount of time. What? Classes at your university start so early? Asks he. The girl winks and raises her index finger. Of course, special recruits will accept cultivation of the highest degree, and their strength will improve faster, she says. Only then will they have better performance in the National Freshman Exchange Contest. Several people approach the arch of a luxurious house. Yun, who is being wheeled around on a gurney, looks around the room she finds herself in with admiration. Wow, what a huge room, the girl exclaims. Sister King, this is the newest nanosensor caretaker machine, she shouts joyfully, noticing some apparatus. Zhao Wenbing stands behind the hero, smiling. Mr. Zhu, he addresses the hero, This is the mansion the city gifted to you. There's 3 floors in total. The second floor has a specialized training room. The third floor has a large balcony and leisure area, and the total floor area nearly measures to 1,000 square meters. The mayor's secretary is about to leave. I won't disturb you anymore. Please take a rest with Miss Xu. Please wait, says the boy. I have something I want to ask you for. He looks at the 2 girls, who are happily examining a robot with a round head. Yun is not fully healed yet, says the young man. Her body is still very weak. Sister King will be staying with her, but I would like to hope that you could also look after her while I am gone. It would be a great honor for me, says the man. He kneels down in front of the wheelchair in which his sister is sitting. Be sure to call me if you have any problems, he says. You need to eat the pills from Priestess Chu every week. Don't forget. You need to have Sister King check your body every day. Secretary Zhao will arrange for you to go to school a few days later. Listen to him. Yun covers his ears with his fingers to block out the stream of instructions. Blah blah blah, she says. The guy pinches her cheek lightly. I heard you, the girl says. The hero sits in the back seat of the car and looks out the back window, where his sister is visible sitting in a wheelchair. Will this be your first long-distance trip? Asks Mayer, who is sitting behind the wheel. Yes, the guy answers. Then get ready, the girl says. The young man looks ahead. The car accelerates so quickly that the hero can only be amazed that such a thing is even possible. The yellow car flies over the city street and flies into a blue portal. It swallows the car. It is reported that in front of us is the territory of Ning University. We see many portals and flying cars in the sky. Below is a huge round square with many cars and people. The yellow car in which the hero is flies out of the blue portal. The guy holds his head and does not look very happy. It seems like we were not late anywhere. Why did we need to use teleportation magic? He asks the girl sitting behind the wheel. Large-scale universities are usually under the military's control, he thinks. Priestess Chui needs to send a request to the city government to use a miniature teleportation magic array. The car stops and the girl and boy open the doors. Sukang University cooperates with the military, Mayor explains. So we built a large-scale teleportation array near the school. It's safe and convenient. Anyway, we're already there. He looks at something in amazement. The picture he sees is truly shocking. There are mountains, a giant Asian-style entrance, a giant staircase, and hundreds of different creatures. This is ridiculous, the young man exclaims. Mayor leads the amazed hero. Let's go, you need to check in, she says. Something flies past the young man, and he has to step back to avoid being hit. We see a man flying upside down. Now we see a blonde beauty with a sword behind her back, who sent him on this amazing flight. Her eyes glow an unkind pink color. I told you I don't want to talk to you, she screams loudly. The girl turns around and goes her own way. This kick is a warning, she says. If you disturb me again, I won't go easy on you. The man she kicked lies on the ground with his ass up. The students, naturally, discuss what they see. Young Master Jen met the chili this time. He is always trying to pick young juniors every semester and finally got what he deserved. The hero looks at the leaving girl in surprise. Magic patterns, he thinks. She has a demonic bloodline. Mayor stands next to him, her arms crossed over her chest. Plenty of students and teachers in University City have different bloodlines, she says. Don't be so surprised when you see them in the future. He looks at the girl carefully. Don't worry, even if they are other races, as long as they are on the side of humanity, I won't be hostile towards them, he says. I wouldn't begrudge the entire demon race just because of my father's death. The girl hands him a card engulfed in flames. Good, here's your student ID, she says. He looks closely at the document he has received. He has questions, which he voices. Ranking, score. Mayor leads the guy around the academy. Let me explain the school's structure, she says. The first is the ranking. Every year has its own rank. The stronger you are, the higher you are in the ranks. Freshmen are ranked based on their performance in the exam. You're ranked number 1, the strongest of this term. But this rank is temporary. There will be a freshman competition a month later, and it will be rearranged then according to the results. We see dense foliage. The girl looks at the hero. From now on, you'll be a target for everyone, she warns, because everyone will be trying to take your place. He smiles. Since I'm already in the first place, I don't plan to return this position, he declares. Mayor smiles and moves on. Next is the score system, she explains. In the flames, we see a lot of valuable items. Freshmen receive scores based on their ranking, Mayor says. You can use it to buy meals, equipment, potions, skill books, etc. If you have enough score, you can get anything you want, including S-class skill and resources. Other than ranking, there are 2 ways to receive scores. We see 2 people standing with their backs to each other, a scroll and a cup. The explanation continues. The first are score missions. You can use your ID card to log into the mission board and check for any suitable missions. Completing the mission will reward you with scores. The second is the Heaven and Earth rank. Those guys will receive a set amount of scores according to the ranking. The girl looks closely at the hero. There are 5,000 students at the university, she says. Many want to enter the heaven and earth rank. You cannot be arrogant. I see, the young man answers her. We see a group of students. The interlocutors are standing on a dais near the railing and looking down, where dozens of students are flocking to the blue portal. Other than that, the university has 3 realms, Mayer continues to explain. The first realm is the Goblin Dungeon. Entry level ranges from 17 to 21. In front of us are scary trees, on the trunks of which the outlines of eyes and mouths are visible. The second realm is the Distorted Forest. Entry level ranges from 23 to 26. Now we see fiery mountains and chains. The third realm is the Purgatory. Entry level ranges from 28 to 31, Mayer says. In front of us are rows of fighting rings in which students fight. Apart from levels, you need to spend a certain amount of score to enter the realm, the girl explains. You can use the training room to practice and increase your level. There your opponent can be both robots and real people. The hero looks in surprise at 2 girls studying some information on a tablet. Then his attention switches to the fight of young men sorting things out in the air. The strongest has the absolute authority with the biggest amount of resources, Mayer finishes her explanation. This is the way of survival of this university. He smiles. I like everything, he thinks. The hero and his companion approach a group of students. The young people greet Mayer. Great job, she says. The hero and his mentor pass by the students, some of whom look back at them. 3 girls cast interested glances at the hero. Who is he? Asks one of them. The teacher works with him personally. Yes, it's strange, says another girl. We were taught in groups of 10. Backdoor entry, someone else asks. In front of us is a smiling blonde man in a green jacket, whose name is Wang Lai. You wouldn't know, he says. Special recruitment students will have a specific teacher assigned to handle their admittance. Firstly, to familiarize them with the school faster. Secondly, to have an easier time recruiting them for their house. We see a girl who just recently put one local scoundrel in his place. So he is this term's first place, she hears. Su Yu's informant, what was he made of? Tell us about it. He looks at the robot, puzzled. Su Kang District's first place Shu Yi, level 13 Saint Knight, information about the hero sounds. The students' mouths open in amazement. This can't be, one of them exclaims. Lee hears the young people discussing him. Impossible. Saint Knights belong to support class. I heard you said rank 2 Shen Lingfeng was a level 14 berserker. How did a heavy support surpass a berserker? He is handsome enough to be a celebrity. What do you mean? You don't believe me. My title as the informant is real. The long-haired blonde looks at the hero, putting her hand to her chest. He is the first place among freshmen, she thinks. We see a guy with red hair. He grinds his teeth in anger. I think his first place is just a fake, he says indignantly. The hero hears these words and turns to the young man. He smiles defiantly and points his finger at the hero. Liu Jing, level 13 Punishment Knight, rank 38. He introduces himself. I suspect that you don't have enough strength to be appraised as one, and I am now challenging you. A guy in square glasses appears behind this character and puts his hand on his shoulder, trying to prevent a conflict. Student, duels count as private matters. Please don't waste everybody's time, he says. Dumbass. I'm only earning 1 score for leading freshman. What the heck are you doing? This man thinks to himself. The red-haired student waves him off. Don't worry, I know and understand everything, he says. You don't know anything, the guy with glasses thinks. Ranking 1 is unanimously decided by the headmaster and 5 house teachers. It is impossible to be wrong. Looks like this is going to be really interesting, someone says behind him. The students, whose backs we can see, are discussing what is happening. Liu Jing wants to use one as his stepping stone. Saint Knight isn't a strong class, it's not weird to want to step on him. He, with his arms folded, looks calmly at the red-haired guy. Why should I even accept your challenge? He asks. 100 scores, he replies. You get them if you win, and you don't give anything back if you lose. The hero looks at the guy who challenged him. For my future record I need to accept this challenge, but if I want to make an example, I need to be more cruel, he thinks. Only then will they remember. He looks at his opponent with disdain. 300 scores, he says. The young man's eyes gleam. Only then will I fight you, he declares. Liu Jing looks at the hero with concern, sweat trickling down his face. The students standing behind him are animatedly discussing the hero's demands. I only got 400 scores by ranking at 40. Liu Jing is 38, so his score should be pretty close to mine. That's a heavy price if he loses. He is standing outright when the term begins. Is he a brainless dumbass like in those novels? Liu Jing glances at the blonde beauty. His face distorts with anger. He turns away and is about to leave. I'll leave if you don't have the guts, he says. His opponent holds out his hand and shouts that he agrees. 300 it is, let's enter the ring, he declares. The hero's eyes light up predatory. So you got some guts, he says. But we don't need the ring. Smiling, he warms up his fists. If you don't fall to your knees after 3 lunges, I lose, he says. The opponents are standing in the ring, judged by Su Mayer. Count down 3 seconds, then you can act. No killing moves, she says. The countdown has begun. Liu Jing looks resolutely at the hero, and the hero looks at him. As soon as the countdown ends, Liu Jing rushes forward. We see his face with a stern frown. Punishment Knight is just like Saint Knight since they are both hidden classes branching from one source, the young man thinks. Punishment Knight excels in dealing damage, Saint Knight excels in support. This will be a piece of cake as long as I attack rapidly when the Saint Knight isn't buffed. Liu Jing looks back at the beauty standing next to the ring. Then she will look at me differently, he thinks. We see the girl's face up close. Liu Jing swings his sword and rushes at his opponent. Blood Slash, he shouts the name of the skill he is using. The guy lowers his sword, sincerely hoping to hit his opponent. He dodges, frowning at his opponent. The next moment, Liu Jing receives a powerful kick to the stomach. The guy flies back several meters. Rock fragments fly apart. Liu Jing is kneeling, blood spurting from his mouth. He looks at his defeated opponent with disdain. Boring, he says. I thought he had a few tricks up his sleeve, but he can't even land one normal blow. A senior in rectangular glasses approaches the injured student. The spectators are shocked into silence. The senior, after examining the defeated student, approaches Mayor. Liu Jing broke 5 ribs and has internal bleeding. He is faint, he says. Let a priest heal him, the teacher replies. She hands the card to the hero, who scratches his head thoughtfully. 300 points have been transferred to your student card, Mayor informs. The blonde beauty, whose attention the defeated student was counting on, looks at the hero in bewilderment. She hears the spectators' comments. Punishment Knight's charge in combination with Blood Slush is hard to block, yet he did it with just a kick. So, this is the power of one. It's completely on a different level. The difference in their strength stat is at least 20 points, the girl thinks. She looks at Ian and calls out to him. The hero turns to her. Please, have a match with me, the girl asks him. A crosshair appears in front of the guy's left eye. He uses the appropriate skill to evaluate a potential opponent. I was a little rushed back at the gate, he thinks. Only now I realize that she possesses not only other bloodlines, but she also has legacy equipment. I see it for the first time. I want to test its power. The sword we see behind the girl is being evaluated. Dark Moon Ancient Sword, Legacy, 3-star. Race limitation, human. Class limitation, swordsman. Effect, unknown. Okay, says he. The hero and his opponent are standing in the ring with a flying camera hanging above them. The guy is holding a hammer glowing with yellow energy. A notification appears. Weapon, Mystic Light Warhammer. Quality, Gold, 3-star. Stat, Constitution plus 18, Wisdom plus 24. Effect, all light elemental skills under grade B increase level by 1. Source, System Lottery. We see smiling students discussing what is happening. The freshmen are fighting as soon as they enter the school. Just rookie spars. A girl in white pants approaches Mayor. It is Lai Dongsheng, one of the Aurora Club captains, level 29 spearman. Nice to see you here, she says. But what are you doing here? Meanwhile, the flying TV camera completes the countdown and gives the command to begin the fight. The girl, armed with a sword, rushes into the attack. We see descriptions of 2 skills she uses. Shadow Slash, rush at the enemy at lightning speed and initiate slashing. Typhoon Smash, raise the hammer and swing with power. Cause a huge amount of damage and knock the enemy back. Bright energy traces appear near the hero. We see a strange and not very clear collision of energies, which is accompanied by loud sounds. The girl sees in front of her the vague outlines of her opponent, hidden by waves of yellow energy. She holds the sword in front of her face. What a huge power, she thinks. This is simply monstrous. A description of another skill appears. Demonic Slash, cover the weapon in dark elemental mana and unleash a powerful dark slash at the enemy in front. Streams of yellow energy are visible in front of the hero's face. Smiling, the guy rushes into the attack, preparing a huge hammer to strike. Excellent, finally someone who can fight me head-on, he exclaims. The girl carefully watches his movements. The opponents converge, spreading energy of different colors around themselves. We see a series of descriptions of the skills used by the girl. Uppercut, attack the enemy from below to above, can knock them into the air. Enhanced Rapid Stab, when attacking forward, add 1 more stab attack. Shockwave Slash, use a powerful upper slash to attack the enemy in front and release Shockwave, which provides multiple attacks and knocks the enemy away. Mountain Crushing Hit, lung forward and use the weapon to smash the ground. Counts as a multi-stage attack, has a chance to make the enemy fall. Behind the hero, we see traces of jumps. His hammer crashes into the sword, which the girl holds out in front of her, blocking the blow. The opponents clash again in close combat, generating powerful bursts of light radiation. White flashes are visible in the air. The audience looks on in shock at what is happening in front of them, wondering if they are really seeing 2 students fighting. 2 of them discuss the progress of the battle. Without a tramp card, the spiritual swordsman will lose soon, one of the guys says. Why? The second one objects. They seem like equal opponents to me. The girl holds her broadsword out in front of her. This is reported to be using the enhanced block skill, which allows her to absorb damage from the front. Initially, she will only block one swing out of 3, now she needs to block one swing out of 2 with her sword, one of the guys notes. Heavy weapon users usually fight by defending and retreating. They avoid constant large swings to conserve their stamina. The hero actively swings his hammer, and when their opponent shows an opening, they hit hard immediately. The local expert continues commenting on the fight. Yet he shows no signs of conserving his stamina. He is either stupid or is absolutely confident in his strength. The hammer that he wields lowers in front of the girl. From beginning to the end, the warhammer is limiting the swordsman's movement, forcing them to block the warhammer, the young man says. What a hot-tempered Saint Knight, to fight without holding back against such a beauty. The girl thrusts her sword into the ground in front of her. The hero, meanwhile, declares that he has finished warming up. We see the young man's biceps and a notification about using the Gift of God skill. Now we see the guy in full with a hammer in his hand, as well as 4 notifications about using the following skills: Gift of Courage, Weapon Blessing, Blessing of Dawn, Gift of Protection. A thick column of energy appears above the ring where the fight is taking place. The girl calmly watches what her opponent is doing. What powerful pressure, she thinks. This is his true strength. He stretches out his hand and says the name of the next skill, Spear of Victory. The girl stares at him. It is reported that she is using the skill Phantom Slash, move rapidly for a short distance and slash the enemy. The blow is very powerful, but it hits the ground and not the hero, who manages to jump to the side. Yi, smiling, looks at the girl. I knew you would use that, he says. The girl looks at him in amazement. When did you? She tries to say something. The hero looks ready to deliver the decisive blow. Sharp yellow arrows are aimed at his opponent. The girl is shaking slightly, pressing her clenched fists to her chin. She looks up at her opponent. Shall we continue? He asks. The guy stands majestically, leaning on the handle of his hammer. The girl, looking down, stands in front of him, bending her knees slightly. No, with such all-consuming aggression, the result will be identical next time, she says. But you didn't show everything you are capable of, Yi tells her. She didn't use her swordsman skill or dark elemental power in this fight, he thinks. The girl smiles sweetly. That's right, she replies. This is a regular sparring match, and showing off all your trump cards here is just stupid. She takes out her phone and shows it to her opponent. Besides, you also didn't show everything you have, she says. I watched the recording of you passing the exam. He looks at the girl in surprise. The girl looks at the screen of her phone. The hero turns to Mei-er, who is standing in front of him. Should we go? Yes, okay, says the girl. Interesting, she thinks. Not only did he earn 600 points on his first day at school, he also made other special recruitments wary of him. This year will be interesting. We see Asian-style buildings perched on vegetated cliffs. The freshman dormitory is located at the small mountain, Mei-er tells the hero. Regular student dormitory is at the foot of the mountain and the mountainside. Special recruits dormitory is at the mountain top. Not only that, special recruits dorms are independent mansions, and the luxuries and equipment present there differ based on one's rank. The girl leads the hero to the gate of a large house. From now on, you'll be living here, she says. The guy swipes his card on the sensor lock. He wants to enter the door, but the girl standing behind him says she knows something. I heard you're looking for Freezing Lotus. The conversation continues on a narrow, steep staircase. There's a party that saw a Freezing Lotus at Tempest Mountain Range, but they gave up collecting it because it was guarded by high-level monsters, Mei-er reports. This information is from 6 years ago. I cannot guarantee its accuracy. The hero searches for information using a variety of monitors and devices. A map is visible on one of the screens. Tempest Mountain Range rose up after Earth was merged with Eternal Game, he thinks. It was wide, containing various treasures and exotic flora and fauna. Not even tertiary awakened classes dare to enter it leisurely. Behind the hero we see the Resurrection Cross. With my current strength I can only run if I face a high-level monster, he realizes, looking at his monitors. But after completing the exam the system rewarded me with a life-saving item, which is resurrection after death. The hero's hand is on the computer mouse. There's nothing to hesitate for, he thinks. I'll head out after buying some skills and equipment. Smiling, the guy looks through the search results for skills available for purchase. It is reported that as the #1 ranking member, he can search for this kind of skill for free. He clicks the left mouse button. Immunity to physical damage, buy. The mouse moves to the right. A skill that can be used without a weapon, looks reliable, buy. Another click of the left button. Long range attack skill, buy. The hero, smiling broadly, looks up. It's all free, yes, he exclaims. The guy scratches the back of his head. But I still need to spend points to collect the forest set the exam rewarded me. he thinks. Tempest Mountain Range. We see a man wearing a very strange cloak, which for some reason only covers his head and shoulders. There is an explosion, tongues of flame rise into the air. The hero, and it is he, takes off his hood. I need to see what happened, he thinks. It is reported that the strange cloak we noticed is a forest set, which cost a significant amount of money to buy. Before us is a blonde beauty who recently lost to the hero in a duel. She looks longingly at her phone. We see her correspondence with the contact Jui. The girl introduces herself as Jiang Chu-ran, after which she invites the guy to go to the gym tomorrow. He replies that he cannot, since he has to go somewhere. When asked where exactly, the young man replies that his destination is the Tempest Mountain Range. The phone rings. The girl picks it up and looks at the screen. A video call turns on. We see a girl with green hair filing her nails. "What's wrong with you?" she asks. "This is the 23rd time you're sighing at your phone." "I met a boy. He's so special," Chu-ran answers. "How special?" her friend asks. Chu-ran rolls over onto her stomach and puts a pillow under her chin. "I challenged him yesterday and used some of my charm ability when fighting, but he is completely unaffected," she says. "There wasn't even a hint of him falling for my temptation." "His willpower must be terrifyingly strong," her friend tells her. The tablet is next to the bottles of nail polish. A thoughtful mooing is heard from it, which is emitted by Chu-ran. The girl with green hair is sitting in a luxurious chair in a very original way. "That's it, I'm going to Tempest Mountain Range too," she hears the words of her friend. We see a truck wheel. The car at full speed knocks down a purple-horned monster. In front of us there is already a whole group of these extremely strange creatures. In front of us is a girl with yellow hair. It is reported that this is Mechanics Shuzio. She throws thick red discs. Many of these objects fly at the monsters. It turns out that these are bombs that explode and destroy the monsters. We see one of the monsters. He has one horn, 4 eyes, and he seems to be attacking someone. Now in front of us is a girl in round glasses and a hat. "Spirit summoning, Iceness," she says. We are told that this is Summoner Wen Tianrun. A huge blue snowflake appears in front of the truck. A purple monster jumps from tree to tree above the car. At 9 o'clock, Zhu Zio yells, sitting behind the wheel. We see a machine gun, from which someone is firing. We are introduced to another girl. This is Gunner Zhu Dan. Bullets leave huge holes in the purple monsters. The multi-barreled machine gun spins madly, raining down shells on the truck, and Zhu Zio holds his shoulder. "Are you okay?" shouts another girl, who has not yet been introduced to us. "Watch out, behind you," warns her Tianrun. Demons, one of the 5 other races extremely violent, loves eating living things. Huge demons are approaching the girls, who do not seem ready to put up any serious resistance. "Our party used all our trump cards and could only kill 4 demons, one of the girls thinks. A yellow sphere appears in front of the squad members, throwing out energy discharges. "Are we really all going to die here?" one of the girls thinks. One of the monsters spews out a powerful stream of fire. We see a young man riding a white wolf. Naturally, this is Ye. "Sacred Storm," he says, activating the corresponding skill. An impressive energy riot begins in front of the girls. A huge yellow cross appears behind the purple monster, spewing flames from its mouth. We see a powerful fire tornado, around which yellow crosses circle. The monsters are covered by an energy wave, and they begin to scream loudly in horror and pain. A small yellow cross is visible on the hero's forehead, which, apparently, is the source generating deadly yellow energy. The light converges, the storm falls, the hero says. The riot of energy continues in the air. A leg grows from the yellow cross, similar to a sharp arrowhead. A powerful whirlwind swirls around it. We see a hero sitting on a white wolf. The guy strokes the animal he is sitting on. The wolf opens its mouth and spews a stream of energy. Blue waves mix with yellow. The girls look at their savior in amazement. He stretches out his hand and says slow regeneration. The girls who suffered in the battle are enveloped in a yellow glow. Their physical condition begins to recover. The brown-haired girl, who is holding little Tianrun in her arms, looks at the hero with gratitude and thanks him on behalf of all the girls. "Thank you, Junior Zhu. I never imagined that you would recognize us. The Blue Phoenix team is one of the top 3 teams of our school. Of course I know about it," the guy replies. The girl laughs. "Now I am even more ashamed," she says. The girl stands up, continuing to hold the smallest member of her squad in her arms. "Junior Zhu, although your light element might have an oppressive effect against demons, they are still too dangerous. Let's go back to the base to resupply together," she suggests. The hero looks at her thoughtfully. "I have explored the outer areas in 1 month's time, but there's still no news on the Frozen Lotus," he thinks. "The freshman competition is 3 days later. I can continue my search for the Frozen Lotus only after it ends." "Okay," says the hero, smiling. The brown-haired girl and Zhu Zio look at each other carefully. The mechanic girl closes her eyes. 2 flying cameras appear above her shoulders. A blue magic circle appears under her feet. The girl casts spells. Scream of metal, soul of speed, phantom ringing, spider match giant shine. Recombination. The hero and his white wolf watch in amazement as a giant mechanical spider appears in the dust and rumble. No time, quickly enter, shouts Yuzayo. You're buying into it, King Lion thinks. The mechanical spider darts under the branches of the bare trees. Senior Sue, does the Tempest Mountain range have demons to begin with, asks the hero. The girl looks ahead thoughtfully. Our team has entered the outer area of the Tempest Mountain range many times, but this is the first time we encountered them, she answers. That means the demons either come from a deeper area in the mountains or there is a dimensional crack nearby that released the demons. He suggests. Yes, we need to head back to the base and inform the military, says King Lion. The hero looks at her, a little surprised. Isn't there a mage monitoring the entire area in the military zone? The young man asks. In front of us are very high towers emitting powerful rays of yellow light. Tents of a military camp are visible beneath them. There's a lot of monsters in the Tempest Mountain range, the brown-haired girl explains. In order to prevent the monsters from escaping and attacking the cities, there's a resupply and trading base built by the military at the entrance, and the army protects the mage tower that is monitoring monster movement in the mountains. King Lion seems sad, but the levels of these demons are too low, she says. The hero looks at her, puzzled. Too low? He asks again. Level 20 platinum demons cannot be called low-level monsters no matter how you look at it, he thinks. Before us are disgusting monsters, squatting. The mage tower is mainly monitoring the epic and legendary level monsters within the deeper area of the mountain range, King Lion explains. She makes a cross with her hands in front of her, looking into the hero's eyes. If the presence of other world is lower than the mage tower's minimum setting, it might not be able to detect it, the girl says. I see, the hero replies. The girl looks thoughtfully into the void. But if there's a dimensional crack, why are they sending low-level demons, she asks. The huge mechanical spider in which the young people are sitting continues on its way. The demons will be exterminated immediately if they were found by the military, and a dimensional crack that can allow level 30 demons to pass can also allow level 50 or above demons to pass, King Lion realizes. The girl thoughtfully rubs her chin. The other world's action will not only waste lives, but expose the location of the crack, she thinks. Whatever, this isn't something I should think over. I'll just deliver the intel back. We see purple monsters, who, judging by their cries, are very hungry. The last cry sounds especially loud. It seems that food was found after all. The young people, who are being carried somewhere by a huge mechanical spider, see a giant energy pillar in front of them. This presence, thinks he. The hero looks ahead. There is someone who is surrounded by demons, he says. The boy turns to King Lion and tells her to lead the squad to safety. I'll catch up with you, he shouts loudly. The girl tries to shout to him. However, the wolf the hero is riding is already running forward. We don't know how many demons are there. It could be too dangerous, the young man shouts. We don't know how many demons are there. It could be too dangerous, the young man shouts. King Lion tries again to shout to the boy on the mechanical spider, but then rushes forward on his white wolf and pays no attention to her. The boy leaves a yellow energy trail behind him. I can't forget this presence, he thinks. He gallops forward, looking determinedly ahead. Why is she here? He tries to understand. There are young men sitting on the ground under the trees. Almost 20 platinum demons, one of them says. That girl won't last long. Maybe. We should help her. We can't, another boy answers him. We are trapped here and we can't even protect ourselves. She is quite strong. If she is able to escape from the solo demons, she will have a bright future. The young men look at something anxiously from behind the bushes. What a pity, says one of them. Yes, confirms the second. We see huge clouds of smoke. One small figure in the center is fighting off several opponents who have surrounded her. In front of us is a blonde generating an enormous amount of powerful energy. We recognize her, it is Chu Ram. She looks very tired. Looks like they found out there is a time limit to my skill. They are surrounding me without attacking to deplete my strength, the girl thinks. The purple monsters are rushing towards her. It seems that the girl has nowhere to escape from the terrible horned beasts. These demons move in groups of 10, scattered across the plain, she thinks. Even if I count the 8 demons I killed prior, the other demons will immediately refill their numbers. There's no chance to escape to the resupply base. In front of us is the terrible appearance of one of the monsters. If I can't break through before my power of succubus disappears, Chu Ran thinks. The girl looks at her enemies angrily. The command to use the skill is heard, thunder, fall. A powerful stream of yellow energy falls from the sky to the ground. We see the head of a purple monster dissolving in it. The girl notices someone's outline behind the yellow wall. The clouds disperse a little, and she sees huge funnels next to her. Chu Ran looks closely, trying to make out something. The girl sees a hero riding a white wolf jumping towards her. The guy stretches out his hand and desperately screams for the girl to step aside. We see a huge purple monster that makes a deafening roar. The girl closes her eyes. She is covered by rays of pink energy. A round prickly eye hangs in the sky, which is apparently the source of this wave. Berserk, body of fire, reaches us. We see the leader of the horned monsters, who towers over his charges. He roars loudly. The regular monsters, emitting a purple glow from their eyes, rush to attack. Chu-Ran understands what is happening and tries to warn the hero with a loud cry. Chui, run. This is the demon kind's berserk mode. The girl frowns at the approaching monsters. The demon's power has doubled. There's no way he can fight it, she thinks. If I self-destruct, there's a 90% chance I can kill it and protect it, she thinks. We see someone's sharp claws. The hero grabs the girl in his arms and carries her away somewhere on the back of a white wolf. Chu-Ran indignantly calls out to his kidnapper. The huge leader of the demons pursues them. He looks back, stretches out his hand in the direction of the demon and utters the phrase punishment of light. Lightning flashes in the air, strikes the ground, throwing large stone fragments into the air. The young man, who is still holding the girl in his arms, looks with satisfaction at the effect produced. No wonder everyone wants to be a mage class, he says. Long-range monsters killing feels great. Four-eyed horned monsters rush at him to attack, surrounded by an energy vortex. The white wolf, on whose back the hero and Chu-Ran are sitting, is surrounded by hundreds of monsters. The guy and the girl look at this army with alarm. A total of 180 demons, thinks he. I can use AoE skills to handle them, but they are scattered right now. We made too much noise and all the demons across the plains gathered here, thinks Chu-Ran in turn. The guy touches his companion's forehead with 2 fingers. You go left to attract the demons, don't get too focused on engaging in combat, he says. The girl once again indignantly calls the young man's name. Chu-Ran, on the top of whose head we see 2 large horns, looks at the guy with huge red eyes. He uses his following skills on her: slow regeneration, blessing of dawn, weapons blessing, gift of God. It's Saint Knight's team buffs, the girl realizes. She looks at her stats in amazement and realizes that she has never been this strong before. Go ahead, the hero tells her, distracting her from unnecessary thoughts. He jumps off the wolf and rushes to attack. The monsters, who are attacked by some kind of numbness, look at him in amazement. The guy strikes with a hammer and, apparently, successfully hits the target. Horror is visible even on the face of the leader of the demons. A yellow fire burns in the hero's eyes, which does not promise anything good for the opponents. The girl, standing next to the white wolf, looks at what he is doing in amazement. Amazing. All statistics increased by 25%, my strength has almost doubled, she thinks. You can tell from the girl's face how amazed she is. According to what I know, no level 16, no, not even level 25 Saint Knights can do that, she thinks. A purple monster lands in front of her in the wolf. The wolf rushes to attack and grabs the monster by the chest with its teeth. The girl resolutely looks at the enemy and prepares her sword to strike. Now's not the time to think about this, I need to follow his request, she thinks. Behind the hero rushing to attack, fragments of purple monsters' bodies are visible flying in the air. One of the opponents, armed with a sharp sword, sneaks up on the hero from behind. We see the blade already a couple of centimeters from the guy's head. However, the sword flies to the side. He looks around in surprise. It becomes clear that Chu-Ran knocked the weapon out of the monster's hands. A description of the Shadow Whip skill appears. Concentrate the demonic miasma in hand into the shape of a whip and use it to strike the enemy. Will cause heavy damage in addition to dark damage. The hero looks at the girl. Classes with holy light do indeed attract demons. Most of the demons of the plains have already been attracted here. The hero's gaze is thoughtful. I can use it now, he thinks. A yellow fireball, similar to a football, flies away from the hero. Jiang Chu-Ran, he shouts. The girl looks back at the young man. A huge transparent segmented sphere covers the girl and the wolf. Stay inside, the hero shouts. We see an information window describing the skill used. Protection of the holy light. Protect teammates within the holy light sphere in a certain range and grant immunity to physical damage. Lasts for a certain period of time. The hero, who has acquired armor, puts his hand to his chest. Holy cross, he says. A huge yellow cross appears in the air. We see a description of the corresponding skill. Holy cross, summon the holy light, forming a sacred holy cross behind you. Causes continuous holy fire damage to all enemy in a certain range. Level 7, range 200 meters. A very powerful explosion is heard, the energy of which overwhelms the purple monsters and their huge leader. Chu-Ran looks at what is happening, his mouth wide open. He stands in front of the huge monsters. His eyes glow with an eerie turquoise light. Under the holy light all darkness shall be vanquished, says the young man. We see a huge pillar of light behind him. The light converges, the storm falls, says he. The description of the sacred storm skill appears. Summon a storm made of holy light at the desired location and cause holy damage to all enemy in a certain range. There are already 2 crosses above the monsters' heads. Now there are more of them, and a whirlwind begins to swirl around the leg of one of them. A real energy tornado appears in the sky above the forest. It captures the purple monsters and carries them through the air. Where it touches the ground, a deep trench remains. A powerful whirlwind, which someone watches from behind the trees, demolishes everything in its path. The young people we saw a little earlier discuss what is happening. This is generally a person, one of them says about the hero. Boss, maybe we should make ourselves known, asks the second guy. We see the tense face of the commander of this group. Other than me being level 26, the other 5 are level 24. He thinks. We can't even fight them demons together, much less solo. This man is too scary and he is young too. The young man clenches his fist. Go, he says to his charges standing behind him. We should make friends with him, he thinks to himself. We see the huge mechanical spider again. Judan, smiling happily, raises his hand and shouts that her squad is ready to help the hero. But the girls entering it at some point discover a very strange picture. It is a huge field strewn with corpses of purple monsters, next to which stand Chu-Ran and a white wolf from whose mouth the monster's hand sticks out. Notifications appear in front of the hero. Congratulations for leveling up to level 17. 15 stat points and 15 skill points received. Congratulations for leveling up to level 18. 15 stat points and 15 skill points received. The cork flies off the flask with a red liquid. The hero, around whom we see a green glow, covers his eyes with his fist to protect himself from the too bright light. Next to him stands Chu-Ran, who has stuck her broadsword into the ground. In front of us is the hero's personal card. Name, Juyi, level 18, power 114, speed 122, constitution 103, wisdom 156. 180 demons, 60,000 experience points, the young man thinks. Too bad there is a level limit to how much experience a class can receive, otherwise I would have gotten more. The hero holds the flask in his hand and looks very surprised. My mana has grown a lot, but I have too many high-level skills and it's still not enough, he thinks. I should ask the teachers what to do when I go back to school. They should have a solution for this. The girls, united in their own squad, approach the hero. Juyi, did you handle all of this? King Lion asks him. Brother, your strength is a little out of my imagination. Judan exclaims in surprise. The hero understands that the condition of Chu-Ran, behind whom we see a white wolf, is causing the most serious concerns. A purple glow spreads around the girl. She seems mortally tired. What's wrong with her? Asks King Lion. I think she used too much power and exhausted her strength, the hero answers. King Lion looks at the guy. Did you face any strong demons just now? She asks. He looks at the girl thoughtfully. The ones with the highest level among the demons I killed are level 23 gold ones, he says. There were no tough enemies. King Lion thinks and looks somewhere into the void. Something is wrong? He asks anxiously. Just like a human army, the Demon Legion has a general, the girl says. If he is not here, that means the main troops of the Legion aren't here. We shouldn't stay here. Let's head back to the base to resupply immediately. Okay, the hero answers. 5 girls, 1 guy, 1 white wolf and 1 mechanical spider are walking through a deserted area that is smoking in some places. Noise is heard behind a group of trees. We see young people who, remaining in the shadows, are watching the hero's exploits. Boss, I think they are leaving. Maybe we should go too, asks the blonde man in the hood. The squad leader tries to say something, but does not have time. He looks ahead in amazement, his eyes bulging. His comrades look exactly the same. Boss, what happened? Asks one of the subordinates. What a demonic aura, the second one notices. Judging by the expression on his face, the squad leader sees something very scary. A winged creature is visible in the red sky above the hero and his companions. These are demons, the guy they call the boss shouts. We see the winged creature up close, it looks truly terrifying. Now we have an anthropomorphic monster in front of us, showing us many of its bones and sharp teeth. The hero activates the identification skill and finds out that in front of him is Demon Spawn, level 30, grade, legendary. The following is reported about the previous monster, Flying Fire Dragon, level 24, gold grade, skill, Flame Blast. An alarm has been declared. We see the corresponding inscriptions in radar circles. Now we have a map in front of us on which some streets are painted bright yellow. The young man shouts anxiously into the radio. 4th tier Otherworld invasion confirmed. All troops enter combat preparation. The warriors gather in the square in front of the tower. 4th tier Otherworld invasion confirmed. All troops enter combat preparation, they hear. Soldiers, all alike, listen to further reports. Snow Dragon Corps Knight Squad ending training immediately. Group up at the teleportation square. Snow Dragon Corps Priest Squad, be prepared to initiate rescue and keep your mana full. We see a girl sorting through blue crystals in her backpack. Snow Dragon Corps Logistics Squad, commencing Magic Core and Magic Shard reallocation, the next order sounds. Hooded fighters with batons line up in tight rows. Snow Dragon Corps Mage Squad, location locked, 111,454 E, 15,305 N, constructing large-scale teleportation formation. We see rows of knights in shining armor. In front of them, his head slightly lowered, stands the commander. One of the warriors approaches the commander and reports that everyone is lined up and awaiting orders. It is reported that before us is Suyuju, Snow Dragon Corps Major. A bright white trail is visible in the air. It turns out to be the trail of the commander's sword. "I will be a sword that cuts all thorns," Yuju shouts. "I will be a shield that protects my land." The knights standing before him solemnly repeat what appears to be the unit's motto. Forward comes the order. Now we see the back of the horned demon's head, with orderly rows of his kind on either side, and far ahead is the throne on which the local ruler sits. "I personally chose every demon in the Legion," someone says loudly. "In half a year on Earth, I only lost a dozen fighters or so." Before us is the bony level 30 monster described just above. "But in the final party before we returned to the sacred realm, hundreds of our people were killed," it declares. "There is only half a day left until our return, so I will allow you all to have a little fun," the monster promises. The ordinary monsters shout joyfully, throwing up their fists. "We thank His Majesty for this gift," they shout. "I will never forgive them," the bony creature declares. We see huge dragon paws, very similar in shape to chickens. His Majesty, with a glowing sword in his hand, stands on the back of the giant beast. "I will tear their souls from them and burn them in hellfire," he shouts. The hero and his companions notice something and stop. In front of us are some ink stains and a hand reaching out from them. It is reported that demons spawn Aurimas use summoning skill. We see two more large groups of monsters. It is reported that platinum and gold demons were summoned. Legendary demons, thinks King Lion, on whose right eye we see a crosshair indicating the use of the appraisal skill. Gold demon knights, platinum demon mages. The girl turns around and says to the hero over her shoulder that the Blue Phoenix squad will cover him. "Find a chance and escape immediately," she says. The hero, in front of whom determined girls are lined up, looks in shock at his comrades who are ready to sacrifice themselves for him. "That's right, Chuyi must live," says Judan. "He is the strongest genius I have ever seen," thinks King Lion. "A real elite. It's not a pity to give up my life for him." The girl's face is sad, but she seems to have already decided everything for herself. We see a yellow whirlwind. Someone's legs are sticking out of it. Shuran, who we recognize by the blue bow, looks in amazement at the huge magic circle that has appeared in the sky. Judan clenches his fist in joy. "That the Snow Dragon Corps," she exclaims. Snow Dragon Corps are people above level 30 who have gone through their second awakening. And even the Major is a level 51 warrior who completed third awakening. We are saved. The hero, however, is much less optimistic. If they could teleport, why didn't they just come down here, he thinks. The toothy demon, with a red circle burning in his mouth, laughs loudly. "Don't worry, humans, your army can't enter under the barrier of my magic formation," he shouts. King Lion's mouth falls open in amazement. "What? This is simply impossible," she exclaims. In the red sky, rows of knights stand on yellow magic circles. One of the warriors reaches out and probes the red mist. "What's wrong? How did the landing point deviate so much?" asks his commander standing behind him. This is the Demonkind's large-scale barrier formation. Dark firewall once opened, the space inside cannot be teleported to, and outside attacks will be blocked as well, answers the soldier. The guy turns around and we see that he is worried. "At least 2 corps are needed to break this barrier," he says. "Otherwise, we'll just have to wait for it to dissipate." "How long do we need to wait?" asks Yuju with an anxious look. 5 minutes, answers his adjutant. The corps commander closes his eyes. He looks down at the hero and his companions, visible far below. "Find and record the information of the people inside," he orders. "Once the battle is over, contact their families to collect their remains." "Yes, sir," answers the adjutant. The hero, a cross visible on his chest, looks to the side. 2 notifications appear. Legendary demons detected. New accomplishment missions have been created. Accomplishment mission: kill the demons spawn. Penalty: none. Reward: S+ grade talent, fortunate medicine. He smiles happily. The new accomplishment mission is finally here, he thinks. The hero resolutely walks forward past the girls. They look at him discouraged. King Lion calls out to the guy, but he does not pay any attention to her. On the dais in front of the hero stands a huge demon spawn. "Such a thick holy aura," says the bony creature. "Looks like you are the one who killed my people. To show my respect, I will break your skill with my own hands, and let you die in endless agony." The dragon, on which the leader of the monsters stands, rushes to attack. The hero, behind whom we see King Lion, is surrounded by yellow streams. A source of blue energy flares up in the dragon's mouth. The monster spews it out. A powerful stream of energy falls on the enemy. King Lion calls out to the hero, We see animal horror on the girl's face. The young man raises his hammer above his head. A powerful wave of yellow energy flies at the dragon. The bone dragon, high in the sky, spews out a stream of purple energy, but it cannot overcome the protective dome erected by the hero. Moreover, the yellow wave rises high up and hits the dragon along with the knight sitting on it. The bone monster flies down, the rider falls next to it. The dead monster hits its head on the ground, crushing stones. The bone knight tries to get to his feet. The hero is already attacking him with his hammer. The monster puts out a sword and, it seems, manages to defend himself from the blow. We see a deep mark in the ground. The demon is already on his feet and ready to defend himself. A moment later, another yellow wave flies at him. He delivers a powerful blow with his hammer. The knight barely manages to block it with his sword. A powerful column of yellow energy is visible between the two opponents. The demon looks at his opponent and cannot understand what is happening. How is this possible? He thinks. This human is only level 18, yet he possesses the power to rival me. The hero's hand is on the handle of the hammer. The guy looks at the enemy. He is surrounded by streams of yellow energy and many small crosses. You're pretty tough, he says. By the way, you're the first legendary monster I've fought. Cursed human, the monster shouts loudly and strikes with his sword. In response, the hero's signature yellow cross flies at him. The monster falls to one knee. He raises his left hand up. Blade of pure white successfully inflicted a stun effect. He thinks. Punishment of light, the guy says loudly to use the named skill. The skeleton, which is hit by a blinding stream of light, uses the fire demon's shield skill. A powerful wave of light falls on the knight from above. The ground beneath him cracks and collapses. But it seems that the protective purple field, on which we see the red eye, still saves the monster. The hero, generating waves of yellow energy, looks at his opponent in surprise. Not even punishment of light can do anything against it, he thinks. Looks like I cannot kill this tough and powerful legendary demon by using regular means. I can only use the thing the system rewarded me with after the exam. Curls of purple energy appear behind the bone demon, who is holding a sword in his hands. The monster turns to his army, which appeared out of nowhere behind him. My generals, the monster shouts. Horned multicolored monsters roar loudly, responding to the call. The purple commander puts his sword forward, showing the target. Kill him, he shouts. The hero raises his hand, as if he is hovering above the ground. A powerful stream of yellow energy is visible around him, overflowing everything around. The girls from the Blue Phoenix squad look up in amazement. The knights and the corps commander leading them are also unable to hide their shock. We also see the distorted faces of the monsters. He holds out his hands in front of him, palms facing forward. A huge hand appears above the army of monsters, without a gauntlet. The demon leading the army of monsters looks up with a red spot, protected either by a helmet or directly by jaws. It seems that something terrible is approaching, he says. The brightest light overwhelms him. We see a finger that seems to be pressing into the ground. The girls look at what is happening in amazement. Am I dreaming? Asks Chu-Ran, who is standing in front. Is he capable of using such skills? The girl covers one eye. Her face seems to be distorted with pain. My succubus bloodline is actually scared, she thinks. Yuju and his adjutant are amazed at the hero's abilities. This power is enough to rival regular magic cannons, the commander declares. We see the same pair of characters from behind. Have you found out who's inside? Yuju asks. They're all students from Sukang University, the young man replies. The one who released this skill is this year's special recruit first place, Saint Naijui. The knight closes his eyes sadly. First year in first place, he says quietly. It's a pity that there's such a huge difference in their levels. If the guy had more time to develop, this skill alone could have destroyed the demon. We see the huge mouth of the bone demon, and we see that many of the teeth in it are broken off. A very powerful purple glow appears around the monster. You dare to offend great Aurimas, the demon roars. It seems to dissolve into thin air, increasing in size many times over. It looks frankly creepy. Fire Demon Legion, charge. Fire Curse Legion, cast, the bone monster orders. His multicolored charges laugh merrily and look bloodthirstily at the hero. We see the magicians, they are also in the most wonderful mood. Hundreds of purple hands reach out to the hero. They entangle the guy's arms and legs, while at the same time, scary monsters rush at the hero. The leader puts out his hand to the side, stopping one of the mages. Calm down, says the demon, it's just a level 18 holy knight. That's right, replies the mage. He must have simply run out of mana. Without it, we can simply overwhelm him with numbers. That's right, replies the demon, whose appearance for some reason seems pleased. He looks forward, he seems calm. God's hand consumed all my mana, the guy thinks, and my equipment's mana recovery speed is too slow. I'm on my own now. The guy stands calmly, despite the fact that the hands of disgusting monsters are crawling up his body. A description of the divine summoning skill appears above his head. A one-time secret skill from Saint Night Hall. consumes no mana and is not affected by passive skills. After activation, it will allow the user to use the God of Light's power and increase all 4 stats based on the body's durability. All Divine type and Light type skills increase temporarily by +5 health, stamina and mana recovery increase by 20 times. The effect will last for some time and the user will enter a period of weakness after it ends. A thick column of yellow energy hits the ground from the sky. On its way, it destroys the red shell through which the knights who came to help could not pass. The outlines of a wing can be guessed inside the yellow column. Then we see 2 female legs there. The horned monsters look in amazement at what is happening in front of them. The leader of the monsters is also trying to see something. What is going on here, he thinks. A small human figure with wings appears inside the huge yellow pillar. The girl with huge white wings, already familiar to us, descends on the hero and embraces his head. The monsters, smiling stupidly, look at the feathers falling in front of them. These creatures stretch out their hands to try to catch the slowly falling feathers. Suddenly, everything around them bursts into hot flames. The feathers slowly fall to the ground. Yuju catches one of them. He examines his prey. It's a divine summoning technique, he says. Captain, what's a divine summoning technique? His adjutant asks. Yuju thinks. A top-level skill held by all divine type classes, he answers. They can unleash the power of the divinities they hold belief in. The light emitted by the winged goddess falls upon the monsters. I once saw a level 58 priest use his divine summoning technique, Yuju recalls. One move was all it took to recover an entire legion to peak condition. It was also because of this divine summoning technique that our forces were able to hold off against 3 demon legion sieges until support arrived. The divine powers are deep as the sea. He could have killed the demons even without us. We see the eye of the monster leader covered by sharp teeth. No, this is impossible, the demon screams. This is a secret technique of the highest level. Behind the leader, a mage in a red robe is visible. He is only a level 18 holy knight. The demon cannot calm down. How did he manage to use this technique? Your Majesty, the mage addresses him. Once the divine summoning technique is used, only someone with a divinity's power can interrupt it. If he completes the casting, our entire legion will be vanquished. We see the eye of the leader, which glows brightly behind the rows of teeth. It is just a skill, yet it is able to switch between the offensive and defensive, the demon says. The mage stretches out his hands and a huge, strange-looking structure appears in front of him, resembling a giant mirror with 2 black doors. How long does the construction of the return formation in Dark Shadow Valley need? Asks Alrimas. 1 minute, replies the mage. We only need 1 minute, and then your Majesty will be able to return. Streams of white energy hover around the demon. I understand, says the leader of the monsters. The time has come for you to demonstrate your loyalty. Yes, exclaim the subjects who heard this call. Alrimas, emitting purple waves around himself, stands in front of his army. Demons of flames, heed my command, he shouts. Sacrifice everything to the esteemed demonic son Alrimas immediately. A ghostly purple skull flies up, its eye sockets glowing brightly. One of the monsters drops to one knee. Oh, great demonic son Alrimas, I, Raskin, shall sacrifice everything I have to become a part of your great self, he says. 2 more monsters, named Badak and Eric respectively, pronounce exactly the same text. The purple glow generated by the leader of the demon army spreads in all directions, filling the entire space around. A fat blot appears in the area of the bone demon's chest, which makes a distinct sound that is clearly audible to everyone. We see a yellow pillar and purple clouds. The goddess, next to whom we see the hero's face, looks at the monsters with disdain. What an ugly and tragically lowly species, she says. The girl gently hugs the guy by the head. Saint Knight, I grant you the power of the divine. She stretches out her hand. The goddess has spoken her word, she says. A bright yellow light lights up in the eyes of the young man. He now resembles a real deity. Let there be light, he hears behind him. A stream of energy falls from the sky to the surface, a powerful explosion is heard. Amidst the smoke and broken stones, a stricken monster is visible. It seems to be the same Alrimas that tried to hide. In front of us is a purple whirlwind. A notification appears. Monster, demonic son of flames, level 23 to 43. Grade legendary, 3-star. A white vortex is visible on the demon's chest. A small star appears in the center of the purple vortex. The use of the flame demon's roar of flame skill is reported. A white beam flies towards the yellow energy pillar. The demon named Alrimas now has 6 arms, with a purple orb hanging above them. The flame demon skill is being used. Above this creature's head are many jagged fragments that seem to be flying away from the epicenter of the explosion. This is the result of using the solar flare skill. Alrimas looks at the debris that is directly in front of him. The strongest innate skill of the flame demon kind, condensing fire to the extreme, and the surface temperature can reach 15 million degrees Celsius, the demon thinks. If it weren't for the sacrifice of my tribe's people, I would have never been able to unleash this skill. A huge purple sphere flies towards the hero, behind whom a yellow circle glows. Die, Holy Knight, the leader of the demons shouts. The hero stands calmly, as if ignoring the danger threatening him. A very powerful explosion is heard in the air, fragments fall to the ground. Aurimas, breathing heavily, looks at the sky. The girls from the Blue Phoenix squad look in shock at the riot of yellow energy. Purple waves are approaching the hero, which makes his appearance become frankly ominous. Aurimas, behind whom we see a column of yellow energy, screams furiously. Damn it, we're not on the same level or power at all. The demon's red eye slides somewhere to the side, the monster looks scared. 1 minute has passed, the construction of the return formation is complete. If I can get in, Aurimas shouts. Righteous indignation appears in the hero's eyes. Heretic, he says, I judge you in the name of God, and I sentence you to death. He strikes, leaving a bright trace. Aurimas screams hysterically. A huge crack appears in the ground, from which yellow energy bursts out. Behind the flames and smoke, we make out the silhouette of the hero. Aurimas, whose torso is cut across, lies on the ground and utters his last words. Return. I have accomplished my mission, my glory, the holy realm. Return. The demon's hand falls to the ground, making a very loud sound. The ordinary monsters, surrounded by stones and rocks, huddle together in fear like some kittens. What should we do? Asks one of them. The demonic sun is dead. The return formation is damaged. How can we return to the holy realm? The hero hovers over an empty ditch, which continues to smoke with clouds of yellow energy. He looks very tired. Finally, it's all over, he says. Judging by how the cross on his neck flies up, the guy falls back. A huge yellow arrow flies through the sky above the heads of the girls from the Blue Phoenix squad. Shuran leans over the hero, whose vision is blurring. Jui, someone shouts. Priest, check his status immediately. Team 1, Team 2 immediately search for survivors nearby. The rest of the Legion follow my charge. The hero tries to raise his hand, but he can't. It's so heavy, the guy thinks. I can't breathe. It feels like there's something really heavy on my chest. The young man's eyes are closed, tears are rolling down his cheeks. It's obvious that the guy is in excruciating pain. I can't move, he thinks. Am I haunted? Am I going to die? The hero shouts loudly and jumps up. It turns out that he just woke up. Churan is wiping away his tears next to his bed. Jui, you're finally awake, the girl says. You slept for 2 days, I'll go and inform others. I would have suffocated under you if I had woken up a few minutes later, he thinks. The girl takes the hem of the hero's shirt with her fingers. Then she kisses his cheek. Thank you for saving me, she thanks the young man, who, judging by his bulging eyes, did not expect anything like this. Churan comes out of the hospital room. The hero touches his fingers to the cheek that she just kissed. Ah, this girl, he says. A notification appears that the day's mission, namely 200 push-ups, 200 squats, and 200 sit-ups, has not been completed. He is still touching his cheek with his fingers. I slept for 2 days, too bad I didn't get the daily rewards for them, he thinks. Let's see if the achievement mission will make it worth it. Notifications appear in front of him. Mission Kill the Demonic Sun complete, releasing mission reward now. Congratulations for receiving S+ grade talent Death Resistance. Your body resists death, so all injuries will heal faster. Congratulations for receiving S+ grade Lucky Potion. People who drink it will be lucky for the next 12 hours. Judging by the hero's face, he is pleasantly surprised. A talent that heals wounds, he says. There are a lot of classes with similar talent, but their effects are all different. A knife appears in the guy's hand. But since it's an S+ grade talent and it is called Death Resistance, there must be something special about it, he says. The hero stabs himself with the knife and we see blood splatter. Smiling, the young man examines his muscular torso. Healed in 2 seconds, he exclaims joyfully. Amazing. It seems that I am no longer at risk of ordinary wounds in battle. My survivability has increased greatly. He inflicts a more serious injury on himself. It seems that he cut off his own arm. Let's see what happens with a severely damaged limb, he says. The guy hears a ringing in his ears, but he ignores it. We see his hand shaking. You don't know it, but we almost broke up, the hero thinks. The hero looks at the notice describing the lucky potion. Lucky? How lucky? He asks a reasonable question. Stumbling upon a legendary weapon on a mission. A grandma I helped across the road turns to be a tertiary turned class. Buying a treasure item in a roadside stall. The hero thoughtfully works with the yellow window hanging above his bed. A bottle full of possibilities, I'll keep it for later, he says. The guy's attention is drawn to another description. Holy Flame Halo, Level 1, grade of forming a halo of holy fire behind, increases the ability to manipulate fire element. Increases self and allies light and fire damage by 20%. Effect lasts for a period of time. Holy Flame Halo. What's this? Asks he. Judging by the hero's eyes, he is shocked to the core. A divine skill, he exclaims. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, he remembers how he looked during the last battle. The hero himself looks like a deity and a winged goddess flies above his head. Against this background, he sees two notifications. We have already seen one of them. The second describes protection of the sacred angels. The sacred angel is tied with you. Your affinity with light element increases dramatically. All light and divine type skill effects are multiplied. The hero thinks deeply. Holy Flame Halo is a light type skill, so it can be buffed by protection of the sacred angel. After buffing, activating Holy Flame Halo increases light and flame type damage by 40%. He understands. Does that mean that when I have Holy Flame Halo active and use Punishment of Light at the same time, I can become a light and flame dual element mage? Someone knocks on the door. We see someone's boots. A red-haired guy in a blue cloak is sitting on the couch. The hero approaches him, scratching the back of his head. I am the vice captain of the Snow Dragon Legion, Mage Wang Liang. The young man introduces himself. Mr. Zhui, thanks to you for timely killing of the demonic sun and destroying the return portal, we have captured many demons as prisoners. You are welcome, the hero replies. It's no big deal. Do you have any business with me? The guy is holding a blue sphere with yellow ribs. Captain Zhu should be thanking you himself, but he has urgent business, so I'm here in his place, he says. Your final strike destroyed half of Dark Shadow Valley, but the traces of a demonic descent were kept intact. The Legion found out the demon's secrets, and the captain is reporting it to the higher-ups. The blue sphere leaves the guy's hand. The sofa he is sitting on becomes tiny, and countless blue windows appear around it. The heroes see many windows above the interlocutor's head with descriptions of very interesting items, including legendary quality. These are resources accumulated by the Snow Dragon Legion across centuries. Don't be shy and tell me what you want, Wang Liang declares. He admires the treasures that have suddenly become available to him. There are S-grade items here, he thinks. The young man is dizzy with the possibilities that have opened up. Vice Captain Wang, does the Snow Dragon Legion warehouse have S-grade treasure Frozen Lotus? He asks. Let me check. Just a minute, his interlocutor replies. A blue window with a description appears in front of the guy. Item, Frozen Lotus, Grade S effect, ingest directly will allow the user to evolve into Frozen Constitution. Ice element affinity increases greatly. Exchange, 100 million points. Is that what you need? Asks Wang Liang. Yes, the hero shouts happily. Excellent, the interlocutor replies, pressing his finger on the system window. 100 million points. That's 3 years of my salary. I should claim it from the captain, he thinks. Wang Liang lifts the sphere, from which streams of blue energy rush upward. The red-haired young man heads for the door. The Frozen Lotus is in our headquarters warehouse. You need to stay here for a few more days. If you are bored, I can have someone help you to hunt monsters in the valley, he says. The guy smiles slyly. I'll let Zhui hunt monsters with kids his age in the Legion and get closer, he thinks. Once he becomes part of the top order, the Snow Dragon Legion can benefit from this friendship. A perfect move. The hero, scratching the back of his head, says after the departing guest that he must return to the academy to participate in the competition. You can just mail the Frozen Lotus to my dorm, he declares. Wang Liang stops at the door. I forgot that you are still a student, he says. The Frozen Lotus will be sent to your dorm in Sukang University in 2 days. If you meet something you can't handle in Tempest Valley, you must contact the Snow Dragon Legion. He thanks his interlocutor. The door slams shut. The heroes sit down on the sofa and look up with a smile. My sister is saved, he exclaims. I must thank the demonic sun, he thinks. Without him I would never have gotten access to the Snow Dragon Legion warehouse to get the Frozen Lotus. He looks at the wall clock. It's almost 12, let's finish the daily missions first, he says. In front of us is the corridor of the educational institution. A beauty comes out of the bathroom in just a towel. The girl covers her body with it in a very erotic way. A very happy Zhu Zio appears behind her. 3 girls from the Blue Phoenix squad stand in front of their commander and look at her adoringly. Captain, we want to invite Zhui to our squad. What do you think about this? Asks Zhu Zio. King Lion, with a slightly sad expression on her face, adjusts her luxurious hair. I don't think he will agree. With his strength, it is much more effective to hunt monsters alone, she says. But you can just ask, insists Zhu Zio. Besides, it seems to me that you really want it too. I saw the way you were looking at him, adds Tian Run. King Lion goes to the door and knocks on it. The hero opens it, casually showing off his perfectly pumped up abs. The girl looks at him hopefully. Zhui, she says, would you like to join the Blue Phoenix squad? The young man asks again in surprise. Narrowing her eyes, the beauty declares that Zhu Zio and Zhu Dan simply fell in love with the young man. You're joking, he replies. The girl looks at the hero strangely. And this is for saving us, she says. King Lion hugs the guy and kisses him tenderly on the cheek. This is my special thanks. The girl laughs cheerfully and leaves, waving goodbye. The guy, smiling, holds the cheek on which he was just kissed. A special reward, a special thanks, he thinks. Girls have become very brave lately. The ghostly participants of the meeting are sitting at a round table. A young muscular guy in a dark t-shirt is speaking in front of them. According to our investigation, the demons invaded half a year ago and have been hiding in Tempest Valley since then, he reports. Our investigation shows that demons learned how to travel across the world through medium-sized cracks. In front of us is one of the participants of the meeting, on whose head large horns can be discerned. Are you sure? He asks. Do you know what this means? The young man answers, standing at attention. For the longest time, otherworld creatures could only invade our planet through large dimensional cracks. Since large cracks cannot exist for long, the invasion from other worlds weren't a big threat. But there are countless medium-sized cracks on our planet. If otherworld creatures can travel through those portals, our planet will be in danger of extinction. We see two more participants of the meeting, a man in a suit and a cat in a magician's robes. That's why the current results have been verified repeatedly, the speaker continues. Fortunately, we found out that only monsters under level 30 can pass through the medium-sized crack. The owner of horns thoughtfully props his head up with his muscular hand. If this is the case, we must do something immediately, he says. In front of us is a pretty girl with a blue snake around her neck. Senator Yang, inform all major legions in our country and immediately assign guards for all the medium-sized cracks, she hears. Now we see a cat in a richly decorated cape. Senator Zhang, you will attend the international meeting, report these findings and observe the reaction of other countries, she is told. The young man, with his arms folded across his chest, turns to the speaker. Captain Zhu, am I right in understanding that this data was obtained thanks to an 18-year-old youth? Zhu Yuzhu points to the screen. Yes, the name of this boy is Zhu Yi. He is a Saint Knight, first place of Sukang District and a Sukang University freshman, he says. He used a divine summoning technique in Tempest Valley to defeat the demonic sun and destroy their returning formation. It was a great contribution to our operation. The young man who asked the question stares at the screen in amazement. The man with the horn sits up in his seat to get a better look at the footage being displayed. The Holy Knight is #1 in the rankings, he says. This is an incredibly rare event. Sukang District and family named Zhu, could it be the descendant of the frozen Zhu family, asks the conference participant sitting to his left. The big man with the horns turns to the long-haired young man, who turns out to be none other than Wang Hui, Sukang University headmaster. Senator Wang, check this Zhu Yi out for us when you return to school. Okay, Wang Hui replies. Inform us if he's got potential. Don't hide all the goodies to yourself. He hears the final admonition. We see a smile on Yuju's face. Everyone here are the strongest people in our country, he thinks. If he has their graces, his future will be bright. It is reported that in front of us is Sukang University. We see a flying robot, with the help of which someone attracts the attention of students, some of whom are climbing the stairs. Young people look up at a flying round loudspeaker. The freshman competition will begin at 10 o'clock in the morning. All students are advised to gather at the field in time, sounds from it. In front of us are two extremely serious men. One of them has a staff, the other has a sword on his back. It is reported that in front of us are Armament House Housemaster Rong Kai and Elemental House Housemaster Chu Huiyang. A huge number of students are standing in front of the stage, on which, as far as one can understand, incredibly important people for this world have gathered. We see two more of them. These are Tactic House Housemaster Zhang Ling and Logistic House Housemaster Wu Keking. In front stands a menacing-looking bearded man. This is War House Housemaster Wu Meng. I am the housemaster of the War House, Wu Meng, he tells the assembled students. I welcome everyone for choosing Sukang University. The freshman competition will be held in 2 phases. The first phase is the Secret Realm Challenge. Your ranking will be decided by the difficulty and clearance time. The second phase is Free Challenge. Everyone will have 3 chances to challenge someone ranked higher than them, and they will switch ranks if they win. Su Meier peeks out from behind the man. Where are Zhu Yi and Jiang Chu ran, she thinks. They will lose their qualifications for the freshman competition if they don't show up soon. I shouldn't have told him about the unverified frozen lotus. This is bad news. Among the mass of students, a guy with red hair and a red suit stands out. We hear what the students around him are saying. Has anyone seen Zhu Yi? No. Did he forget about the freshman competition? It's possible. He hasn't returned for a month. Good. That's one powerful competitor less. The vile young man's red eyes glow. Zhu Yi, you've been spending a month of time instead of training, and now you don't even have the courage to come to the freshman competition, the bastard thinks. You can't even catch the opportunity dangling in front of you. How pathetic. 2 yellow spheres appear in Wu Mang's hands, emitting numerous streams of energy. Now beginning the first phase of the freshman competition, Secret Realm Challenge, he announces. Silver Secret Realm, open, he commands. Thick purple clouds appear above the students' heads. A portal appears in the opening of the arch topped with a traditional Asian roof. The students, whom we can barely see behind the thick purple haze, hear another important announcement. This year's freshmen are the strongest and the largest in scale in our history. To let all of you unleash your strength to the fullest, in addition to easy, hard and nightmare difficulty, we specially added the abyss difficulty. The young men are chatting animatedly, preparing their weapons for battle. They unlocked the abyss difficulty. No wonder there are weird flames burning at the secret realm portal. Ridiculous, I remember abyss difficulty being dozens of times harder than nightmare. This is going to be fun. I shall sweep the abyss difficulty clean. The bearded man, laughing loudly, raises his hand. Take your best weapons, equipment and potions with you. Forward, he shouts. Against the background of a purple swirl, we see important information. Secret realm, bear monster nest. Level requirements, 12-19. Difficulties, easy, hard, nightmare, abyss. Party requirement, 1-6 people. Note, in the dark forest lives a group of violent bear monsters. Legend has it that a human's entire body isn't enough to satiate the hunger of even a baby bear. The students stand in personal teleportation circles. One by one they are transported to the secret realm. Wu Mang smiles as the information lines appear above him, indicating that most of the young people are choosing the highest difficulty levels. I like it, he thinks. There are some very ambitious kids here. But then his expression turns worried. Where are the first and third numbers in the rankings, he asks. Reporting, 1 and 3 have gone to the Tempest Mountain range to gain experience and have yet to return, Mayer tells him, standing next to him. The man is incredibly annoyed and angry. Ridiculous, he shouts angrily. The freshman competition decides the future direction and resources of their training. How can they be late for such an important event? They are taking things for granted because of their ranking and young age. Mayer tries to defend the hero. Housemaster, he's not like that at all, she says. But he just waves his hand. Students like them need to practice their fortitude, he says. Since they are absent, so be it, just reverse their ranking. Wait, he hears someone shout. We see the smiling hero carrying Chu-Ran on his shoulder. We apologize for being late, the young man yells. The officials gathered on the podium look at him in surprise, and only Mayer smiles happily, clenching her fist. Information appears that the guy and girl have selected the abyss difficulty level. Chu-Ran looks at the hero with loving eyes. We made it, she says. From the place where the hero is sitting on one knee, a thick yellow energy column rises up. A message appears. You are now inside the bear monster nest. You have selected abyss difficulty. Note, monsters in the abyss difficulty are extremely violent. Please, watch out for the timing of using your return scroll. He smiles. We see the names of the skills he uses: Blessing of Courage, Blessing of God, Blessing of Protection. Bears have already appeared in front of him, the subspecies of which are described by the information windows that have appeared. Bear Warrior, level 17, silver grade, skills, fur armor, charge, rampage. Bear Tracker, level 17, silver grade, skills, fur decelerate, track. Bear Ursa, level 18, silver grade, skills, aura of fortitude, war stomp. He raises a hammer glowing with yellow energy to strike. I hope this rumored abyss difficulty can make me go all out, he exclaims. Chu-Ran, leaving behind bright white energy traces, rushes to attack. We see a description of the skill she uses. Instant army breaking slash, rapidly swing the weapon to release continuous sword energy, causing heavy blows to penetrate the enemy's defense. The hero joyfully burns like a huge torch, burning a huge bear along the way. His skill is also described. Condense all fire across the body and release a fire punch above the limit, causing huge damage to a single target. A smiling blonde man in a green jacket easily deals with monsters. He uses the skill Typhoon Heartbreaker kick, spin your body and deliver a jumping kick, knocking the enemy away and causing them to faint. 16 bears right at the start, amazing, the guy exclaims. The officials gathered at the podium discuss the fighting qualities of the students. The performance of this year's freshmen is not bad. Bear Nest Secret Realm is one of the hardest. Freshmen are usually caught off guard and forced to quit when they enter, yet they all held their own this year. Show me one, Wu Mang demands. I want to see what he can do after wasting a month in the Tempest Mountain range. He resolutely moves forward, holding the huge hammer behind him with one hand. Something flashes and glitters behind him. A notification appears. Congratulations on clearing the first level. Killed 16 bear monsters. Time taken, 5 seconds. Chu Huang is amazed. Cleared in 5 seconds. He screams, not believing his eyes. The three masters discuss what they saw. How is it that Jui only used a support skill like Holy Flame Halo, yet the fire was strong enough to instantly kill the bear monsters, asks Chu Huang. Could he have a high intelligence stat? Rong Kai tries to find a logical explanation. There can be many reasons for a skill to have high damage, including intelligence stat, buffs, treasures, etc. We can't judge this single battle alone, says Wu Mang. He looks at the yellow halo he sees around the hero in amazement. Even with all my years of experience, I can't tell what this strange halo's effect is, says Wu Mang. Jui didn't waste this 1 month, he is very interesting. Yellow energy discharges shoot out of the hero's eyes. Punishment of light, he says loudly. The halo that burns around his body incinerates the desperately roaring bears. A notification appears. Congratulations on clearing the second level. Killed 200 bear monsters. Time taken, 1 minute 23 seconds. A huge aggressive bear tries to hit the hero with a beam that shoots from his hand, but the guy jumps to the side and somersaults in the air. Spear of victory, he says, flying over the enemy. A powerful wave of energy hits the ground, crushing stones. He receives another congratulations, this time for clearing the third level in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Then the notifications start pouring in one after another. You have cleared the Abyss level Secret Realm. Time taken, 4 minutes 57 seconds. Grade, SSS, you have been confirmed as the new highest record holder of this secret realm. Clearance rewards, B+ grade skill book Hammer of Penance, 13,212 experience points, 25 free stat points, 25 skill points. Hammer of Penance, swing a hammer formed from divine power at the enemy. The enemy hit by the hammer will receive great damage. As you are the first person to clear this difficulty, you have unlocked an achievement talent. Please choose one among the three. Focus Halo, reaction speed increases by 30% and there's a 30% chance of not being interrupted when releasing a skill. Rapid Steps, after entering a combat state, movement speed will continuously increase up to 50%. Strong Protection, when using a shield as a weapon, resistance increases by 30%. E, behind whose back the bright yellow circle continues to burn, is very surprised. Clearing a secret realm also gives new talent, he asks. The bears he killed lie in front of the hero. The strength of a class is highly dependent on talents, the young man thinks. In the beginning I relied on my S+ grade talent to activate the Saint Knight class during the awakening ceremony. This must be a privilege of Secret Realms Silver grade and above. After all, I didn't receive such a reward when I broke the record of the Bronze Secret Realm. The guy continues to reason, standing next to the dead monsters. It's nice that they let me choose one from 3. I don't need to worry about receiving a useless talent. Strong Protection is suitable for tanks, so it's not much of a use to me. Rapid Steps is nice, but Focus Halo outshines it. We see the thoughtful face of a young man. In real combat you need time to react after seeing your enemy's action. He thinks. The stronger the enemy, the faster their attacks, and the more important reaction speed becomes. The hero imagines a meeting with the enemy. The situation constantly changes in a fight. Focus Halo can reduce the risk of my skill being interrupted. It can even change the tide of a fight if I use it right. He raises his right hand. In front of him is a purple portal, on top of which the question is visible, you have cleared the Abyss level Secret Realm. Would you like to open additional levels? There's a nauseating smell coming from the portal, the hero thinks. A satisfied smile appears on the guy's face. I hope the additional level will provide me with some fun, he thinks. Chu Huang laughs happily. What a powerful combat style, he exclaims. Impeccable elemental control. Wu Meng is also happy. He thinks fast and is highly adaptable, he notes. The Abyss difficulty wasn't wasted. Rong Kai interjects a few words of his own. Zhu Yi is all-rounded. He not only has powerful magic attacks, but also has buff skills and incredible close combat skills. Zhang Ling does not smile, she voices the doubts that have crossed her mind. His Saint Knight class is too universal. As his level rises, he will need more points and his results might become ordinary. Wu Meng realizes that there is logic in these words. That's true, he declares. When this event is over, I will talk to him. Rong Kai and Chu Huan, who are standing behind him, laugh happily. Housemaster Wu, Chu Yi has yet to decide which house he'll join. We should let him choose first before talking to him privately, says Rong Kai. That's right, let's wait for the guy to make his choice, supports his colleague Chu Huan. He is very accomplished at elemental magic and is suitable for my house. A smiling Wang Hui appears behind the arguing group. I see that the recruitment is already in full swing, he says. It seems that you all really like Zhu Yi. It's a pity that I arrived too late and couldn't see him in action. Headmaster, the masters exclaim in unison upon hearing these words. There are strange shadows before us. The hero approaches a hill that seems to be made of skeletons. This was a cult ritual held here, he asks. If there are good gods, then there must be evil ones, he thinks. In front of him is a huge throne, on which sits a frightening-looking skeleton. Evil god doesn't just refer to the god of darkness, but to the gods that are insane and chaotic. There's a huge difference between the two, the young man muses. He slowly walks forward. The guy, behind whose back a bright yellow halo is burning, steps onto the border of the red magic circle. Having faith in the god of light or darkness requires only pure and true faith, but praying to evil gods requires fresh life and souls, thinks he. The infamous Bloody Abyss incident from decades ago was caused by a tertiary awakened class holder who believed in evil gods. He secretly planned to sacrifice a middle-sized city. Millions of lives were lost in an instant, and his level rose from 54 to 89. Even though he was exterminated by the Patrol Legion and army, the millions of souls the evil god consumed couldn't be brought back. Streams of violet energy spread from the hill on which the skeleton sits. From that moment on, it was forbidden to pray to evil gods in our country, and anyone who did so was immediately destroyed, he recalls. But worshipping evil gods brought great and quick benefits, so some preferred to take risks. We see a scary skeleton up close, and it's not only people who worship evil gods, the hero thinks. He looks menacingly at his opponent. Beasts, elves, and even angels are also capable of worshipping evil gods. We see a black bear roaring deafeningly, its mouth wide open. Before information about it. Bear Monster Ghost, level 19. Note, originally the leader of the bear monster tribe, he turned into a ghost after an evil god ritual. The animal, from whose eyes purple light flows, looks predatorily at the hero. How long has it been since I ate human flesh, says the bear. You smell so delicious. The hero, with a huge hammer on his shoulder, smiles. It's an undead, immune to physical attacks. Martial artists will be flabbergasted if they see this final boss, he says. The guy beckons the enemy to him. Come on, attack me, he invites. Above the young man, we see a giant yellow tornado. In front of us is a black ghost bear, who seems to be very angry. It's useless, he says. Yellow beams hit him, but apparently do no damage. We see a whirlwind in which yellow and black colors mix. The hero, with his characteristic halo visible behind his back, looks very thoughtful. It is clear from his look that he really does not understand what is happening. The bear opens its mouth wide. Human, I admit that your holy light is very strong, but it will always be useless in the face of the immortality granted to me by the great Lord Xia, the animal cries. The giant bear is dozens of times larger than the hero. Such a thick holy light, looks like you have decided to use your trump card, the monster exclaims. We continue to watch the clash of light and dark energies. It's useless, the bear roars. Everything you do is nothing but pointless struggle. How much energy do you still have after using your trump card? The next time I resurrect will be the time of your death. The hero, smiling, stretches out his left hand. Do you really think so? He asks. A powerful explosion is heard, as a result of which yellow energy destroys the earth itself. The hero, who has stretched out his hand, stands in a kind of cocoon of yellow energy. The bear, on which tongues of flame fall, roars in unbearable pain. He opens his mouth so wide that one can only wonder how it has not yet burst. I told you that you can't kill me, the beast roars. The hero looks at the enemy, smiling. How noisy you are, he says. Damned human, the monster screams. He actively waves his arms as if adding strength to his effect. His energy continues to destroy the ground beneath the monster. The monster screams desperately, addressing its invisible master. Ah-H, Lord Xia. My power, Ah-H. The hero stands inside a huge uneven funnel that his yellow energy has burned into the ground. Notifications appear in front of him. Congratulations, he passing the extra level. Time taken, 1 minute 12 seconds. Releasing rewards. Congratulations on receiving 7113 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up to level 19. Congratulations on receiving the Ursa horn. The hero looks in amazement at the golden horn that has appeared in his hand. He calmly walks towards the huge blue portal. As expected, unlimited revival is just an illusion. All I need to do is burn away its power to kill it, he says. The guy has a thoughtful expression on his face. I sensed a vague violent power when I first entered this space, he recalls. In front of us is a strange stone bound with iron chains. It's not an elemental power, but it felt similar to the power from when I used the divine summoning skill, he thinks. So I guess that was the remnant of some evil god's power. We see a scary bear with its mouth wide open. When the bear monster first resurrected, that power became a little weaker. So I deduced that there was a limit to the bear's resurrection count, the hero recalls. He walks forward, a cross dangling around his neck. The correct way to pass this level is to kill the bear monster again and again, forcing it to keep taking the evil god's energy until it's used up, he thinks. A portal emitting jets of purple energy is located behind a huge gate. We see a guy in red sweatpants fighting a black bear. A little lower, there are several more animals and fighters fighting them. A powerful surge of purple energy occurs above the muscular guy in red pants. Extra levels are indeed the hardest part of a secret realm. You need to kill the bear ghost 10 times to finish it off, the young man shouts. We see his hand and the head of the black bear, in the top of which there is a gaping hole. Good thing I raised 2 levels earlier, I can definitely clear this in 10 minutes, the guy says. He accelerates and runs forward with a strange grin, leaving behind jets of fire. Wu Keking laughs cheerfully. Divine hand, he exclaims. Jui used an S-rank skill. The officials gathered on the podium see the hero emerge from the purple portal. They discuss what they saw in his performance. Jui found a shortcut by coincidence. You want to let other freshmen try this shortcut. You are right, looks like our Saint Knight has his own little secret. S-rank skills are not something a student from a barren area can contact with unless. Wang Hui clears his throat, casting a displeased glance at his colleagues. The headmaster is helping out a student, someone in the room thinks. Wu Mang and Jiang Ling are standing next to each other. His level is wrong, the woman says. Wait a minute, he's level 19. The hero folds his arms over his chest with a serious expression and looks at the podium. Everyone can see that he is level 19. The discussion of the young man continues. No way, he really is level 19. When the university entrance exam results came out, Shui was just level 13. Not even an abyss-level secret realm should be able to let him raise 6 levels. This child is terrifying. Wang Hui looks at the hero with obvious approval. I know a little about this, he says. Shui left to hunt monsters and level up after his admittance. His trip to the Tempest Mountain yielded great results. He was already level 18 before entering the secret realm. Wang Hui looks at the hero, standing on the high podium. For someone who can annihilate the flame demon alone, the freshman competition is a piece of cake. If this competition didn't dictate their resource allocation, he probably wouldn't even attend, he says. He looks up, his Jiangning. It's impossible for me to lose to someone from the barren north, he thinks. He looks at him in bewilderment, scratching the back of his head. He is full of resentment. Did he fail to clear the realm? He tries to understand. Chu Ran flies out of the portal with a loud cry. The hero understands that she needs his help. Be careful, he shouts and picks up the girl in his arms. The beauty, smiling, hugs him around the neck. Brother Zhui, you passed the test faster than me, the girl shouts. Brother, the young man asks again in bewilderment. Small whirlwinds are visible in the space behind the huge gates. You are a few months older than me, can't I call myself a brother? The girl asks. Of course you can, the guy answers her. Around the young people, other students fall to the ground one after another, some of them loudly beg for help. Mei-er rushes to the victims, calling for the medical team to immediately arrive on the scene and do whatever is necessary. An hour later, Wu Mang raises his hand, waves of yellow energy spreading around him. We see the contestants gathered under the high podium, most of whom were badly injured during the event. The first phase of the freshman competition is officially over, Wu Mang announces, now announcing the ranks and clear times. The red-haired guy happily bares his teeth. Finally, I've been waiting for it for so long, he says. 2 strange flying drones project a leaderboard in front of the podium. The grinning bastard turns his attention to the first 2 positions. First place, Zhui. Realm clear time, 4 minutes 57 seconds, extra level clear time, 1 minute 12 seconds. Second place, Shenling Feng. Realm clear time, 13 minutes 35 seconds, extra level clear time, 7 minutes 42 seconds. He actually cleared it faster than me. An entire 15 minutes ahead of me, thinks the young man whose name we finally learned. We see the red sneakers and red pants of this character, who is climbing somewhere but stumbles. Ling Feng falls and hits his chin painfully on a round yellow surface. Zhui, he shouts, you took away my first place in the entrance exams, now you want to take away the first place in the freshman competition as well. I don't care how you did it, but in the next phases I must stomp you under my feet. The hero and his lovely companion look in bewilderment at the strange guy who climbed a tall column entwined with a golden snake. Why did he climb so high, thinks he. Wu Mang, folding his arms across his chest, loudly announces that the second stage of the competition for newcomers, namely the free challenge, is beginning. Someone claps their hands loudly. Strange platforms hover above the arena, emitting streams of yellow energy. Everyone has 3 opportunities to challenge, and there will be a 5-minute rest time after each challenge. An announcement sounds, explaining the rules of the stage. Wu Mang, smiling, looks down where the first challenges are already sounding. The second phase is finally starting. I challenge rank 154. My class is more suitable for fighting against people than fighting against monsters. I challenge rank 86. I challenge Shui. There was no doubt that the last phrase was spoken by Ling Feng. He laughs loudly and urges the hero to agree to his challenge. He snaps his fingers again. Let's find out who is stronger, the young man shouts. He and his blonde friend look at the platforms flying high in the air. He's the second place, Shenling Feng. He's from a great family in Jiangning and has a rare fire dragon bloodline, the girl says. She looks tenderly at her companion. Because of your sudden debut, his wish to become the first place in Sukang district fell apart, so he holds a grudge against you, says Chu Ran. He is so much weaker than me, yet he couldn't see it. What an idiot, blinded by rage, thinks the hero. Without further ado, he jumps into the air, leaving a bright yellow trail behind him. The hero approaches his opponent waiting for him on the flying platform. I hope you can make me go all out, he exclaims. Ling Feng grins like a madman. He is surrounded by a wave of fire. Come on, Zhui, he shouts. Holy Knight versus Berserker, let's find out who is stronger. Begin, the hero hears. Ling Feng rushes at the enemy, using 2 of his skills at once, Fire Punch and Blood Berserk. The teachers watching the fight discuss what they see. It's the Berserker's titular skill. Shen Lingfeng wants to end this quickly. He immediately used Blood Berserk to buff his fire punch and attacked first, cutting away any chances of Zhui using his own buffs. As expected of the descendant of a great family, his combat intellect is decisive. The hero, without moving, takes a powerful wave of fire. Lingfeng screams in rage, not understanding what is happening. Protection of the holy light. When did you release it? Lingfeng, his head resembling a brightly burning fire, looks at his opponent in bewilderment. A B+ grade skill protection of the holy light, he thinks. It can partially block physical damage. This is what I hoped he wouldn't be able to use, but I was still too slow. The hero, with a cross on his forehead and a glowing hammer in his hands, looks at his opponent with a smile. Wise choice, he says. Your attacks are fast, but I only need 0.1 seconds to activate the protection of the holy light. He raises his hammer over his head, preparing to strike. I was hoping that you'd put up a decent fight, so I refrained from striking first, he says. Sorry, but you don't interest me. Lingfeng stares at the yellow wall flying at him, mesmerized. The hero's blow reaches its target and the enemy's fire shield begins to collapse. Lingfeng, his hands helplessly lowered, flies up, and we see a powerful explosion beneath him. He instantly shattered my fire shield, the young man realizes. Where did he get such monstrous strength? Lingfeng looks at the hero in bewilderment. He sees he's swinging and understands that he will not be able to dodge another blow. There is animal horror in his eyes. No, I can't lose, he screams. Orange streams burst from the guy's eyes. We see the characteristic yellow trace of the blow. Lingfeng raises his hand and tries to stop the hero's hammer with the Fire Dragon Body skill. He looks at the desperately resisting opponent in surprise. Fire Dragon Body, looks like this is the power hidden in your bloodline, he says. Lingfeng tries to strike the hero, and we see that the number of his arms has increased dramatically. It was like this with Jiang Churan, and it's the same with him, the hero thinks. All classes with special bloodlines seem to hold a trump card stemming from their bloodline. He grabs the opponent's wrist with some incomprehensible sadness. I do feel jealous of it, he thinks. The hero holds the opponent's hand tightly and raises his hammer over him. Even with your bloodline unlocked, you are still not my opponent, he declares. A thick column of light shoots into the sky. Lingfeng squats, leaning his hand on the ground. He looks at him in amazement. He managed to dodge the blow, he thinks. Lingfeng, surrounded by flames, laughs happily. My Fire Dragon bloodline's strength is not limited to close combat, he declares. Today I shall let you learn the power of the Fire Dragon Body. Dragon Breath, he shouts and spews a powerful stream of fire from his mouth. This wave approaches the hero, but he, as if nothing had happened, stands still. The students, among whom we see Chu Ran, excitedly watch the fight. We hear their lines. It's the Dragon Breath. The Fire Dragon bloodline skill. Lingfeng has been forced to use his trump card. Zhui doesn't have any special bloodline, so he might be disadvantaged. Zhui is going to lose. We see the hero from behind. He spreads his arms out to the sides, and the already familiar yellow halo appears behind his back. It is reported that he is using the Holy Flame Halo skill. There is a real riot of energy and fire around the hero. Lingfeng looks at his opponent in shock. The dragon breath was absorbed by the halo behind him, he thinks. A terrible, ominous light burns in the hero's eyes. It's as if a minister facing its king, Lingfeng realizes. The young man spreads his arms wide and glares at his enemy. This is impossible, he shouts loudly. Lingfeng ejects another tongue of flame, much more powerful than the first. The hero, who is completely calm, extends a clenched fist towards the enemy. It's useless, he says. I have complete control over your flame. He raises his hammer above his head and swings it. This fight must be finished, he shouts. Lingfeng sees a wall of fire in front of him. To defeat me with my own flame. Keep on dreaming, he shouts. A ghostly beast appears behind him. I will take back control of my flame, Lingfeng shouts. Deconstruct, he says the name of the skill he is using. Horns grow on the guy's head, and his fingernails become sharp like an animal's. We see a powerful stream of fire. Yellow energy hexagons appear in front of the hero's opponent, superimposed one on top of the other. Lingfeng, whom we see again with red hair and in sweatpants, is kneeling with his head down. Shen Lingfeng has passed out, Zhui has won, and an announcement is made to the spectators watching the fight. Medics run up to the loser, and the students begin to discuss the outcome of the battle. A proud and arrogant berserker was defeated while being stomped on during the entire fight. And he didn't even use his full power. If he did, I can't imagine how scary it'd be. In front of us is another group of students discussing the fight. With his level and powerful combat intellect, it's normal for him to stomp over Shen Lingfeng. Yeah, who could have expected him to raise 5 levels in a month? The teachers notice something interesting. Look, another district's first place, one of them says. We see a girl in traditional Asian attire appear in front of the hero. The hero looks at his next opponent, assessing her. The pretty girl, smiling, introduces herself. I'm Song Xiaolan, level 17 spiritual Taoist priest. I wish to learn from you. The hero looks at her, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. Spiritual Taoist priest, a unique class in China, is very rare. They are adept in using sealing techniques and talismans, he thinks. When we confirm that Yun's sickness was caused by her bloodline, the priest once suggested controlling it with a great sealing technique. I didn't expect to meet a spiritual Taoist priest here. The guy stands in front of the girl and introduces himself. Level 19 Saint Knight, Zhuyi. Xiaolan looks at his interlocutor with curious eyes. You didn't use your full power just now, did you? She asks. When the fight begins, can you let me feel your status when you go all out? Don't worry, I won't interrupt your buffs. The students, who hear all this, animatedly discuss this new information. Unbelievable. When did Zhuyi reach level 19? No wonder I can't use my examination skill on him. He is 3 levels higher than me. Right? Zhuyi didn't use any buffs when fighting Shanling Feng. That's incredible. Isn't Song Xiaolan the young lady of the Yungui district Song family and their representative on the outside world? Yi, smiling, looks at the girl. As you wish, I'll go all out, he promises. The girl smiles gratefully and folds her hands in front of her face. Look, you promised, she says. The fight begins, the opponent's here. The hero's eyes glow with yellow energy. He uses the skills Blessing of Dawn, Blessing of Courage, and Blessing of Protection. Xiaolan looks at him in shock. The young man, with his hand raised above himself, is surrounded by a gigantic amount of yellow energy. This is my full power, he says. Now let's enjoy the fight. The girl's face becomes serious, she spreads her arms around herself. Now I too will have to show my best, she says. A whirlwind of cards with hieroglyphs on them swirls above Song Xiaolan. Heavenly Fury Hammer, the girl exclaims to use her skill. More hieroglyphs appear in the yellow glow between the cards. Xiaolan picks up one of the cards and looks at it. Destiny revealed, gods guide the way, divine spirits appear, obey my command. Explode, she orders. A powerful explosion is heard, cracks run along the ground, from which yellow energy erupts. The girl looks around in surprise. Why is Zhuyi nowhere to be seen, she thinks. The guy appears behind her, and he has already raised his weapon to strike. Do you think you can avoid my pursuit by changing your position? He asks. He strikes, but the girl manages to cover herself with a protective sphere. When did he arrive? Xiaolan tries to understand. The cards continue to fly around her, but the girl looks unhappy. Damn it. Even if all the automatic protective gear activates, it can only temporarily hold on, she thinks. Xiaolan releases several bright yellow spheres at the enemy. Using this trick means taking a risk, she thinks. The girl folds her hands in a special way in front of her. Orange discharges begin to sparkle around her, similar to small lightning. Borrowing the law of heaven and earth, transforming into elite soldiers, divine might manifest, heed my command. Appear, the girl orders, using her next skill. Warriors in helmets actually appear in front of her. The hero, with a huge glowing hammer in his hands, looks at what is happening with curiosity. Interesting. So, that Taoist way of scattering beans to form soldiers, he says. Forward, Xiaolan orders, and her soldiers rush to attack. He stands quietly in place, waiting for them. A threatening yellow glow appears in his eyes. The guy uses his weapon. We can see that he is a little tired. These Taoist soldiers are not hard to deal with, but they can recover like ghosts, which is a bit troublesome, he thinks. It seems that only by cutting off the source of their magic can they be truly eliminated. Raising his hammer, he begins to actively work it again. He slowly approaches the girl who controls the warriors. Ridiculous. My Taoist array is enough to deal with the level 30 power, but Zhuyi can easily handle it, thinks Xiaolan. The hero stands behind the girl and prepares to bring down his huge glowing hammer on her. Xiaolan raises his hands and fearfully says that he admits defeat. Zhu Tai wins, an announcement is made to the audience. Yi, who seems a little upset, looks at the girl, not letting go of his hammer. Don't you want to have a quick fight with me? He asks. Xiaolan winks and laughs cheerfully. The two of us are not on the same level at all, I admit defeat sincerely, she says. Are you kidding me? Challenging me to another free fight. If you insist, you'll end up like Shanling Feng. The girl, with the cards still circling around her, runs away from the hero. I'll seek your guidance next time I get a chance, she says, smiling brightly. The hero's hammer describes a circle behind his back, leaving a noticeable yellow circle in the air. We see that the guy easily twirls his weapon with the fingers of one hand. He looks defiantly at the assembled students. Anyone else not convinced? I am here waiting for you challenges, he shouts loudly. The students, including King Liang, who we see in the foreground, discuss the guy's words. I ate too much this morning. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Aren't you that person? We met when we were kids. I remember your number is 156 and mine is 172. just right for the two of us to compete. No wonder it's Shuyi, the girl exclaims. Nair is standing next to the two guys. His strengths and physique crush the warriors, his agility and intelligence crash the mages. Shuyi's power is completely beyond my imagination, the girl says. Is he really from an ordinary poor family in the north? Asks one of the guys. He's the new top student. Genius no longer suffices to describe him. He's truly a monster, the second young man answers. Wu Mang, with other teachers standing behind him, looks thoughtful. The second round is almost over. He thinks, it's time for the academies to recruit new students. It's obvious Shuyi will be the target of the academy's competition. Nair is standing next to him. She starts to say something, but the man interrupts her. Don't worry, I've been preparing. I must get Shuyi, he declares. We see some guy's legs and a green jacket. He rushes past Ling Feng and lands several very powerful blows on him. Then he grabs the villain the hero had defeated earlier by the wrist. He follows with a kick to the jaw. Ling Feng flies far back and lies on the ground, unable to get up. An announcement plays, winner Wang Lai. Rank raised to 10, Shen Lingfeng's rank lowered to 16. The winner stands behind the loser and apologizes for overdoing it. Damn it, Lingfeng thinks. These people are challenging me when my strength is weakened. Each one wants to step on me. Once I recover from my injuries, I'll make you all regret it. 30 minutes later, we see the first 3 positions of the new ranking, and all the characters occupying them are familiar to us. The free challenge competition is over, the entire freshman competition has ended. An announcement is made to the students gathered in front of the High Tribune. We see the first 3 numbers in the ranking and many other young people who took part in the competition. Now everyone's rankings have been rearranged, and accommodations and credits will also be redistributed afterwards. The students here. Even if you are ranked lower and have fewer credits, there is no need to worry. There are many ways for schools to earn credits as long as everyone studies hard. We see Wu Mang giving an inspiring speech, with other teachers standing behind him. Next is the time to divide the academies, the man continues. First, our 5 deans will introduce the teaching philosophies of the 5 academies. Before us are the logos of the organizations in question. The first to introduce his academy is Wu Mang himself, whom we see with a pumped-up torso and a fire in his right hand. Although the dark period of the large-scale alien invasion is over, a large number of skilled warriors still sacrifice their lives on the battlefield every year. The mission of the War Academy is to train students with stronger practical abilities to increase the survival chances on the battlefield. Borders, harshness, these are the synonyms of the name of our War Academy. Chu Huang speaks next. The Elemental Academy only accepts those whose primary abilities are elemental magic. I will lead you to the true meaning of elemental magic. The third is Rong Kai, who holds a sword in each hand. The Weapon Academy aims to better utilize weapons in hand rather than relying on a series of skills. Come to our Weapon Academy, and you will have the greatest strength relying solely on your body and your weapons. Now we have before us the only woman in this male company, Jiang Ling. The Tactical Academy aims to train tactical students who can command battles. Regardless of profession, anyone can choose our Tactical Academy. Surely everyone knows that in the battle the top tactical experts can significantly reduce the defeat rate of the entire army. And finally, Wu Keqing tells the last about his educational institution. A strong logistics system is the foundation for the success of any operation. We welcome all life experts to choose our Logistics Academy. Here, although we are not good at fighting, you will learn the most professional vocational knowledge related to life. Wu Keqing laughs loudly and strokes his huge belly. Once we mature, even warriors may need our help, he says. Wu Mang thoughtfully rubs his chin, squinting one eye. The information of each academy has been introduced. He tells the students, now you can log into the system to choose the academy you like. Shu Ran, who is standing next to the hero, anxiously asks him which academy he is going to choose. Wu Mang clears his throat into his fist, attracting the guy's attention, and tells him that he is ready to become his personal mentor if he chooses his academy. The guy looks at him in surprise. What? A personal tutor? He asks again. Wu Mang holds up 3 fingers. Each tutor can take on 1 outstanding student for personal guidance, and the resources that the tutor personally has used will also be prioritized for them, he says. Additionally, I have prepared some meeting gifts, including 3 A-level skill books and an A-level resource exchange order. Xu Huiyang, smiling slyly, interrupts the conversation in the most unceremonious manner. Judy, choosing a private tutor is not a small matter, the old man says. You should consider it carefully. If you come to our Elemental Academy, I promise to specially prepare legendary equipment set for you. A vague human silhouette can be seen next to Wu Mang. Rong Kai was standing there just now, and in the blink of an eye, he moved and appeared directly in front of the hero. Jui, as long as you become a member of the Weapon Academy, you can use anything that benefits your strength enhancement, the dean says. Wu Mang, who remained standing at the podium, loudly complains, declaring that he was here first. It's not about who came first, it's about sincerity, Rong Kai replies, wincing. He smiles, scratching his cheek with his finger. It feels like this has happened to me before, he thinks. The students, naturally, are heatedly discussing everything that just happened in front of them. The three deans personally stepped forward to greet Jui. Is this a special treatment reserved for the top-ranked student? The status of an exclusive student of a tutor is equivalent to that of a direct disciple within the family, and they also have the privilege of using the tutor's resources beforehand. But having said that, the conditions that the three deans put forward are also incredibly generous. The A-level skill books are very rare, but the legendary equipment crafted by Dean Chu of the Elemental Academy is even cooler. Wu Mang is beside himself with indignation. He is very angry. This is a dedication of the heart, isn't it? He thinks. Forget about the Weapon Academy, will our Elementary Academy attract talents? At this point, the man who has remained silent until now, namely Wang Hui, begins to speak. Jui, become my personal disciple, he says. Wu Mang, whose feelings are completely shattered, turns to his immediate superior. Headmaster, he asks perplexedly. Wang Hui looks at the hero carefully. I will display a bloodline fusion technique only for you, he promises. He, with other students standing behind him, asks in surprise what is the bloodline fusion technique. We see a human figure standing against the backdrop of a mysterious magic circle. It is a forbidden level technique that needs to be performed using the blood of an alien race to fulfill a special mission for you, the head of the academy explains. He closes his eyes. This technique will significantly improve your physical strength and allow you to receive more attributes and free skill points each time you level up, the hero hears. The students are amazed as they discuss what is happening in front of them. Wow, a forbidden grade spell right away? This is outrageous. You should know that Headmaster Wang Hui's disciples are at the pinnacle of China's associations, the Tianyu Association's president. If Jui becomes Headmaster Wang's disciple, he'll have the support of Wang Hui's extensive network and rise to the top. This guy has a stroke of fortune. If it weren't for Jui, I'd be in the first place, thinks Ling Feng. I'd also have powerful support from Headmaster Wang Hui. Chu Ran looks thoughtfully into space. Changing bloodlines, she thinks. Brother Zhu Yu will become even stronger. Chu Huang strokes his long beard. I never thought Zhu Yu would be so charming that even the headmaster wants him, he says. There's plenty of surprises about him, replies Wang Hui standing in front. An elegant object appears in his hand, resembling either a talisman or a commemorative badge. This is the reward the Snow Dragon Legion's captain asked me to bring you, he tells the hero. Ling Feng looks at what is happening before his eyes with envy and disgust. Gold medal. How is that possible, he thinks. Not even the Shen family of Ning'an's Great 8 families has a gold medal. Why does Zhu Yu receive one? The girls standing next to the hero are also shocked to the core. Am I mistaken? Isn't that an honor medal? Asks Song Xiaolin. It's a good medal. My grandfather fought on the front lines for years and only received a silver medal, exclaims Chu Ran, clutching the guy's hand. The hero sees the inscription on the award in respect to those who contributed to China's civilization. When did I provide the great contribution to China, he thinks in surprise. Wang Hui, who is standing at the podium, explains what the matter is. I know about your actions in Tempest Valley. You deserve this outstanding achievement gold medal, he says. Tempest Valley, but it's impossible to receive an achievement medal just for killing a demon legion. Is there a hidden reason? The hero tries to understand. He takes the medal and stares at it, mesmerized. I thank the headmaster, says he. Chu Huang looks at the guy with a sneer. Jui, you're still so stiff, to call him the headmaster. The young man bows respectfully. Teacher, I am honored to become your student, he says. Wang Hui, with yellow energy flowing around him, smiles faintly. Let's not waste time, I shall live with you, he says. Wu Mang frowns at him. Is he afraid that we will kidnap the guy from him? He thinks. Be that as it may, the hero who stood at the front of the students' line is no longer in his place. Wu Mang smiles and raises his hand. Jiang, he says, but Rong Kai gets ahead of him again. Miss Jiang Chu Ran, he addresses the girl who ranks second. If you are willing to become my personal disciple, what I promised you before will also be promised to you, he says happily. It seems the teachers are ready to pounce on each other. Are you intentionally going against me? Wu Mang shouts angrily. Since Zhu Yu was recruited by the headmaster, I definitely won't give Chu Ran to you, Rong Kai answers no less excitedly. The hero and Wang Hui are standing inside a yellow magic circle. In front of us are shelves on which potions are stored in vials and beakers. He looks around in shock. The master looks at the guy with a smile. This is my private mansion, mainly used to store some valuable items, he says. You can seek me here if you have any business. I will take you to choose the materials needed for bloodline forging technique. The hero looks at Wang Hui in surprise. This mansion is Headmaster Wang's personal treasury. Entering and leaving requires instant teleportation. he thinks. It could be outside Sukang district or even outside China. The master and disciple stand in front of a huge purple magic circle. Wang Hui extends his right hand, and a fire appears above it with figures inside. Using the bloodline forging technique will allow your bloodline to undergo qualitative change, the master begins to explain. But most people are attracted by the forbidden grade spell and ignore a core of the bloodline metamorphosis's source blood. We see the figure of a man sitting in the lotus position. A regular human's bloodline potential is extremely limited, Wang Hui says. As our level increases, the stat gains from each level up gradually weaken. So when most classes can no longer level up, they will choose to merge with other race bloods to increase their power. The hero looks at his mentor in bewilderment. What? Does the teacher still worry about leveling up even at your level? He asks. Wang Hui smiles and raises his index finger. Of course, once classes enter tertiary awakening, every level needs an enormous amount of experience, he says. I am currently level 64 and usually other world monsters of this level are leader level bosses that cannot be easily defeated. Before us are 3 icons, indicating Angel Source Blood, Dragon Source Blood, and Titan Source Blood, respectively. I have prepared 3 Source Blood for you, from the Angel race, the Titan race, and the Dragon race. They are all divine races. Bloodline forging technique can only grant you one unique bloodline, so you can only choose one from these 3. Before us is an angel girl, with whom we are familiar from previous events. This angel source blood is extracted from the corpse of an angel, says Wang Hui. The angel race belongs to the divine races of the god of light, so merging with the angel bloodline will give you an extremely high affinity for the light element. Before us is a powerful bearded warrior, around whom sparkling electric discharges. The titans who prayed to the god of thunder were born with the ability to control lightning. You will increase the power of any lightning type ability multiple times by merging with it, the mentor says. And finally, we see a rather cute red dragon. The dragon race is the direct descendant of the dragon god and carries the purest dragon bloodline. You will exert natural pressure against all beast races after merging with it, says Wang Hui. The hero looks into the void in shock. Angels, titans, dragons, these are all high-tier races of at least 60 levels, he thinks. The guy puts his hand to his chest. Teacher, which bloodline do you think suits me the most? He asks. Even though I have the system's help, I don't know enough about the world yet, and I can't hastily make this decision, the young man realizes. Wang Hui looks at his student with approval. Faced with 3 extremely rare source blood, most younglings will be so shocked they choose one by instinct. He proved his maturity by keeping his rational and clear thinking at key moments, he thinks. Stretching forward his hand with a fire burning in it, the mentor gives valuable advice. Titan and Dragon source blood are powerful, but they will mainly increase your strength and mana capability. Due to your intimacy with the god of light, the angel source blood is undoubtedly your best choice. You might receive an improvement beyond your imagination. The hero extends his hand forward and says that he chooses the angel source blood. Wang Hui, smiling, puts his hand on his shoulder. Looks like you are very compatible with this angel source blood, he says. You are my 5th student, and there are 4 seniors ahead of you. I'll introduce you to them when we have the chance. He shows the mentor the award he received a little earlier. I have a question, he says. Why would this gold medal be awarded to me? It's impossible to receive one just by eliminating a demon legion. Then I won't hide it from you, he replies with a very serious look. Wang Hui. We see many scary and probably very dangerous monsters. Your actions at Tempest Valley exposed their plan. The military discovered that otherworld creatures can travel through middle-sized cracks, Wang Hui reports. The hero looks at his mentor in amazement. Doesn't that means there are already plenty of otherworld creatures hiding throughout China? He asks. We see a cloaked commander walking past rows of armored warriors. That's right, initial investigations have discovered signs of their arrival through hundreds of middle-sized cracks within the borders, says Wang Hui. We see that the interlocutors are still standing in front of the huge purple magic circle. Fortunately, their level is low, so the Legion can handle them, says the mentor. There are many legions across the country that have received orders to wipe out the otherworldly creatures, and the school's mission system will provide related missions in the future. As a student, I hope that you can grow as strong as you seniors and contribute your power to the nation. He clenches his fist resolutely. Yes, master, he says. The teacher hands him a purple cube. There are still some preparations needed for the bloodline forging technique. You should take the rest first, Wang Hui says. Take this teleportation device, use it tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The hero sits on the couch and looks at the yellow information window. What should I choose? He thinks. Teacher mentioned that the final result of bloodline forging depends on constitution as well as luck. I hope that the S-grade potion I obtained after killing the demonic prince will be of use, he thinks. An elegant green bottle appears in the guy's hand. It is reported that this is lucky potion. People who drink it will be very lucky for the next 12 hours. He drinks the liquid from the flask. He reaches his finger to the yellow window and selects reward number for a random chest. A notification appears. Congratulations on receiving an S-grade treasure, Longning fruit. It is a fruit grown from the corpse of a dragon. Greatly improves constitution and spell damage after consumption. He clenches his fists with glee. It's an S-grade treasure, he says. Everything I opened from a random chest before was trash, but the lock potion let me hit the jackpot instantly. The guy picks up a purple one, the cube that Wang Hui gave him. It's time to go to the teacher, he thinks. His feet are inside the magic circle. Headmaster, you're so generous, he hears. We see the backs of two characters we already know. The corpse of an angel is extremely rare, and obtaining angel source blood is no easy feat, says Chu Hue. This single source blood can cause several legions to fight with each other. I have been waiting for someone I am willing to give this source of blood to, and Jui is my choice. I am very satisfied with him, so there's nothing to hesitate about, Wang Hui answers him. The hero approaches the teachers, bows respectfully and says hello. Good, it looks like you have adjusted your body to be in prime condition, says Wang Hui, smiling. The guy enters the section of the magic circle, where two mentors are already standing. Come, this is the bloodline forging technique I have prepared for you, the younger of the mentors invites him. Take off your clothes and sit in the middle of the formation. He sits inside the formation, flames rising up from him. Wang Hui turns to Chu Huiang. I would like you to activate the formation, and I will protect it from the sides, he says. Okay, the old man replies. He holds out his hand with some strange object and says bloodline forging technique, activating the corresponding skill. A wall of yellow energy appears around the hero. It erupts from the hero's chest. He sits inside a magic circle from which energy also gushes. Suddenly, the color of the energy changes to blue. The mentors stand next to each other. Wang Hui stretches out his hand. Chu Huiang turns to his colleague. What a powerful freeze, it seems Jui possesses a special bloodline to begin with, he shouts. In front of us is a huge library filled with streams of blue energy. Chu Huiang looks at his fist in amazement, which, unexpectedly for him, begins to emit the same blue energy. If Jui chooses to change his class to mage, he can become one of the top ice mages with just this terrifying frost alone, the old man realizes. He looks at his staff, at the base of which the yellow flame is still visible. Wang Hui looks at the hero with concern. I know Jui's sister is awakening a frost bloodline, so I guess that he might be the same, he says. The guy sits in the lotus position inside the magical formation, and we see a violent clash of different types of energy around him. As one of the two bloodlines, the angel bloodline should be able to suppress the other lower quality bloodlines in the forging process, says the head of the academy. So I didn't give it much thought. But the angel bloodline and frost bloodline are countering and balancing each other right now. To have such a high quality frost bloodline, there might be more to Jui's history. Wang Hui looks thoughtfully at the colorful show, which is happening right now before his eyes. We can get a better look at the character's hair and robe. Almost all of humanity's other race bloodlines originated from the earliest Eternal Game players, he thinks. After reality merges with the Eternal Game, the higher you level, the more complete your bloodline inheritance will be. We see the vague figure of a formidable warrior with a huge sword in his hand. The frost power inside Jui is equal to the angel bloodline. That means his ancestors might be one of the earliest high-level players to participate in the Eternal Game. Wang Hui analyzes the situation. Now we see the face of a gray-haired old man with menacingly glowing eyes. Otherwise, it's impossible for a descendant like him to unleash such a powerful frost bloodline. The hero's upper body glows with yellow energy, and everything below the waist is blue. Without the frost bloodline's interference, the angel source blood will completely enter Jui's body. At present, the angel source blood is in opposition to the frost bloodline. Even if the latter were completely eradicated, the angel source blood would likely be depleted as well, Wang Hui thinks. Chu Huiang is also watching what is happening. As a huge amount of the angel source blood was lost, the final effect might not even be equal to consuming a grade of treasure, he says. We see how tense the hero's face is, around which a spectacular struggle of two types of energy is taking place. All we can do now is entrust his fate to destiny. Any attempt to forcibly halt the ritual could result in his death via self-explosion, the old man says. The boy suffers greatly, sweat streaming down his face. I hope Jui will have good fortune, says Chu Huiang. The blue energy takes the form of sharp icy protrusions that grow around the guy. The hero's eyes widen. He receives a message, Gate of Consciousness has been opened. You have entered the mental realm. He finds himself in a huge hall, and nearby, on a small elevation, a figure in a light cloak is visible. My child, you are finally here, the hero hears. He looks ahead, trying to understand where he is. Is this my mental realm? He thinks. In front of him is a smiling girl, whose face is almost completely hidden by a light cape. My child, congratulations for receiving God's blessing, says she. God has sent me here to grant you your true strength. You shall be unrestrained by morals and rules and only follow your own will and desire. The girl's eyes glow with treachery and malice under her cloak. Now, do you accept this power? She asks. The hero thinks, his eyes glowing. Disgusting. Why is my first instinct upon seeing her is to summon my holy light hammer and kill her? He thinks. The girl extends her hand to the guy. Fear not and embrace this blessing. You shall attain power beyond measure, she promises. But the next second a wave of yellow energy flies at her. The flow covers her, making her scream loudly in pain. In the hands of which a huge glowing hammer stands above the girl sitting on the ground. Now I feel much better, I should follow my heart after all, he thinks. What are you doing? The victim screams indignantly. The angel girl we met earlier smiles, covering her mouth with her fingers. We see that she is sitting on the throne, which until recently was occupied by the owner of the light cloak. Now before us is the face of a cute green-eyed girl. Nothing, I just saw something interesting, the angel tells her. The girl raises her graceful hand, around which a not very long rope is wound. Don't disappoint me, boy, says the angel. Now we see a girl who was hit by the hero with his hammer. She is angry. You dare offend the divinities, she screams. God shall unleash divine punishment, leaving not a trace of your body behind. Kneel and ask for forgiveness. I can consider forgiving your sin on behalf of God. There is no need for that, the hero replies, pulling out a glowing hammer towards her. The girl curls her fingers and looks at the guy predatorily. You insolent brat, she says angrily. The hero is shackled by purple energy chains. He screams in pain. Countless scary eyes appear in the space around the guy. The girl smiles maliciously, her eyes sparkling. What a delightful voice, she exclaims. This is the consequence of disrespecting Master Exia. Sweat rolls down the hero's face. It hurts a lot, but he finds the strength to respond. Exia, you are merely an underling of an evil god. The girl hits the guy in the face. Ignorant fool, she screams angrily. Smiling ominously, the girl folds her hands in front of her face. Brat, you've successfully caught the master's attention, and he has sent me to conduct your baptism, she says. Rejoice. Exia shall lead you back to the righteous path. He screams loudly in unbearable pain, his body arching, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Half of the guy's faces are hidden by a purple cloud. This malicious power is corrupting my thoughts, he realizes. Yellow petals appear above the chained hero's head, eyes are already glowing inside them under his feet. The mentors look in amazement at the mad energy riot around the young man. What is happening to him? One of them asks worriedly. Wang Hui stretches out his hand forward, inside which a yellow sphere is burning brightly. Why is an evil god's power within the angel source blood? Could it be the angel was felled by an evil god? He asks. A powerful explosion occurs, the wave of which we see. Chu Huang shouts loudly that Chu Yi is in great danger. The evil god will stop at nothing to destroy the angel's power. However, Wang Hui smiles. Wait, the angel's power within him isn't diminishing, it's growing stronger, he says. The guy sitting in the lotus position grinds his teeth in pain. Streams of blue, yellow, and purple energy curl around him. The guy's face, illuminated by waves of the same colors, becomes surprisingly calm. We see a vague figure that breaks the chains that bind her. Now in front of us is a blue icon, in the outlines of which we can guess a circle and a flower. The girl who confronts the hero covers her mouth with the back of her hand. This guy's soul was nearly consumed. Why has such potent divine power suddenly surged forth, she thinks. The girl looks at Yi in bewilderment. A yellow halo appears, which we are used to seeing behind the hero in battles. The strangest thing is that it is located on the guy's forehead, and yellow streams, reminiscent of long female hair, stretch down from it. We see a ghostly hand holding some kind of shaft. It belongs to a magic staff with a magnificent tip emitting streams of blue energy. Evil god underling, the hero shouts loudly. Die, the young man shouts and strikes with a new weapon for himself. A powerful flash of yellow energy occurs. We see incomprehensible outlines emitting purple streams. The purple color becomes more and more, it acquires the most bizarre outlines. We see some kind of demon standing with his hands chained against the background of a magic circle. This creature laughs vilely. In front of us are several very strange eyes. Are you tickling me, little guy? The demon asks. We see the demon's hand holding several thick chains. Your resistance is just a minor inconvenience to my grand plan, the monster shouts. It launches chains into flight, and they rush towards the hero. Forward, commands the evil creature. The target, as we see, is the hero, behind whom 6 blue wings are visible. The chain breaks through the icy surface, shards fly in all directions. We see eyes with huge purple irises. These circles become much smaller, turning into tiny dots. The demon, on whose body there are hundreds of eyes, is incredibly surprised. What is this? He asks. The hero in front of him uses the formation activation skill. The demon's monstrous body finds itself in the center of a powerful blue vortex. We see part of a blue circle. A beam beating from it pierces the monster's palm. The monster, above which the hero with long yellow hair and blue wings is hovering, screams piercingly in pain. Streams of purple energy break out from under the monster's eyes. "I will accept your gift," the demon says, laughing. We see a struggle between vile purple streams and blue tips, which are strewn with sharp thorns. "What you humans call power is merely a remnant of light granted by God," the monster says. Inside the hole formed in his palm, a swirling vortex is visible. We see a red eye with a white cross inside. "As Master Xia's most devout believer," the demon says, "a perfect unimaginable creature grows in front of the hero. The power I possess is beyond your mortal imagination." It finishes the phrase it started earlier. Bright rays beat from hundreds of bright points on the creature's body. They strike the hero, causing him terrible torment. The ends of the chains emit bright tongues of purple flame. The chains form an insurmountable obstacle on the path of the hero, who now has 6 ghostly blue wings. "Worms only know how to flee," the demon says mockingly. A vortex with a dark center appears in front of the eye with a cross. The monster emits a very bright beam. The energy rushes towards the hero. It eclipses everything around with its radiance. However, he puts up a protective yellow structure in front of him, which deflects the approaching energy. Yellow flames are visible above the boy's blue wings. A strange black silhouette appears in the middle of the yellow energy. The monster's empty eyes are visible against a purple background. "What is this?" it screams. There are bright beams in the sky. Something blue smashes them to pieces. He uses his weapon to destroy one beam after another. The angel girl, propping her head up with her hand, watches what is happening. The hero extends his index finger forward, on the tip of which a bright beam glows. "It's over," he says. Streams of yellow energy break through the monster's eyes. An incredibly powerful yellow flash occurs. The eyes scattered across the monster's body glow brightly. "This is impossible," he screams. "Where did your power come from?" A source of yellow light burns above the demon, pouring powerful streams of deadly rays on him. The monster repeats the word "no" over and over again. Now his purple body is barely visible behind the yellow rays. Yellow energy fills the entire space. We see the hero's legs, and now his head. In front of us is an immense column of yellow light. The hero takes a glowing sphere in his hand. He looks forward with some strange eyes. The sphere in his hands burns very brightly. A vortex swirls around the yellow energy column. Chu Huang is incredibly excited. "This is the power of an angel that completely eradicated the power of the evil good," he shouts. Wang Hui is in exactly the same emotional state. "The angel bloodline and frost bloodline seem to have fused together in a very interesting way," he says. A girl angel hovers above the head of a guy sitting in a lotus position, emitting a bright white light. We see the naked torso of a young man. The angel lowers himself and places his hands on the boy's shoulders. Yellow crosses appear in his eyes. He sits with his legs crossed underneath him, looking very focused. The mentors laugh cheerfully. "He is really lucky," says Chu Huang, "to receive the God of Light's blessing in times of crisis and avert the threat." The hero gets to his feet. "Jui, how are you feeling?" asks Wang Hui. The boy's gaze is slightly distant. "My power seems to have undergone qualitative improvement," he says. A yellow card is reflected in the young man's eyes. Several notifications appear in front of him. Special bloodline, 6-winged angel. Bloodline talent, divine mark of light. With the divine mark of light, you'll have an exceptionally strong connection with light and ice elements. And as your bloodline evolves, your compatibility with other elements will grow as well. Bloodline talent, magic immunity, granting you a chance to be immune to magic casting by the enemy, including non-damaging skills like Purify, Disperse, etc. The hero clenches his fist in joy. "It's a 6-winged angel bloodline, and I inherited 2 bloodline talents," he exclaims. Chu Huang, who is standing next to the guy, is also incredibly excited. "6-winged angel," he shouts joyfully. Wang Hui comes up to the young man. "Looks like your bloodline forging is a huge success, and it's the 6-winged angel bloodline, the highest of all angels," he says. "And the talents you inherited will continue to evolve into S+ grades as your level rises." He looks in amazement at another yellow card reflected in his eyes. The guy is truly shocked. "Master, there's also an S+ grade bloodline technique called Angel Physique," he tells his mentor. In front of us is the very card he sees. Bloodline technique, Angel Physique. Unleash the power of your bloodline. As a descendant of the 6-winged angel, the higher your level, the more power you can release. Note, before reaching level 50, you have yet to completely absorb the angel bloodline. Every time you use this technique, you will enter a period of weakness afterwards. Wang Hui looks at the hero with interest. "Try to use the secret technique now. Let me see how much your power will rise," he says. "Okay," he replies. The guy closes his eyes and remembers the description of the skill, in particular, that the higher the level, the more power will be released. The hero tenses his muscular body and says the name of the skill, namely Angel Physique. Yellow energy begins to flow from his eyes. After some time, yellow waves cover everything around. Chu Huang joyfully shouts, looking at what is happening in front of him. What a powerful elemental energy wave. A majestic, even monumental expression appears on the guy's face. He spreads his arms out to the sides, and a bright yellow circle appears in the area of his forehead, emitting streams of energy. Wang Hui can't hide his admiration. Excellent. After using the bloodline secret technique, his strength multiplied at least by 5 times, he exclaims. How do you feel right now? The mentor asks the student standing opposite him. It feels incredible. My body is filled with power like never before, he answers. We see the hero's fist, around which streams of yellow energy are swirling. He spreads his hands, one of which contains the source of yellow energy, and the other, blue. The light element and ice element are like my loyal companions. I can use them however I want, he declares. Some kind of mechanical device appears in front of us. Warning signs become visible, alarms sound. Warning, warning, high-level elemental energy detected. Activating level 3 defense status reaches the people in the room. Wang Hui smiles happily. 6 winged angels are elemental energy's favorite child, after all. Deactivate the secret technique, or the room's defense system will attack you soon, he advises the young man. The hero, around whom a huge number of yellow streams rise, says that he understands his mentor. The guard robot calms down, as evidenced by the corresponding sound. He looks at his hand in surprise. He squeezes it and unclenches it. The old man asks the guy what is bothering him. The hero looks ahead with detachment. Secret technique drastically improved my strengths, but even though I didn't fight or use it for too long, my entire body feels sore and bloated, he explains. Wang Hui looks at the guy carefully. The bloodline secret technique can exponentially increase your power, but the 6-winged angel's bloodline is too powerful, he explains. It takes too much out of you for now, you should keep it as your final trump card. The old man, meanwhile, smiles, rubbing his long beard. 6-winged angel bloodline. 2 evolutionary talents, an S+ grade bloodline secret technique, angel physique. To other freshmen, chasing after him might be a dream forever, he thinks. We see that the conversation is taking place inside a pavilion with very high windows. According to the signs of you bloodline activation, I believe you sister's frost bloodline might not be weaker than yours, says Wang Hui. If you want to have her awaken on her bloodline in the best condition, you should turn the frozen lotus into a frost pill for her to consume. The university has a specialized pill forging department. You can directly order it within the school system. I understand everything, replies the hero. The mentor, smiling, puts his hand on his shoulder. Go to your room and have a good rest, he advises. Chu Huang half turns to face his colleague. Headmaster, how did Ju get caught by an evil god's power? He asks. The teachers continue the conversation when the hero is no longer next to them. If he faced any accidents, it would be a great loss to Suhang University and even to our country, Chu Huang declares. It's thanks to the God of Light's protection that Jui managed to survive this time. I will initiate an investigation and not let the single clue out of sight. Wang Hui promises. The hero holds a cube in his hand, spreading an abundant purple glow around itself. To forge the frost pill, other than the main material, frozen lotus, I need another grade of treasure, icicle grass, he thinks. The snow dragon legend will deliver the frozen lotus soon, but the icicle grass. The young man looks at something on the screen of his phone. Bronze metal costs 500 points, silver metal costs 1000 points, and the most expensive gold metal costs 2000 points. With my current points, it should be easy to buy it in the school market, he thinks. Someone knocks on the door. The hero turns to face her. Who could need me at this time, he thinks. The guy opens the door and looks at his guest in amazement. Miss Su, he asks. Do you have some business with me? The girl looks at him calmly. I don't know how, but I haven't seen Juyi for a day, and he has become much stronger. This pressure does not come from the increase in levels, but it's a nobility of bloodlines, she thinks. Mayor smiles. Housemaster Wu let me bring you the resources the war house promised you, she says. He looks at the girl in surprise. But I chose Wang Hui as my teacher, he says. Why is Housemaster Wu gifting me resources? The girl sits down on the sofa. She looks at the hero. The guy is standing in front of her. Headmaster Wang Hui will be your personal mentor, but your regular courses will be at our war house, Mayor explains. And these resources are distributed by the war house together. All students with high rankings can enjoy them. I see, says he. He looks at the guest in surprise. Our war house? He asks. Isn't Su a mage class? Mayor, smiling, looks at the guy. What? A mage can't teach at the war house? She asks ironically. Of course, you can, the young man replies. A whole mountain of different items appears in front of the girl. Please go over your resources for now, she says. He looks at the list of items hanging in front of the sofa and pays attention to the second item, which sounds like nothing other than graded treasure. Icicle grass. He presses his finger on one of the menu items. The hero, happily clenching his fist, looks at the information window, which says the following. Effect, used and combined with frozen lotus to produce pill. This pill can increase the awakening rate of frost bloodline. Isn't this exactly what I need? As expected of the luck potion, thinks he. Once I get the frozen lotus and buy a few more ingredients, I can begin forging the frost pill. The guy signs his name. No problem, thank you, Miss Sue, he says. The girl's gaze becomes much more stern. All right, now that business is over, I need to educate you properly, she declares. The girl stands up and angrily pokes her finger at the guy's forehead. You are powerful, and there's no problem with you entering Tempest Valley to train, but entering the deeper area is essentially a lack of fear from ignorance. You need to ensure you have the power to protect yourself before taking any action. Anytime, she explains. I can't exactly tell Miss Sue I have protection from the system, and the danger level within the Tempest Valley is within my control, the guy thinks. A sad expression appears on the girl's face. There are plenty of geniuses who graduate from Sukang University every year, but only a fraction truly becomes the two elites, she says. You have to understand, there are many heroes who faced unfortunate accidents or fall midway. Mayer looks at the hero with some longing. Don't think I'm nagging, it's always better to be careful, she says. I understand, Miss Sue, the young man answers. I will remember your words. He looks at the girl. There's something I would like to ask you, he says. My strength increased again. Can you recommend a few safe training grounds to provide real combat experience? Mayer looks at her interlocutor in surprise. What a monster, she exclaims. The guy and the girl enter a huge hangar. Mayer approaches a combat robot armed with a cannon and a machine gun. You can control the robots to conduct real combat training and set different difficulties, she explains. We see that there are plenty of combat vehicles in the hangar. The girl opens the computer interface and begins to work with it. The training bots are set from level 1 to 10 combat forms. The more robots there are, the higher the combat power. And under level 10 convert form, a robot can fight a level 20 class, she says. We see one of the flying robots. It flies up to the hero and shines a wide blue beam at him. Your entire challenge will be recorded in detail by the camera orbs around you, says Mayer. They will also record all sorts of data during your challenge and generate a detailed report after your challenge is over. The girl touches one of the combat vehicles with her hand. While you can pause anytime, blades and bullets have no eyes. I recommend you to start with low difficulties, she says. Mayer looks over her shoulder at the hero, her hand outstretched. I have class, so I am leaving first, she declares. Remember to measure your limits and don't overstrain yourself. All you need to do now is to give orders to the camera orb to begin the challenge. He looks up at the flying camera. Camera orb, begin. Have them initiate level 7 combat form, he orders. Red lights appear at the front of the robot. Orders received. Executing program, the machine reports. The combat robots begin to move. The combat robots turn on, preparing to engage the hero in combat. We can see that there are quite a few of them. The flying robot has 3 glowing red eyes. Combat monitoring has been activated and 50 combat training robots have been deployed, it reports. Warning, level 7 combat form has been activated. A bright yellow light is reflected in the hero's eyes. Energy of this color is approaching him. We can see that the beams are emitted by a weapon mounted on one of the robots. There is also fire from a 6-barreled machine gun. Grenades are flying at the hero. He puts his elbow forward and looks thoughtfully at his opponents. It is clear from his look that he has made some kind of decision. Let's test out the new frost power I received after merging with the first bloodline, the young man thinks. He smiles, his fist glowing with blue energy. He swings and hits a huge robot with his fist. The beam cannon of one of the combat vehicles is firing. However, the yellow energy dissipates, meeting on its way a blue shield generated by the guy's outstretched hand. The hero looks at his right hand with satisfaction. The frost power is pretty useful, he says. A whirlwind swirls around the young man, who is surrounded by dozens of robots. An inspired expression appears on the guy's face. Time for the wind, he says. Frost Tempest, he pronounces the name of the spell. A powerful wave of blue energy falls on one of the robots. White discharges and something resembling snow appear in the air. The ice blades reach out to the machine guns mounted inside the walls. The hero extends his hand, and inside we see a blue magical formation. The guy's fist emits bright white beams. The top view makes it clear how powerful the effect is on the enemies. He breathes a sigh of relief. The hero, surrounded by parts of destroyed robots, works with the blue system window. He sees notifications. Mr. Jui, congratulations for passing the level 7 combat form test. Calculating training results. The guy looks at the window, which reports the following: 50 level 17 robots, level 7 combat form activated, time taken 3 minutes 40 seconds, all the robots were destroyed, total grading, distinction. The frost power is very efficient in controlling the enemy, he says. Level 7 combat form was a breeze to pass. I wonder if the highest difficulty will finally push me to my limits. The guy looks thoughtfully at the flying robot and orders it to activate level 10 combat form. The drone inspects the combat vehicles in the hangar. Due to excessive damage to training robots, a level 10 combat form backup plan has been initiated, the hero hears. The mechanical hand reaches out to one of the vehicles and starts welding one of the nodes. He notices something. Surprise appears on his face. It becomes clear that his attention was drawn to the huge combat vehicle. Level 10 combat form. Supernatural grade training robot will take its place, the drone reports. The top view makes it clear how big the combat machine is compared to the man standing in front of it. The stats of a supernatural grade robot are equivalent to that of a regular level 25 class, the hero hears. It will also operate with the highest intelligence rights, ensuring optimal defense and defense strategies. In front of us is a flying machine with 3 lenses, which supplies the guy with relevant information. If the combat endangers your safety, please order an immediate stop to the battle, it advises. We see satisfaction on the hero's face. This is exactly what I wanted. Now I can finally go all out, he says. We see a bright blue sphere, which is apparently one of the nodes of the huge enemy. The countdown is underway. As soon as the command start is heard, the robot releases a powerful blue beam. In front of us is a weapon that fires. The hero, whose legs are already engulfed by a blue wave, understands what kind of effect is being exerted on him. Frost power, he exclaims questioningly. The huge robot is surrounded by an incredibly bright white light. The glow makes it impossible to see anything in front of the menacing machine. The hero has to jump back to avoid the most dire consequences for himself. We see a description of the skill used. Icy light double. By blending light and ice properties, create a double made of ice to confuse enemies, making it difficult to distinguish between real and illusion. The guy goes on the attack. We see a bright yellow trace of his weapon. I'll disarm you first, he exclaims. It seems that the blow hits the target. A bright yellow light glows in the front of the robot. One of its combat nodes opens fire. The yellow beam knocks the hammer out of the hero's hands. Apparently, the head of the combat machine is above the yellow circle. Disarm sounds from there. The unarmed he is standing on one knee, leaning his hand on the ground. How is it coping the skills I used? Is the camera orb sharing my combat data with it? He thinks. A powerful yellow energy column is visible above the combat robot. Attack system synchronization complete. Combat capabilities have been increased, the hero hears. We see a stream of yellow energy. A human hand of the same color emerges from it. The hero stands inside a yellow circle. In front of him there is a real wall of energy of the same color. A blue structure appears, taking on the outlines of some toothy animal. Weapon module optimization is complete. Going online, the young man hears. A completely real mechanical animal resembling a wolf appears in front of him. The guy looks back over his shoulder in fear. The mechanical monster is already very close. It opens its toothy mouth, preparing to grab the hero. The cannon has been transformed into a mechanical wolf, he understands. He delivers several punches to the enemy. It can even replicate Tempest wolves. Looks like I have no choice but to fight with brute force, he thinks. A powerful explosion throws the mechanical wolf back. The hero, smiling, stretches his hands. Maybe you can repeat my hypostasis of an angel? He asks. We see the hand of a person undergoing identification. The device makes a sound and reports that the data is being processed. Chu-Ran, whom we see, smiles. After agreeing to become Housemaster Song's personal disciple, I gained access to a substantial amount of rare resources and made significant progress, she thinks. I kept failing at the level 7 combat form before, but now I can try it again. Miss Jiang Chu-Ran, your previous challenge result was level 6 combat form, some machine tells her. The girl sees many warning signs and hears alarm signals. We apologize, due to the training robots suffering heavy damage, please book your challenge again tomorrow, she hears. Another machine voice reports that there is a student in the room who is taking the test at level 10. This training ground is for freshmen. Most of us can't even pass level 6 combat forms, Chu-Ran thinks. The girl thinks. Even if it's brother-y, it wouldn't be a piece of cake for him to challenge level 10 combat form, she realizes. I wonder who's there now. We see a sharp tip located at the end of a chain. A description appears. Holy chain, release chains made of holy light, tying up and restraining enemy actions. A yellow halo glows on the hero's forehead, emitting jets of energy. This chain once rendered me powerless, now I shall share that agony with you, he says. The sharp tip approaches the mechanical wolf's eye. Holy chain, the guy exclaims, and gears and other metal debris fly in different directions from the robot. Sharp arrows fly at the robot. The chains that trail behind them wrap around the metal creature. Skill anomaly detected, unable to match with current database, analysis failed, the hero hears. His eyes light up with an eerie yellow light. A description of the skill he is using appears. Vision of light, check enemy weak points and hidden abilities, providing guidance for the next attack. He loudly pronounces the name of the skill, activating it over the wolf wrapped in ghostly chains. The guy, emitting a huge amount of yellow energy, laughs happily. I see. So your weak point is the power source in your chest, he shouts. We see the glowing blue circle that you meant. A powerful energy flash occurs, flooding everything around with a stream of yellow light. We see one of the nodes of a large robot, around which discharges of yellow energy sparkle. Initiating final protocol, self-destruction sequence executing, the young man hears. Another gigantic emission of yellow energy occurs. Huge clouds of smoke float around Chu-Ran, who is standing on an iron platform. The girl stands still and listens to what is happening on the battlefield, invisible to her. Level 10 combat form has been cleared, entrance access has been reactivated. Due to suffering heavy damage in the training field, we suggest that you visit again a week later, she hears. The girl is shocked. Level 10 combat form cleared. Who the hell is inside, she thinks. A beauty in shoes with bows walks past stones and parts strewn across the floor. Her eyes widen in amazement. She sees the hero standing inside a huge crater, emitting yellow discharges. What's going on here? Chu-Ran asks. Chui is breathing heavily. Mr. Chui, congratulations for clearing the trial of level 10 combat form in 8 minutes and 32 seconds. He hears. The statistics window appears. Final appraisal, beyond excellence. Single greatest physical damage, 27,304. Single greatest magic damage, 56,021. Single combined skill highest damage, 106,021. He, with beads of sweat running down his cheeks, is lost in thought. Without the robot wolf's surprise attack, I should be able to win this fight handily. Looks like I need to contract a magic pet that can fight alongside me, he thinks. Chu-Ran, his eyes wide open in amazement, approaches the hero and calls out to him. The boy and the girl look at each other with eyes that are almost in love. Brother, have you finished the bloodline forging? Asks the beauty. How did you get so strong just after a single day? Yeah, I finished the bloodline forging this morning. I possess the 6-winged angel bloodline now, replies the young man. The girl's eyes light up. Great, that's a very rare divinity bloodline, she almost screams. My succubus bloodline is only of the many above mediocre bloodlines. The guy, smiling, looks over his shoulder at the girl. Chu-Ran, can you bring me to the magic pet market? He asks. I want to contract a magic pet to increase my power. Of course, the magic pet market isn't far away. I'll take you there now, replies the girl. In front of us are traditional Asian rooftops. Fantasy Alley and Magic Pet Market are reported to be located behind them. Chu-Ran, smiling happily, pulls his friend by the hand. The voices of sellers are heard around. Silver tier fire tiger cub, capable of growing to level 20 at his highest. Available now for 110 points. Level 19 adult dragon horn rhino with draconic bloodline. Priced at 210 points, this is the only one available. First come, first served. Silver tier golden clawed green hawk egg. Selling for the bargain price. Brother E, do you have any magic pets in mind? The girl asks. The guy thoughtfully rubs his chin. I tamed a Tempest Wolf when I was at Tempest Valley, but I fell into a coma after defeating the demonic sun and lost the chance to contract it. I wish to find a Tempest Wolf cub with wind elemental skill talents to contract with, he says. A guy appears next to the young people. Tempest Wolf cub. I have one right here, he declares. A red-haired guy in square glasses shows off a cage in which a black puppy is curled up. Hello, students, he says. I'm Liu Jiazu, a third-year student from the Logistic House and a level 22 trainer. I have a Tempest Wolf cub that I cultivated myself right here. Would you like to take a look? Chu-Ran smiles and looks at the hero. Trainers belong to life skill classes, and this guy is also a student of Sukang University. Compared to stalls opened by other civilians, his best might have a higher quality, she says. I understand you, he answers. The seller takes the wolf cub by the scruff of the neck and shows it to potential buyers. This Tempest cub is around 10 days old, and its mother is a silver tier Tempest wolf. I use an examination skill to confirm its talent is silver tier. You can have it for 60 points, he says. He looks at the wolf cub with disappointment. Silver tier. Are there any gold tiers? Gold tiers? Asks Jiazu. Never mind me, there's not that many in the entire magic pet market. If you really want it, I can notify you if there's any news about a gold tier Tempest Wolf cub, but it will definitely be much more expensive. The hero picks up the cub, and it whines pitifully. Okay, forget it, the guy says to the seller, I'll have a look at this one. Chu-Ran looks at her companion with concern. There's something wrong with this cub, she says. It's too small. It's obviously malnourished. Jiazu, like a good merchant, begins to drive up the puppy's price. Tempest wolves are usually smaller than other large monsters, and so are the size of their cubs, he says. He, smiling, lifts the cub above his head and looks into its eyes. Never mind. I'll take it, he declares. You've got to understand that there are no useless magic pets, only useless masters. I have high hopes for its future. Excellent, says Chu-Ran, standing nearby. Jaizu hands the hero a brown scroll. This contract scroll will be given to you for free. You can contract the Tempest Wolf Cub now and place it in your contract space, he explains. The hero opens the scroll and sees a purple formation with a nice geometric pattern. This is convenient, the young man notes. Jaizu turns away, and from the expression on his face it is clear that this is a very unpleasant character. In the nest of Tempest Wolf Cubs, this one's condition was the worst, he thinks. I was at a loss on how to sell it, but this rookie came as a surprise. Fortunately, he paid his score first, otherwise it would be tricky if this dysplastic wolf dropped a tear during contracting. The wolf cub is inside the purple formation. Come on, I believe you will be strong, the hero, sitting behind him, encourages him. Jaizu looks at the animal he just sold, his face distorted with anger. Impossible. This is simply impossible, he screams. He sees a predatory grin in front of him, and the sign of the moon on the wolf's forehead. In front of us is an animal that looks very menacing. The other sellers are animatedly discussing what they just saw. Doesn't this dark purple light mean a legendary tier magic pet has been born? How lucky most be to find a legendary tier pet on this market. Bro, are you selling this Tempest Wolf Cub? One of the guys asks the hero. I'll pay 1,000 points. Shuran, smiling, grabs the guy's hand. Brother Yi, you got a good eye, she says. It looks like this cub is actually a devolved legendary magic pet. After receiving nourishment from your magic, it immediately restored its original tier. Legendary tier, looks like I am still underestimating the luck potion effects, the young man says. Jaizu grits his teeth and looks sideways at the hero. Damn it, I sold a legendary tier magic pet to a freshman at a low price, he thinks. The wolf cub, whose eyes are different colors, approaches its new owner. It climbs into her arms and curls up into a ball. You haven't given it a name yet, she asks the boy. He looks at the cute animal and says that he will call it Gray. The girl takes the wolf cub from her friend and hugs it to her chest. You are a terrible namer, she declares. But it does make it cuter. Jaizu approaches the hero, pretending to smile. Sorry, due to my mistake, I sold this cutie to you at a silver tier price, he says. If you would like to keep it, please pay 15 or more points. He has a very sly expression on his face. You can also remove the contract and return the magic pet, and I'll refund you 300 points, he says. You better decide fast. If you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for my actions. The other market vendors discuss the unsuccessful merchant and the brewing conflict. It's clear that Liu Jaizu didn't properly check the cub's tier. Otherwise, how could he sell it so easily? Liu Jaizu is supported by the Liu family, who has a close relationship with the headmaster. They are in trouble now. No matter what, I'm afraid he couldn't keep the legendary magic pet he just received. The hero looks at Jaizu with wide eyes. I've never heard of anyone raising the price after selling something, he says. Jaizu remains silent. Judging by the expression on his face, he is very scared. The hero towers over him, looking as if he is ready to kill. Stop daydreaming about something and get out of here, he shouts. Jaizu trembles with terror. I felt the warning of death from a simple glare. He's just a freshman, how can he exude such power just from his presence, he thinks. The young man's hand trembles. He sits down on his butt and tries to crawl away from what he thinks is mortal danger. Bro, it's my bad. It's all a misunderstanding. You can take the Tempest Wolf Magic Cub, he yells. The hero turns away and walks away. The girl and the wolf cub look back with disdain at the overly cunning student. Don't get in my way again, says the hero, or you'll regret it. Shuran asks the hero if she can come over and play with the wolf cub she's holding in her arms. Yes, of course, the hero replies. The young men standing nearby discuss what's going on. Wait, I think that's the #1 freshman, Juyi, the one whom the headmaster recruited as his personal disciple. I heard he even got awarded a golden medal. Liu Jaizu has been acting, however he is pleased with the Liu family's authority. Now he finally hit someone who shouldn't. A young man appears, smoking a cigarette, pushing through the crowd to get to where he needs to go. Wow, Liu Wucheng himself has come. One of the guys says to him, do you want to stand up for your brother? Jaizu, who is still kneeling, clings to his relative's jacket with his hand. Brother, you must avenge me, he shouts. However, his brother is not going to take revenge on anyone. He punches the humiliated Jaizu in the face with all his might. Wucheng, cigarette in hand, stands over his brother, who is lying on his back and holding his cheek. Useless trash, he says sternly. Don't you understand the meaning of a freshman being awarded a gold medal? It's your fortune that they let you go. Don't stay here and embarrass yourself, leave as far away as possible. Jaizu is horrified at what is happening to him. What did I do wrong to mess with such a terrifying being? He thinks. The wolf cub, with streams of purple energy swirling around it, approaches the hero. As expected of a legendary tier Tempest wolf cub, it can instinctively use its wind powers while being so young, he says. A bell rings next to the guy. He turns around. The luck potion is still in effect. Could there be more good news? He thinks. The hero opens the door and sees a young man in armor. "Hello, Mr. Zhugi," he says. "I am Zhao Shen from the Snow Dragon Legion. This is the treasure our legion promised to give you. Your S-class treasure, Frozen Lotus, please receive it." The hero accepts the box containing the coveted artifact. The warrior who brought it says that he has done his job and must go. "Yes, thank you. Convey my gratitude to your commander," he replies. He places the box on the table. "I never thought the Snow Dragon Legion was so efficient," thinks he. "It's been less than 3 days since I left Tempest Valley, and they delivered it already." The guy opens the drawer and a beautiful blue flower pops out. "I finally have the Frozen Lotus," he exclaims happily. He examines the information card, the contents of which we can see. Frozen Pill. By ingesting Frozen Peel, you will be able to resonate with the ice element and attract more of it, increasing your cultivation speed and the chance of awakening a frozen bloodline. By forging it into a Frozen Pillion's bloodline, awakening crisis will be solved, the hero thinks. His finger reaches for the button on the computer interface that says Frozen Pill. A notification appears. "We have successfully booked 9th grade Pill Master Sir He-Tian for you. Due to the rarity of the treasure needed to forge an S-class pill, please discuss it with the Pill Master at the Pill Department." The hero looks at the blue window. "I can't book it on the internet. Looks like I need to head to the Pill Department in person," he thinks. The door opens slightly, revealing a yellow light. We see a cauldron with something cooking in it. The hero approaches a girl holding a notebook. "Hello, is Sir He-Tian here? I would like him to forge a pill," he says. The girl looks at the visitor with a serious expression. "He is in a meeting. I am his student Lenyi," she answers. "What pill would you like to forge? I can answer your questions if you have any." The hero shows her a blue flower. "S-class pill, Frozen Pill," he says. The girl's face becomes surprised. "S-class treasure, Frozen Lotus, and a class Icicle Grass?" she asks. Lenyi looks at the visitor with bewilderment. "I thought you were a freshman. How did you have so many rare treasures?" she asks. "It's just luck," the hero answers her. The girl puts her hand on her chest. "Since you have already prepared the Frozen Lotus and Icicle Grass, all you need to do is pay 800 points as the pill's production fee," she explains. "Leave me your contact information. Once Sir finishes forging the pill, I will inform you to collect it." "Okay," says the guy. There is an exchange of information. In front of us is a corridor. In the doorway we see 2 young men. "Do you know? Plenty of places have recently discovered otherworld creatures," says one of them. "Really?" answers the second. The hero listens to the phrases that reach him. "Have you heard? Numerous guilds and legions have been ordered to return from the front lines. My friend is the legion told me it's because signs of otherworld creatures were found across the entire country." The hero stares at something. Looks like news about the invasion of otherworld creatures is spreading, he thinks. Who hits him hard on the shoulder with a palm and calls out. He turns around and sees a girl. "Song Xiaolin?" he asks, surprised. "Are you in this class too?" "Of course, my personal mentor is Housemaster Wu Meng," the girl replies. "It looks like we will be classmates." She extends her hand to the young man and asks him to take care of her. The boy and girl shake hands. "You are so strong, asking me to take care of you is impossible," says Xiaolin. "But if you have something that needs my help, just ask." Someone enters the classroom. It turns out to be Mayer. "Hello, students. I am Su Mei and I will be responsible for teaching you the class of monsters and intel," she says. The girl is standing next to the table with a globe visible on it. "But before we begin our class, there's an important announcement for all of you," the girl says. "As the rumors have it, there are large-scale invasions by otherworld creatures within our borders." She points to the screen behind her. While they are not strong, the government still takes their presence very seriously. To counter these hidden threats, the legions have entered level 3 combat preparation, and resources allocated to schools will also multiply, says Mayer. The hero and Xiaolin listen carefully to the teacher. Because of that, the resources we allocate to students based on rankings at Sukang University will increase by 70%. The teacher continues to explain. And completing after missions given by the school, you will receive greater rewards than before. The Abyss mode of the school's 3 realms will be open, but you would need to buy Abyss stones to unlock it with your points. The students are chatting happily. The nation has given a huge amount to resources. They want to cultivate strong people no matter the cost. The Abyss mode has finally opened. Now I can collect more experience. Even the points for mission rewards were increased. Looks like the school is planning something. Mayer snaps her fingers. She folds her arms across her chest. "Students, please calm down," she calls. "No matter how much your resources increase, as students all you need is to focus on getting stronger." The hero looks at her thoughtfully. "Looks like I'm not the only one improving," he thinks. "Miss Su is much stronger than when I first met her." The teacher looks at the students. Okay, let's begin today's class. Open your textbooks, she says. Two students are talking to each other. I challenged the goblin dungeon boss yesterday and got defeated, losing several hundred points, says one of them. It's your fault for challenging the nightmare difficulty. Do you feel bad now? Answers the second. Who knew the final boss would be so hard to fight? Complains the first. The hero looks thoughtfully somewhere below. I'm level 19 now and have the frozen lotus, he thinks. I don't need to risk it in Tempest Valley anymore. And the abyss level goblin dungeon is the ideal location for me to farm experience. The hero notices something. It's Chu-Ran. The guy approaches the girl and asks how she ended up here. She greets him. The young people are chatting, smiling sweetly at each other. I heard the school's 3 realms have increased their reward, so I want to invite you to try it together, says Chu-Ran. What a coincidence, I have the same plan, he answers her. The young people are standing inside the purple formation. The girl looks at the hero with curiosity. Brother, what difficulty do you plan to challenge? She asks. Abyss level, and you? The hero answers her. Chu-Ran fearfully puts his hands out in front of him. Abyss level is too hard for me, she says. There's a huge gap between your strength and mine. I am afraid I can only challenge the hard difficulty. He gently holds his friend's hand. It's fine, he says. I'll team up with you and challenge it again once I clear the abyss level. Chu-Ran lowers her eyes. That's a promise, the girl says hesitantly. She turns away, covering her face with her hands. Brother, I'll challenge the hard difficulty first. Do your best, she says. Okay, stay safe, the guy answers her. One of the students points at someone. Shiming Xuan, he shouts in amazement. What is he doing here? We hear the excited comments of the other young people. It's been a long time since I saw someone with the Earth rank to challenge a realm. Don't you know? Breaking a record and clearing the dungeon will reward you with an achievement talent. It's real. Without special encounters, it's impossible to receive achievement talents. No wonder he hurried over here. We are informed that the gloomy guy with a staff in his hand is Shiming Xuan, a level 23 mage, Earth rank 86. The hero, arms crossed over his chest, looks at this character. Boring. I'll hurry up and challenge the abyss realm, he thinks. A sound is heard near the hero's foot. Above the purple portal we see an information window. Boring. I'll hurry up and challenge the abyss realm. Realm, Goblin Dungeon, difficulty, abyss level, level limitation, 17-21. Jui, level 19 Saint Knight, requirements matched, allowing entry. The students excitedly discuss what is happening. Jui, isn't that the number 1 freshman? A level 19 Saint Knight dares to challenge abyss level difficulty. Arrogant, looks like his 400 points will go to waste. Ming Xuan watches the hero. It seems that the increase in resource allocation made some people overconfident, he thinks. The hero is holding a purple hexagonal crystal. A notification appears. You have selected Abyss level challenge difficulty. 400 points will be automatically deducted from your account to exchange for Abyss magic stones. He stands with his back straight and proud. He sees another notification. You have been teleported to a goblin dungeon. Note, the monsters in the Abyss realm have become more vicious due to the increased difficulty. If you feel that you are unable to handle them, smash the Abyss magic stone to exit the realm immediately. The hero looks around thoughtfully. Why does it look like ruin? He thinks. Could it be the result of the goblins taking over and destroying everything? We see a goblin with pointy ears and red eyes. He jumps up and tries to hit the hero with a weapon raised above his head. The guy calmly parries the attack with a blow to the opponent's head. The goblin flies back and falls on his back. Shameless, he screams. To launch a sneak attack on a 20-year-old young man like me. He stands with his arms crossed over his chest. There's so many goblins in this wave, he says. The monsters rush at him. We see information about who it is. Monster, Goblin Warrior, level 22, grade, silver tier, skills, surprise attack, slash. Yellow energy flows around the hero's hand. But powerful enemies are worth challenging, he says. The guy swings his hammer, preparing to meet the oncoming wave of monsters. The weapon flies at the goblins and one of them gets very sick. Die, the guy shouts and hits a few more opponents. Somehow they are fragile, he says, lowering his hammer to the floor. The hero notices something. Another wave of monsters is rushing towards him. Looks like the difficulty of this realm is the large amount of goblin grunts launching suicide attacks, easily causing a huge drain on mana, he thinks. Yellow energy hits from under the cracking earth. The hero looks at his opponents with anger. I need to conserve my mana as much as possible so that I can use powerful skills against the boss, he thinks. He lands multiple blows, destroying the goblins. We see a description of the skill used, Shining Phantom Slash. Continuously swing your weapon at rapid speed, producing a series of light speed slashes and causing a consecutive attack against the enemy. Another window appears above the corpses of the burning monsters. Congratulations for killing the goblin horde, 11,236 EXP received, level 19. The hero rubs his shoulder. Finally killed them all, he says in a tired voice. He smiles thoughtfully. As expected, the higher my level is, the harder it is to level up, he thinks. Even though I defeated so many goblins, I'm still so far away from reaching level 20. Shouldering his hammer, the hero moves on. I hope the rewards from killing the boss can help me level up faster, he thinks. It opens a huge gate. Where is the final boss, he asks. The monster he was looking for appears. We see a corresponding description. Monster, Goblin King, level 24, grade, legendary tier. Note, the king of the goblins led them to conquer several human cities. Foolish human, the monster shouts. Welcome to the land of death I have prepared for you. How noisy, why is it so talkative, the young man thinks. The Goblin King's eyes glow angrily. You dare slaughter my people so carelessly. Die, human, he roars loudly. The monster strikes, but the hero jumps back in time and raises his weapon over the enemy. In the air, the guy looks at the enemy appraisingly. This Goblin King is so strong, he thinks. It looked like a strength type, but its speed couldn't be underestimated either. Something yellow is reflected in the monster's eye. He strikes, yellow streams splash in all directions. The goblin is protected by a purple sphere, and the hero simply bounces off it along with his hammer. We see a description of the skill used by the monster. Dominant body. In the dominant body phase, it can defend against any and all physical attacks and activate shields to partially reflect them. Human, are you giving me scratches? The Goblin King asks mockingly. He, taking an effective fighting pose, looks at the enemy. Looks like relying only on physical attacks is ineffective, he thinks. A powerful yellow beam hits the monster's chest. The monster does not understand what is happening. Yellow chains bind the goblin's arms and legs. Why does my body no longer heed my commands? The monster shouts. A yellow sphere is visible in the hands of the smiling hero. Your magic resistance is surprisingly low, he says. He brings down a powerful wave of yellow energy on the goblin. Come, enjoy this special gift I have specially prepared for you, he shouts. The energy overwhelms the monster and it dies. The hero strokes the back of his head. This Goblin King is an abyss-level realm boss, yet it is surprisingly weak, he says. I even conserved a huge amount of mana and prepared to use powerful skills against it. There are 2 warnings hanging in front of the guy. Congratulations on clearing the abyss-level realm. Time recorded is 10 minutes 56 seconds. According to past records, you have achieved a new record. Congratulations on killing the Goblin King. You have received 30 free stat points, 30 skill points, and 24,119 EXP, level 19. Smiling happily, he looks at another alert. As you have set a new record, you will unlock a new achievement talent. Rapid casting. Your spell casting speed will be greatly accelerated. Low-level spells can be released instantly. I was right, the hero exclaims. Setting a new record on the Abyss level map will reward me with a new talent. With the greater talent Rapid Casting, I will grow even more powerful. The purple hexagonal crystal appears in the hero's hand again. Time to go back, though it's a shame that I didn't get level 20. But since I got plenty of points, maybe I'll bring Churan to challenge the Abyss level realm again. We see a table of the best results, which does not yet include the hero's result. Students actively discuss it. There's nobody who cleared the realm until now. The Abyss level is way too hard. You get surrounded by hundreds of silver tier goblins the moment you step in. I'd die if I didn't get out fast enough. As expected of Abyss level difficulty, it's ridiculously hard. Looks like we can only expect the Earth rank elites like Shiming Xuan. Churan nervously tugs at his hair. Fortunately, I chose the hard difficulty and passed without issue, she thinks. Now I can only hope Brother Yi can pass. 2 guys are talking to each other. I heard they also opened the Abyss level realm in the freshman competition, and a lot of people passed, asks one of them. Yeah, I heard a level 19 Saint Knight named Zhuyi got first place, and he even set a new record, answers the second one. The realm record has been broken, shouts another guy next to them. The young people look up in amazement. Wait, look. Is that Zhuyi on the screen? Shouts one of them. Someone finally passed the Abyss level difficulty. A new leader appears in the table the students were discussing. The following is reported about him. Zhuyi, Abyss level chosen, progress 100%, time 10 minutes 56 seconds, has been confirmed to be recorded as the fastest clear time of the Abyss level difficulty Goblin Dungeon. The students comment on this shocking information. Zhuyi, I have never heard of him. Is he a senior from 3rd year? Zhuyi, it's the #1 freshman. But he couldn't defeat the level 24 legendary Goblin King, no matter how strong he is. I watched the freshman competition. How did Zhuyi improve so much in just a few days? One of the guys looks hopefully at the monitor above. Just you wait, he exclaims. Brother Xuan entered the realm a little later after Zhuyi, so his progress was slower. Once Xuan's record comes out, his rank will be pushed down, he thinks. Someone kneels on the pavement. It turns out that this is the same Shiming Xuan who was just talking about here. The young man who was waiting for this character to appear rushes to him. He grabs his comrade by the arm, trying to help. Damn it, Xuan exclaims. The Abyss level realm is too hard. I lost a few golden grade equipment and still failed. The guy with the short haircut tries to tell him something, but Xuan himself notices something very strange. People are laughing behind his back. What's going on? He thinks. Xuan drinks the potion from the bottle, restoring his strength, and his comrade tells him what happened a little earlier. The freshman who entered before you. He spent 10 minutes and 56 seconds to break the Abyss level difficulty record. Choking, Xuan spits out everything he just drank. He took the first place, he wonders. Xuan wipes his mouth with his hand. Look, Jui came out, he shouts. Having smashed the bottle at his feet, the young man resolutely walks somewhere. Impossible, he thinks. He's just a level 19 freshman. How did he clear an Abyss level realm? How did I lose to him? I need to get to the bottom of this. He might have cheated, since he only came out now. Xuan puts on a fake smile and walks up to the hero. Junior Zhu, I am Shiming Xuan, ranked 86 on the Earth rank, he says. I would. Sorry, I am too busy now, goodbye. The hero interrupts and walks past. Xuan, making an indescribable face, looks after the guy. Xuan runs up to the hero and happily greets him. He waves his hand at her. The girl holds her face. Congratulations on clearing, she says. But I can only barely pass the hard difficulty. I feel like it's getting harder and harder to chase after your footsteps. The hero puts his hand on the girl's head. Don't worry, it's pretty easy to fight the Goblin King, he says, looking tenderly at Xuan. I'll teach you all the tips for clearing. And I have plenty of points. I can take you with me to try a few more times and learn how to clear the Abyss level difficulty with you. The people present are discussing these words of the hero. He just came out and wants to go in again. Is he really a freshman? Jui took the Abyss difficulty realm for his own home. This must be the difference between the top elites and us regular people. Xuan is standing in some strange pose. His comrade calls out to him. The guy smiles. You almost cleared just now. Maybe if you try one more, he says. Xuan is sitting on the ground with a sorrowful expression on his face. Phrases flash through his head, some of which were just uttered by the hero in a conversation with Xuan. No need, I have decided not to challenge this realm again, Xuan says to his comrade. The hero and Xuan are fighting monsters. The guy looks at the girl, who is very embarrassed about something and is trembling all over. This is actually our second time working together, says he. It feels like just yesterday we were adventuring in Tempest Valley. This experience, the beauty mumbles. The hero stretches out his hand and says the name of the skill, Punishment of Light. The girl, meanwhile, remembers how she kissed him. The demons pushed me into a corner. It was thanks to your bravery that I didn't choose to self-destruct in despair, she says. The hero smiles and looks at his companion. It's my honor to save you, he says. That rescue was just the beginning of our adventures. There are many more journeys ahead for us to experience. The goblins with disgusting grins on their faces are eager to fight. The young people are ready to meet them properly. Abyss difficulty does not disappoint. The stats of these goblins are so high, says Xuan. Their level looks high, but they are all pretty fragile and only have strength in numbers, the hero answers her. We are again shown information about this subspecies of monsters. Monster, Goblin Warrior, level 22, grade, silver tier, skills, surprise attack, slash. It's pretty easy to handle this wave of monsters. Just watch out for your skill consumption, the young man advises. We'll each take a side and prevent these goblins from attacking from behind. Okay, Xuan answers, her face showing alarm. The girl takes her weapon in her hands. The young people stand back to back, after which the hero uses 3 of his skills, Gift of God, Gift of Protection, Weapon Blessing. A scary goblin with red eyes rushes to attack. The hero, with a hammer in his hands, prepares to repel the attack. I'll go first, he shouts to his companion. His powerful blow destroys several monsters at once. The girl also takes part in the battle, but we see bewilderment on her face. Brother Zhu's buff effects are amazing, she thinks. My base stats increased by a quarter, nearly doubling my attack power. Xuan looks at the enemies. She then strikes, and her purple sword hits several goblins. A description of the skill the girl used appears. Dark Slash. Swing a slash, and the blade will carry dark element power and cause immense damage to the enemy. The girl continues to wield her sword. With Brother Zhu's buffs, these silver tier goblins are too weak. It's like moving the lawn, she thinks. A notification appears. Congratulations to Jiang Xuan for killing the goblin horde and receiving 52 EXP. Level 18. The girl, meanwhile, destroys several more goblins. We see a powerful flash of yellow energy. Another notification appears. Congratulations to Zhu for killing the goblin horde and receiving 59 EXP. Level 19. Smiling, Xuan turns to his companion. This is fun. Let's continue, Brother Zhuyi. Okay, he answers. A sound is heard in front of the young people. They see a huge leader of the monsters. The already familiar description of this monster appears. Goblin King, level 24, grade, legendary tier. Note, the king of the goblins led them to conquer several human cities. To mourn my people who died in pain, the monster screams. Prepare to die, human. The young people look at the monster with anxiety. Abyss level bosses are now easy prey. How did you pass the realm, Brother Zhuyi? The girl asks. It looks strong, but it has weak spell resistance. You can easily defeat it with the powerful spell skill, the hero answers. The girl, holding a weapon with both hands, prepares to strike the Goblin King. Browser Zhuyi, let me take the lead this time, she asks. Shuran stares at the enemy, choosing tactics for further action. Spell skills, she thinks. Then let's try the demonic power of the succubus bloodline. A description of the skill appears. Demonic blade, release a powerful slash. The demonic power within the slash will explode upon hitting the enemy, dealing extra dark elemental damage. The girl strikes, leaving a bright purple trail in the air. We see a powerful purple flash. But the Goblin King, for some reason, laughs happily. Human, the demonic energy in your skill is amazing. It made my strength reach a whole new level, he declares. The monster stomps its foot, and purple energy circles begin to spread from the place of impact. A description of the skill used appears. Ground shockwave, cause the ground surface to vibrate and form shockwaves. Can force the enemy backwards and might cause dizziness. The hero is alarmed, he calls his friend and asks if everything is okay with her. The girl hid behind her broadsword, a wall of purple energy is visible in front of her. I'm fine, she answers. It's all my fault. I couldn't control the demonic power and let the Goblin King absorb it, making him stronger. The hero stretches out his hand forward. Don't blame yourself, he says to his companion. I'll test if my previous methods still work on him. Punishment of light, he shouts. We see a helmet with yellow discharges sparkling around it. A purple protective sphere appears around the Goblin King, and the hero's attacks break against it. The guy looks at his enemy in amazement. Shit, the skill effect is much weaker than before, he thinks. His spell resistance seems to have increased significantly. The girl looks guiltily at her comrade. That's a little tricky, he says. I'll try again. If I can't defeat it, you should crush the Abyss Stone. Don't worry, this is just a realm challenge, don't hurt yourself over this. The guy shoots arrows with chains trailing behind them at the Goblin King, but he easily destroys the projectiles with a blow of his sword. The girl clutches her face in horror. It's all my fault that things got complicated, she exclaims. What should I do? In Churan's eyes, another girl is visible, who is smiling for some reason. That's right. It's because you are too weak, the creature says. A girl with pointy ears and small horns approaches Churan. If you could completely control the demonic power in your succubus bloodline, Brother Zhu, you wouldn't be in this situation, she says. Churan holds his cheek in amazement, which the demon girl just touched. Only by becoming stronger you can give Brother Zhu a hand, she hears. It's time. Release your true strength. I must become stronger, Churan understands, whose eyes we see wide open. The Goblin King breaks the yellow chains that bound him. He swings his weapon at the hero. I can't let her be in danger, let's use the angel physique, the guy thinks. A purple trail is visible in the air. The Goblin King raises his mace above himself. Damn human, he shouts and tries to hit the young man. We see an elegant woman's shoe, around which purple streams swirl. The hero turns around, and a surprised expression appears on his face. Churan, he says in bewilderment. The monster roars deafeningly, realizing that his end is coming. My royal power reaches the hero. In front of us is a demon girl, standing in a very seductive pose. She giggles. Brother Zhuyi, let me kill this monster, she asks, demonstrating sharp fangs. The girl attacks the Goblin King, and the light in the monster's eyes fades. Flying back, the monster asks questions of no interest to anyone. Why can't I absorb these demonic powers anymore? They are eating away my power instead. The girl playfully raises her right hand. Don't worry, this is just an appetizer, she says. The Goblin King, who is overwhelmed by dark streams, desperately screams, demanding to be given more demonic energy. The girl looks at her enemy with disdain. You look really disgusting like this, she thinks. A bright light flashes above her head. Stretching her hand out in the direction of the monster, she orders it to die. A powerful purple flash occurs above the hero's head, and the guy has to put his hand in front of his face to protect himself. Churan, he says in amazement, looking from behind his hand at his transformed companion. We see Churan standing next to the hero emitting waves of purple energy. A notification appears. Congratulations to Jiang Churan for killing the boss Goblin King. You have received 15 free stat points, 15 skill points and 23,200 EXP. The girl sticks out her tongue and licks her finger. Finally killed this annoying monster, she says. We see the girl's leg in a high-heeled shoe. Chu-Ran looks incredibly seductive. She approaches the hero and presses her chest to him, looking straight into his eyes. Brother Zhuyi, let's continue, she asks. The girl presses her cheek to the guy's chest and gently strokes it. Why aren't you talking, she asks. It looks like her bra is falling off. Do you not like Chu-Ran like this? The beauty whispers seductively. She takes the guy's hand and puts it on her thigh. The young man, his eyes wide with horror, pulls his hand away. He moves away from the girl to a relatively safe distance and helplessly mumbles something. However, then he collects his thoughts and looks intently at the girl. Something like condemnation appears on his face. Are you really Chu-Ran? He asks in a stern voice. The girl transforms. It seems that the guy's words have affected her. Screaming loudly, she covers her lush breasts with her hands. Now this part of her body is covered with purple energy. Brother Zhuyi, just now. Chu-Ran is kneeling, and she is incredibly embarrassed. Everything that happened just now is because of the demonic power in my succubus bloodline, she explains. The guy takes her chin and looks into her eyes. That's good, otherwise I was already starting to think that you were possessed by demons, he says. Chu-Ran embarrassedly turns away, holding the young man's hand. That's not possible, she says. The guy smiles and leans slightly towards the girl. Alright, Chu-Ran, let's team up and tackle it a few more times, he suggests. The girl bends at the waist, resting her hands on her knees. I believe you'll be able to solo the Abyss level realm once you get familiar with the demonic power, says the hero. He points at an object left by a recently defeated monster. And the Goblin King is our old friend, he says. I believe you will understand. He rubs his chin like some kind of maniac. We, students, are like these, he says. The boss needs to be defeated, and students need to consider a lot of things in order to receive the realm reward. Two students are talking to each other. This Abyss level realm is incredibly tough. Only that monstrous freshman has cleared it so far, one of them says. Could it be that Shui passed because he got lucky? Bullshit, the other one counters. Their strength is number 1. I see that you are pretty lucky too, why don't you try it? We see a statistics window. First place, Shui, Abyss level difficulty chosen. Clear progress 100%, time 9 minutes 46 seconds. Has been confirmed to be the fastest clear record of Abyss level difficulty Goblin Dungeon. Young people vigorously discuss this information. No way, Shui again. Can't he let us clear the realm in peace? He cleared it even faster this time. Terrifying. The elites are different from us, they push themselves the hardest than anyone else. Wait, one of them exclaims in surprise. The guys see the information update. First place Jiang Chu-Ran, Abyss level difficulty chosen. Clear progress 100%, time 9 minutes 23 seconds. Has been confirmed to be the fastest clear record of Abyss level difficulty Goblin Dungeon. We see the student's astonished eyes. This is a new record, he shouts. The two guys continue to loudly discuss what is happening. Isn't that the freshman who could only challenge the hard difficulty? She can solo the Abyss difficulty now, one of them asks. Jiang Chu-Ran is the second strongest freshman. It's no surprise she could fight above her level under Zhuyi's guidance, the other one answers. The short-haired guy who helped the mage named Shiming Xuan come to his senses clutches his head. Brother Jan, I finally understand your feelings, he says. The powerlessness of realizing the distance between you and the geniuses. The Goblin King roars in horror. Zhuyi second time challenging Abyss level difficulty. Purple streams swirl around the monster's hand. Jiang Chu-Ran first time challenging Abyss level difficulty. Not only are there purple streams around the goblin, but there are also yellow chains. Jiang Chu-Ran second time challenging Abyss level difficulty at a party. We again see the legs of the young men standing next to each other. Chu-Ran turns to his companion, smiling. Brother Zhuyi, I heard the Elemental House has prepared a fireworks show for the freshmen today. Let's go watch it together, she suggests. Sure, let's take the chance to relax, the young man answers her. In front of us is an impressive monument with the inscription Elemental House. As expected of the Elemental House, even their streetlights are powered by magic, says he. He looks around in surprise. We farm the realm until night without realizing. The guy realizes. The girl walking next to him looks at him with admiration. Thanks to you I received so much bounty from the Abyss level realm, she says. Your own efforts are the key, I simply gave you a little push, the hero answers modestly. The guy and the girl approach a grand monument. What kind of statue is this, asks he. This is the mage Wai Yang, who has been titled the protective deity, explains Chu-Ran. We see the monument up close. He once defended against several otherworld legions all by himself, and thus his deeds were praised and widespread. The girl continues her story. Unfortunately, a demon lord attacked him from behind during the final battle and his life was sacrificed. The guy walks a little forward. His soul was completely wiped out and cannot be resurrected, says Chu-Ran. What a great hero, he remarks with admiration. He looks over his shoulder at the girl. I know very little about history. Can you tell me about the Dark Ages? He asks. Of course, his companion replies, smiling happily. She rubs her chin with her fingers. To discuss this history, we need to start from the Golden Age, 80 years ago, she says. From the year 2544 many talented classes began to rise, thus this year was crowned the Golden Age. We see the vague outlines of heroes, such as the Tempest Sword Saint Chang Ping Hai and the Heat Blade Saint Lai Xiaoyang emerged. Legendary heroes like them are still fighting on the front lines. Sadness appears in the girl's eyes. However, when people began to strike back at the other world, we see many terrible monsters. The Dark Age suddenly descended upon us, bringing with it the most intense invasion by otherworld creatures. Shu Ran continues his story. Before us again are the outlines of heroes. The elites of the Golden Age gave their lives against their invasion. After 30 years of fighting and the sacrifice of millions of classes, we finally welcomed our current age of peace, the girl says. She looks down sadly. Now the otherworld creatures have invaded again. They might. The girl stops for a second. Never mind, I hope it's just my suspicion, she says. Don't worry, the hero reassures the girl and puts his hand on her forehead. Smiling, he looks into her eyes. The large scale of otherworld creatures this time simply slipped through from middle-sized dimensional cracks. They are not very strong, he says, and we are incomparable to the past. Even if darkness falls upon us again, it will be the otherworld creatures who are unfortunate. Shu Ran, smiling, clenches his fist. That's right, we have been recuperating for so long and already have the power to combat the other world, she declares. A yellow rocket flies into the sky. A moment later, a magnificent fireworks display begins, which the guy and his companion watch. Brother Zhuyi, look. The fireworks show is beginning, Shu Ran exclaims. She takes the young man by the hand and pulls him somewhere. Let's go, she urges. The girl runs somewhere and pulls her companion along with her. Let's get in the better position to watch it, she shouts excitedly. We see the locomotive of the train. The hero is sitting in the carriage, smiling, looking absently ahead. Too bad Miss Sume isn't here, so I can teleport back with the military teleportation array, he thinks. I am a little unused to trains now. A small blue ball is hovering above his palm. Fortunately, I have the frozen pill now, and Yun's disease will no longer be an issue, thinks he. In front of us is his sister, who, with her arms folded across her chest, looks discontentedly at the girl standing opposite. Sister King, why is Big Brother not here yet? She asks. She, smiling, strokes the little girl's head. Don't worry, your brother called just now, he'll be here soon, the girl promises. The hero takes hold of the door handle. Yun looks at him in amazement when he enters the room. The guy waves his hand. Yun, Sister King, I am back, he says. The girl throws herself on the hero's neck. Brother, welcome home, she shouts joyfully. The guy gently hugs his sister. I was worried about your condition on the way back, but now I can relax seeing that you are so energetic, he says. Of course, I've been taking my medicine, the girl answers him. The long-haired blonde smiles happily. He is back, she exclaims joyfully. Long time no see, Sister King, the hero answers her. The girl looks into the eyes of the young man. How long are you going to stay now that you are back? She asks. For 3 or 4 days, since I'm mainly here to complete Yun's final treatment, the hero answers. So short, says the little girl disappointedly, clutching the guy's t-shirt. She looks at her brother with hope in her eyes. Bro, have you prepared any gifts for your cute sister? She asks. The guy hands her a golden horn. Of course, I brought this abyss level realm reward specially for you, he says. You can summon a golden grade bear monster ghost to protect you by blowing this horn. The girl claps her hands happily, as expected of bro. It sounds amazing, she exclaims. The hero puts his hand on his sister's head. I believe you can be as strong as me once you are cured, he says. A man and a woman approach the entrance to the house. His finger reaches for the bell. The hero opens the door and smiles at the guests. Secretary Zhao, Madam Chui, you are here, he says. Zhao Wenbing, next to whom stands a woman with a headscarf, smiles. Mr. Zhu, I contacted Madam Chu last night and she came here immediately, he says. You have to understand, Secretary Zhao, that Juyi's invitation is not something I can take lightly, the girl declares. The hero shakes her hand. You overpraised me. Madam Chu, I should be thanking you for coming here to help me, he says. I almost forgot to congratulate, his interlocutor replies. You not only did find the frozen lotus, but you also forged it into the frost pill with even better effects. Zhao, judging by the expression on his face, is shocked. Frost pill? He asks again. Mr. Zhu, S-grade pills are priceless treasures in hot demand. He smiles and scratches the back of his head in embarrassment. It's all thanks to the tertiary turn class pill master that my teacher recommended. Let's not waste time and treat my sister as soon as possible, he suggests. Yes, let's get to business, Zhao agrees. Yun looks at his brother in fear. Bro, is this really fine? She asks. The hero gives her a blue pill and says that the girl should not worry. He pats his sister on the head. Don't worry, you just need to eat this pill. You'll awaken the Frost bloodline and the power of Frost won't bother you anymore, he says. Yun is standing inside the blue formation. Bro, I am ready, she says. The hero raises his left hand to face level. Madam Chewy, I will cast some buffs on Yun first, he warns. The room fills with yellow energy. We see the names of the skills the young man is using. Blessing of Protection, Blessing of Dawn, Blessing of Courage. What a powerful aura of holy light, Madam Chewy exclaims in amazement. Jun, surrounded by yellow light, clenches her fists. Bro, I feel so strong right now, she exclaims. Madam Chewy looks at what the hero is doing in amazement. I might be a secondary turned priest, but the purity of my holy light seems to be lower than Juyi has, she thinks. The hero looks at her. I would like Madam to activate the formation, the young man says. Piece of cake, the girl with a cross on her head answers. She makes a few hand movements and uses her activation skill. Yun, arms crossed over his chest, stands inside a blue magic circle. The girl lowers her hands and a small whirlwind begins to swirl in her palms. Yun, eat the frost pill now, she hears. The girl puts a small blue ball in her mouth. Blue energy begins to flow from her eyes and mouth. In a moment, its glow fills everything around. King looks at what is happening in front of her eyes with concern. Yun's frost has burst out, she tells the hero. Are there any issues? He smiles. Don't worry, I will handle it, he assures the girl. We see him already in shining armor and a long cloak. The hero pronounces the names of the skills he uses: Sacred Flame, Halo. A very bright sphere appears in the guy's hand, emitting streams of white energy. He squeezes it with his palm. It's just frost, piece of cake, the hero says. He is all aglow, a smile on his face. After consuming the frost pill, I believe this will be the last frost burst Yun will experience, he says. His sister stands surrounded by waves of blue light. Madam Chewy and the hero stare at the girl. We have completed the hardest step, now we just need to be patient and wait for Yun to complete her bloodline awakening, the girl says. Good, the hero agrees. Yun spreads her arms, a bright blue sphere hovers above her. The girl puts her fingers to her right eye, from which a bright blue light shines. Yun throws her head back, and a powerful stream of energy bursts out of her mouth. Madam Chewy and the hero watch closely. The power is very pure, it looks like Yun's frost bloodline is completely activated, the girl says. Blue energy flows from under the girl's feet. The brother places his hand on her head. Yun, how do you feel right now? He asks. The little girl looks at her brother through two fingers held to her eye. Bro, I think my sickness is completely cured, she says. The boy looks at the girl with love. Yun, check your status and see if there is any changes, he asks. The little girl looks at the blue object hanging above her hand in surprise. Bro, I think my frost bloodline granted me a talent to control the ice element, she says happily. Now I can control the ice element however I want. The conversation between the brother and sister continues. Regular bloodline awakenings don't usually grant bloodline talents, he declares. Bro, can I receive new talents after awakening bloodline? Yun asks. But you're my sister, you awakened a rare frost bloodline, says the hero. He looks at his sister with his arms crossed over his chest. We, siblings, receive quite a lot of benefits because of this frost bloodline, he thinks. Could it be that there's really a powerful frost class among our ancestors? But even if it's true, our family might have fallen behind, considering what happened before. Smiling, he turns to the girl standing next to him. Madam Chu, Yun might have activated her frost bloodline successfully, but can you please do a check on her just in case? No problem, she replies. Zhao Wenbing, who had been silent for a long time, begins to speak. Mr. Zhu, Miss Yun has completely cured and even awakened her frost bloodline. The Major is taking this seriously and has arranged for another batch of resources for your cultivation. The hero shakes hands with the mayor's secretary. Thank you. I need to return to school soon, so I would need to bother you to take care of Yun, he says. It's my honor, the man replies. Meanwhile, Yun and King are wrestling on the couch, laughing loudly. Yun, have you considered what classes you want to change to in the future? The hero asks his sister. Classes, the girl asks again. She imagines, as she destroys a huge monster with magical blue energy. A mage, of course, she answers her brother. The girl tries to depict something with her fingers again, this time using both hands. The class suits you, her brother tells her. Once you reach level 10, I will find you a hidden mage class conversion book. Yun smiles, and we see her eye glow with an ominous red energy. Great, bro, she answers happily. I can feel the dark power awakening inside me. It won't be long until our power is liberated. The hero looks at his sister in amazement. Madam Chewy is no less surprised. Mr. Zhu also stands there, her mouth wide open. Dark power, all three think. Madam Chewy approaches the girl and begins to examine her. Is there something I missed? She asks. Why is there dark power? The brother and sister stand back to back, making gestures with their hands. Yun, do we have to do this? She asks. Hero, it is explained that this was before the power awakened in the girl. Bro, don't be charmed by the power of darkness, we must seal it to protect world peace, the little girl said then. Now the most unpleasant thoughts associated with the awakening of the dark force in his sister. He grabs the girl by the hand. I, Ju, princess of dark tears of phantom I Yun, she says. The hero grabs his sister by the collar and drags her somewhere. Yun, let me show you the true power of frost, he says. Save me, Sister King, my brother is going to kill me, the girl screams desperately. Ju and King smile behind Madame Chui, who covers her face with her hand. Looking at her, I believe Miss Yun will be an excellent mage, says the mayor's secretary. She isn't usually like this, exclaims King. Madame Chui looks ahead a little distantly. Dark power, huh? She asks of no one in particular. Yun stands, dramatically extending her hand forward. Bro, I won't hold back, she says. Smiling, the girl forms a blue vortex around herself. I summon the spirits of ice and freeze everything that blocks my path, she says. On the tip of her index finger a blue light flashes. A multitude of sharp ice projectiles fly at the hero. The guy puts a yellow protective sphere around himself, against which these arrows effectively break. He looks at her sister with a joyful expression. Looks like your body has completely recovered, now we can arrange for your cultivation schedule, he says. The girl bends at the waist and grabs his collar. Bro, I think my frost is acting up again, she says. Looks like I can't cultivate with you. The hero looks at his sister in bewilderment, his left eye flashing. He approaches the girl, who is trying to pull on a hospital gown. Oh, bro, I'm fine, it's just a false alarm, she justifies herself. It's clear from the baby's face that she is very tired. It's so tiring to cultivate, bro, she says. There is no other way, the guy reminds her. I'll hand over the mission of saving the world to you, Yun suggests. The hero has a brightly glowing yellow sphere in his hand. The girl looks at it, enchanted. Now the boy is hugging a cute black wolf cub to his chest. Gray is a magic pet I just contracted. I'll let it accompany you for the next few days, he says to his sister. But if you end up being outperformed by Gray, don't blame me. The girl takes the pet in her arms and looks at him, smiling. No problem, bro, I'll cultivate hard with Gray by my side, she promises. Yun presses the wolf cub to her cheek. Bro, Gray is so cute, she exclaims. The hero smiles behind his sister's back. I'll remember your sacrifice, Gray, he says ironically. Come on, let's sign the contract of darkness to become companions, the girl offers her pet. He, with the wolf cub howling pitifully in his arms, walks down a dark street. Now I can go back to school without worries, he says. But I hope Jianglai can have a teleportation magic formation soon, so it wouldn't be so troublesome to come back from school. Gray, thank you for the hard work these past few days. The wolf cub looks somewhere to the side, noticing something. We see the girl's long hair. Su Mei-er appears in front of the hero, with streams of water swirling around her. Blue energy. Miss Su, why are you here? Asks the young man. The girl raises her right hand and begins to explain. The National Freshman Exchange competition is beginning soon. The team match requires 5 people per team. I'm here to confirm our team roster with you. Smiling, the girl looks at her interlocutor. As the first place winner of our freshman competition, the duty of team leader naturally falls on your shoulders, and you need to complete the team building as the leader. The hero smiles. No problem, he replies. The girl calls up an information window. Here are the top 10 students from the freshman competition, excluding you. You need to pick 4 as your teammates. The guy looks at the list. Level 19, Spiritual Swordsman Jiang Churan, Level 18 Spiritual Taoist Song Xialan, Level 17 Mage Tang Lingyi, Level 17 Warrior Wai Taizin, Level 16 Knight Liu Yang, Level 16 Priest Kai Hua. The hero, in whose arms we see the wolf cub, looks at the girl. Miss Su, I would like to pick the top 4 freshmen as my teammates, he declares. A look of fear appears on Mei-er's face. That's too hasty, she warns. Looking at the guy with serious eyes, she explains why she thinks so. In the team match, it's common to get tired in later rounds, which tests the team's stamina conservation. That's why priest classes that can restore statuses became an important role. The hero, in whose arms the wolf cub sits, smiles. While you can cast various buffs as a Saint Knight, your recovery ability is slightly below a priest. And following past year examples, your team should have a priest too, concludes Explanation Girl. No need. As long as we defeat our opponents rapidly, we wouldn't need to worry about recovery, the young man declares. He raises his index finger. Miss Su, I am confident that I can take first place in the individual brackets of the exchange competition, says the hero. And in the team match I can even fight the entire team solo if I activate my 6-wing angel bloodline. The girl, sighing heavily, plunges into thought. In the freshman competition, Juyi's strength far surpasses that of other students. With him, we might actually not need a priest and could steamroll other schools, she thinks. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. Since you're so confident, I'll hand the roster over to Housemaster Wu, the girl says. Don't worry, Miss Su, the first place will be ours, the young man assures her. Have you taken care of your sister's bloodline awakening? Asks Mayer. The hero smiles, narrowing his eyes. I have, and it's all thanks to Miss Sue telling me about the frozen lotus, he says. The girl smiles, covering her mouth with her fingers. That's good, she replies. The guy's expression becomes serious, he changes the subject. Miss Sue, do you know where I can find a hidden class conversion book? He asks. A hidden class conversion book. Is it for your sister? Mayer asks in return. We see scary monsters behind the guy. Yes, when I learned that otherworldly monsters are coming through mid-sized cracks, I felt a sense of urgency, says he. So I want to give Yun the power to protect herself as soon as possible. The girl smiles, touching her chin with her finger. You are pretty thoughtful, she says. And the school's net has the hidden class conversion book, but Mayer raises her right hand, around which blue streams begin to swirl. It's not easy to buy it, she says. The girl, looking back one last time, disappears into the clouds of energy. Jui, do your best with the freshman exchange competition. I'll be leaving for other business, she says. The hero's face is sad. Why did Miss Sue talk in riddles? He tries to understand. In front of the guy there is an information window. Hidden class conversion book purchase limitation. Students must be at least level 25, must have at least a grade on a level of school mission. Must be at least in the top 10 in the Earth rank or the top 100 in the Heaven rank. I see, it's actually pretty hard to buy the hidden class conversion book, he says. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. Even the cheapest class conversion the book needs 20,000 points to purchase, he says. Looks like I can't get it for Yun in a while. But I'll try to achieve this goal in half a year. A smile appears on the guy's face. It is a new system mission, he exclaims. Before us is the message he reads. National Freshman Exchange Competition detected, releasing achievement mission now. The system will distribute rewards based on the combined result of the host's performance in the National Freshman Exchange Competition. The hero clenches his fist excitedly. The rewards from the previous 2 achievement missions gave me an incredible increase in strength, he says. It looks like I need to do my best to get the best result for the best rewards. In front of us are the participants of the meeting, who are sitting at a huge table. The chair clears his throat. We see that it is Wu Mang. Jui has submitted his candidates for the team match. Let me give you all a rundown, he declares. It's Saint Knight Jui, Spiritual Swordsman Jiang Churan, Spiritual Taoist Song Xialan, Mage Tang Lingyi and Warrior Wai Taizin. Fatty Wu Keking is frankly shocked. Wait, why isn't there a priest on the team? He asks. Rong Kai, who sits next to him, is also worried. True, isn't this team too risky? He asks. Without a priest support, the team's room for error is dramatically reduced. Chu Huang strokes his beard as usual. I don't think there's any problems with this team, he declares. I believe that with Jui's abilities, he's more than enough to replace the priest. The old man looks thoughtfully somewhere down against the background of the play of different types of energy. After completing the bloodline forging technique for Zhu, no one in this room knows his power better than I do, he thinks. Even without teammates, he might be able to solo the team matches. Wu Keking, behind whom the symbols of the various roles of the members glow squad, it seems, has changed his mind. By the way, Zhu not only can provide buffs, but his defensive capabilities are also excellent, and his various attack skills are powerful. He seems to carry 3 roles in one person, and the only a representative of the weaker sex, namely Zhang Ling. I have no objections, she declares. Making full use of Zhu's strengths is an effective tactic in itself. Rong Kai looks thoughtful. Then I'll agree to it. I hope Zhu will surprise us in the exchange competition, he says. Alright, then it's decided, declares Chairman Wu Meng. Zhang Ling adjusts her glasses. Housemaster Wu, will you please take care of their training, she asks. While the freshmen are individually powerful, they need to practice their cooperation. A mischievous gleam appears in the bearded man's eyes. No problem. I'll have Miss Sume inform them to gather at the warhouse in 3 days, he says. The hero and Wang Hui stand inside the yellow magic formation. The young man looks somewhere in amazement. Master, this is, he says. We see scary toothy wolves. A description of this subspecies appears. Monster, forest wolves, level 23, grade, silver, skills, charge, bite. He, next to whom the mentor stands, examines the monsters lurking among the trees. Do I need to expel these wolves, master? He asks. This is the edge of the forest, a private training ground owned by the Tianyu Guild, which I founded, Wang Hui answers. Do not worry. A dragon flies above the grinning wolves. The toothy predators tremble with fear, some of them back away. The hero looks at the flying creature. There are even dragons here, he says in amazement. Wang Hui smiles and looks at his student. That level 62 legendary grade dragon is your senior brother's magic pet, responsible for deterring the monsters throughout the first, he says. I can't imagine how powerful my senior is if his pet is already at this level, says the hero. Wang Hui smiles with his index finger raised. Your senior is equal to me this year at level 64, he says. His combat ability even surpasses mine, which is why I handed the Tianyu Guild over to him without hesitation. He's level 64 at just 30 years of age. The hero seems shocked. Seeing your brother's talent is insane, he says. Wang Hui puts his hand on his shoulder. I've seen many classes across the years, but you are definitely the most talented, the mentor admits. Work hard, I believe you will be able to surpass your senior brother. Wang Hui raises his hand, and streams of yellow energy begin to circle around him. Jui, watch closely. This is the special skill I am going to teach you, he says. The entire space around is filled with yellow energy, and a flying bird shies away in fear. Holy Light Heart Shield, Wang Hui says loudly. The energy madness is reflected in the hero's eyes. Two yellow spheres collide. One of them crashes into something. The hero raises his hand, trying to protect himself from external influences. In front of the guy and his mentor, a huge crater is visible, which appeared as a result of using an excessively powerful skill. This is the might of a tertiary-turned class, the young man asks in amazement. Wang Hui hands him a book surrounded by a yellow halo. Jui, this is the first skill I am going to teach you, Holy Light Heart Shield, the teacher says. The hero cautiously takes the book in his hand. Just connect your consciousness to the skill book and use skill points to learn it, says Wang Hui. Understood, replies the guy. A description of the acquired skill appears. Holy Light Heart Shield. Form two shields in the front. They will gradually come closer and cause a huge explosion once they collide, dealing huge amounts of light element damage to enemies, while allowing passage for allies and blocking them from enemies. Note, this skill is a Saint Knight Legacy skill. Another window, Holy Light Heart Shield, level 1. The hero looks at his palm in amazement, above which streams of yellow energy hang. Is this a Saint Knight Legacy skill? Do you know them as well? He asks. Wang Hui smiles. Holy Light Heart Shield was created by your grandmaster when he was still a tertiary-turned Saint Knight. I inherited this skill from my master, and now I pass it on to you, says the mentor. Still smiling, he asks the hero to demonstrate what he has learned. Okay, replies he. He holds out his hand and says the name of the skill. Two yellow planes appear on either side of the guy. He uses his hands to give them direction and orders them to approach. There is a powerful explosion. Wang Hui approaches the hero from behind. It's impressive that you can achieve this with a level 1 Holy Light Heart Shield, he says. This skill was prepared for your team matches. You can use the shield to separate the battlefield and limit enemy action. We see the dragon's head. The huge creature, with its wings spread, stands behind Wang Hui. Now that you have a handle on the skill, it's time for some practical combat lessons, the mentor says. Volong will order the surrounding monsters to attack you. Wang Hui strokes one of the giant monster's teeth with some strange tenderness. How much experience you gain from defeating them is entirely up to you, he says. No problem, master, the hero replies. The dragon opens its huge toothy mouth. We see several more lizards spreading streams of red energy around themselves. Hundreds of other monsters are hovering in the sky above them. Red ominous eyes are visible in the depths of the forest. Behind the hero, one of the monsters opens its huge mouth. The guy's eyes light up with yellow fire. They are finally here, he says. The hero strikes and hits one of the lizards. Hundreds of other monsters rush towards the young man. We see the names of the skills that he uses: Blessing of God, Blessing of Protection, Blessing of Dawn, Blessing of Courage. Yellow energy gushes from under the guy's feet. The hero stands behind the lizard, and sharp ice projectiles are visible next to his hand. He launches them at the monsters. The lizard that was hit opens its mouth wide and roars deafeningly. Another monster is covered by a fiery tsunami. A powerful explosion occurs, tearing apart another toothy monster. The guy strikes enemies with two weapons at once, holding one in each hand. The hammer leaves bright traces in the air. We see the hero's concentrated face. He sits down on the ground and lowers his head tiredly. Wang Hui smiles. You went all out? He asks. The mentor slowly approaches the squatting student. I didn't expect you to use all your stamina and mana. What if there are more monsters? Aren't you afraid? He asks. Well, I have you here, the young man answers. The hero greedily drinks the contents of the vial. Smiling, he wipes the rest of the liquid from his mouth. But farming for experience like this feels great, he thinks. A notification appears. Congratulations for reaching level 22. You obtained 20 stat points and 20 skill points. He holds his head. I can level up the Holy Light Heart Shield with my new skill points, he says. Notifications appear that the named skill has increased from level 1 first to level 2, and then to level 3. Holy Light Heart Shield's power has reached a whole new level, he says happily. Wang Hui, who is standing behind him, smiles. Not bad, he praises his student. I expected you to take down about 100 monsters, but you ended up defeating around 400. It's all thanks to you teachings. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to have such an improvement in these 2 months, the young man answers. The teacher and student are standing next to each other against the backdrop of high mountains. Since you are going to form a team without a priest for the exchange competition, says Wang Hui, as my student, you have to keep your cool and do not drop the ball at crucial moments. He smiles, looking at him. Don't worry, master. With me here the first place is ours, he boldly declares. In front of us is the Tempest Forest Rest Station. 4 girls we already know are approaching the building. Visitors are sitting at tables, a loudspeaker hangs above their heads. The National Freshman Exchange Competition is about to begin. With 218 high schools across the country participating, who will be the ultimate winner comes from the device. Look, the participants for the exchange competition have been released, says one of the girls. She and her friend are looking at the tablet screen. Am I seeing this right? Asks the second girl. Sukang University doesn't have a priest. Non-mainstream teams like these are usually used by less well-known schools. In front of us are 3 girls from the Blue Phoenix squad. Juyi is the captain after all, says Yu Zio. Shuran is the vice captain, Judan adds happily. The tablet screen shows the lists of team participants from 3 universities, Sukang, Jing and Modu. The 2 blondes from the Blue Phoenix squad laugh happily. There are people saying in the comments that our team formation is wrong without a priest. This comment says that the team will definitely lose without a priest. It's hilarious, says Judam. They don't know how powerful Juyi is, answers Yu Zio. Who are you, guys? Asks the girl who overhears this conversation in amazement. King Lion puts his hand on the shoulder of Tian Run, who is sitting next to him. Inform the waiter that I will pay for the orders today, she asks. The girl, looking ahead with detachment, brings the glass to her mouth. With Juyi, it won't affect much even if there's no priest in the team. The championship is ours this year, she thinks. A flying robot hangs over the ruins. Mr. Juyi, congratulations for passing through the level 10 combat form in 6 minutes 12 seconds, comes from it. The hero sees the results of his passage. Combined appraisal, overwhelmingly excellent. Single most powerful physical attack, 48,214. Single most powerful magic attack, 767,304. Single most powerful combined attack, 159,621. Streams of yellow energy rise above the guy's hand. The practice bots in the training room were too simple for me after I reached level 22, he says. The effects are getting worse, looks like I need to ask for Miss Sue's help. The guy's phone rings, we see that Miss Sue is the subscriber. The young man brings the device to his ear. Juyi, Housemaster Wu will begin his special training from today. He hears. Gather at the Warhouse Court immediately. Okay, the hero answers. The guy happily clenches his fist. Great, my training for the past few days is finally seeing some use, he says. He approaches the door, from behind which snatches of conversation are heard. The National Freshman Exchange Competition is approaching. I was so excited, I couldn't sleep last night. Me too. My fists are hungry for battle. Our school has won the National Exchange Competition for 4 years in a row. If we don't take first place this year. The guy enters the room looking a little guilty. You've all seen Juyi's strength. With him on our side we'll definitely win the championship again. He hears. It turns out that quite a large number of people are waiting for him. Juyi, you are finally here, Xiaolan shouts happily. Shuran, on the contrary, looks at the young man reproachfully. Brother, we've been waiting for you, she says. Sorry, I'm late. The hero apologizes, smiling. He approaches the teachers sitting next to each other. Housemaster Wu, Miss Sue, I've kept you waiting, he says. No worries, let me introduce your new teammates, the man answers. In front of us is an athletic-looking girl who folds her hands in a special way and greets the guy. Level 18 warrior Y Tai Zai, says Wu Meng. Thanks for the invitation, bro, the girl says. Now we see a little girl with blue hair and a huge hat, who is almost crying. Level 18 Mage Tangling Zai, says the housemaster. Hello, Mr. Juyi, the girl says hesitantly. Wu Mang scans the hero with his ability assessment skill, as evidenced by the yellow crosshair on his left eye. To be honest, I never expected you to level up so fast under Headmaster Wang Hui's guidance, he says. Chu Ran also learns about the guy's progress. Fortunately, there is a window next to him indicating level 22. Brother Juyi, you leveled up again, she asks. I made some improvements with Master's help, the guy answers, smiling. Wu Mang casts a stern glance at the assembled group. Okay, we're short on time, so I'll make it quick, he says. To help you prepare for the National Freshman Exchange Competition, I will be your trainer. The students look closely at their teacher. Now I shall train you for the team match, individual match and survival match, Wu Mang says. For today's training, I will focus on your coordination and combat abilities as a team. Ling Zhai holds her staff as if trying to hide behind it. Later you will form a party to challenge the Abyss level Goblin Dungeon Realm, she hears her teacher say. The school will pay for any point expenses for the Abyss Realm. The girl covers her face with her hands. No wonder Miss Sue kept urging me and ties in to level up to level 18, she thinks. It's to prepare us for challenging the Abyss level realm. Ling Zai glances furtively at the hero standing next to her. All of us are pretty strong, and in a party we can stomp over the Abyss level realm, not to mention that Judy could solo it. So with 4 of us in addition, we probably wouldn't fail, she thinks. The hero looks at her, and the girl panics. She almost completely hides inside her huge hat. Is my smile so terrifying, thinks he, who does not understand such a strange reaction. The girls who are part of the squad stand around the hero. It is reported that the young people are already in the Abyss level Goblin dungeon realm. The guy, like a true commander, explains the plan of action. This is our first time working together as a party, so let me decide our tactics, he says. No problem, Xialan and Chu-Ran answer him. Behind the guy, Tai Zai is warming up his hands before the fight. Why Tai Zai will handle defense and drawing aggro, the young man declares. Jiang Chu-Ran and Tang Ling Zai will focus on physical and magic damage output. Song Xialan and I will stay at the back to finish off the enemies, and I will also provide support to all of you. Understood, the girls answer him. An army of goblins appears in front of the squad. The hero, standing surrounded by the girls of his squad, draws their attention to this danger. Be careful, the goblins are showing up, he says. The monsters roar loudly. Tai Zai immediately rushes to attack. I'll go first, she shouts. The girl strikes. Powerful streams of red energy spread in all directions from her. Surprise appears on her face. My skill effects have increased by 40% compared to before, Tai Zai realizes. This is the captain's support capability. The hero stretches out his hand and uses a whole set of skills: Gift of God, Blessing of Protection, Blessing of Dawn, Blessing of Courage. Ling Zai looks at what is happening and cannot believe her eyes. What an incredible casting speed, she thinks. The girl enters the battle and a blue bird appears above her head. He finished casting 3 buffs in less than a second, Ling Zai thinks. Even a professional mage like me struggles to be that fast. The bird she released spreads its wings wide. Sound magic destruction. The girl shouts the name of the skill she is using. A sound wave hits the goblins and the monsters stop, not understanding what is happening around them. Chu-Ran delivers a powerful blow with his weapon. The hero looks back and shouts, "Be careful, Tai Zai. Watch out for sneak attacks." We see arrows flying. Chu-Ran looks at them in surprise. The girl uses the shield skill, covering her comrades from the blow. This is different from before. Why are there goblin archers, she thinks. The monster giggles nastily. We see a description of this subspecies. Monster, goblin archer, level 23, silver tier, skills, sneak attack, shooting. The hero smiles and flexes his fists. Looks like it's because there are more challengers, he says. The goblins also leveled up their offensive methods. The guy uses his punishment of light skill. There's a powerful explosion that scatters the goblins. He smiles and raises his hand, which emits yellow discharges. I'll take care of these annoying enemies and leave the rest to you, he tells his allies. The point of this challenge is to improve our coordination. Fighting alone goes against that, he thinks. Chu-Ran and Tai Zai, who are standing next to each other, smile. No problem, they say. A circle of cards swirls around Xialan. Everyone's working hard, I can't slack off, the girl thinks. She throws out her index finger and commands her unusual projectiles to fly this way. We see a goblin covered in her cards. It's useless, give up resisting, the girl shouts. Then she commands the cards to explode, and the poor monster simply disappears from sight. Wu Mang and Mei watch with satisfied expressions. Jui's casting speed has increased compared to when he was in the freshman competition. Some skills are even instantaneous, the man says. Looks like he picked a talent related to casting speed after clearing the abyssal reel, the girl suggests. Squinting one eye, she covers her mouth with her fingers. Jui's speed of growth is incredible, she declares. He brought Chu-Ran to challenge the abyss level and took top spots as soon as school began. Wu Mang giggles, clenching his fist in glee. That's why I increased the difficulty a little to test him, he says. The girl looks at her interlocutor in amazement. An evil goblin appears behind Chu-Ran. She snorts contemptuously. The girl uses her shadow slash skill, causing the entire space around her to be covered in multiple pink rays, and the monster dies safely. Xialan uses the 5 thunders of justice skill, and we see several ball lightning in the air. Ling Zai fills the space around him with blue energy, using the wind magic tornado skill. Tai Zin, give them the final hit, she shouts to her ally. A lace boot breaks through the surface of the ground. Good, Tai Zin answers the mage of his squad. The girl engages in a fist fight with one of the goblins. Then she uses the air crack and kick skill, filling the space around her with waves of red energy. Flashes of flame are visible above the girl's head and under her feet. The smoke dissipates, Taizin is still standing in a fighting stance. Thanks to Brothers Yi's buffs, it feels so good to be able to stomp on these goblins so easily, she thinks. The girl looks around, assessing the situation. Did we really wipe out the goblins so easily? She asks her comrades. Ling Zai answers, with her blue bird above her hand. Bai tells me that there are no more goblins around us. The hero laughs and raises his index finger. This level is just a warm-up, he says. The boss battle next is the real show. We can't let our guard down. Taizin, smiling, warms up his fists. There's nothing to be afraid of, your buffs almost doubled my strength. With your buffs, this realm is a piece of cake. Xiaolan and Ling Zai are also in an excellent mood. That's right, Zhui can clear this realm by himself, the first of them declares. The captain's strength is impressive, the second confirms. The hero and Chu Ran laugh, covering their mouths with their hands. You are all putting up the flags, the young man thinks. The squad approaches a huge gate towering in the middle of the cliff. This final boss should be inside here, one of the members asks. That's right, comes the answer. The hero's face is thoughtful. Why does it feel off? He thinks. Nevertheless, he reaches out to open the gate. Whatever, let's get L inside first, he decides. Inside, the squad members are met by a toothy monster with an unimaginable headdress. You are finally here, foolish children, he says in an ominous voice. We are given information about him. Monster, Second Goblin King, level 25, legendary grade. Note, the new leader, who replaced the old king after his fall. Ling Zai looks at this enemy in surprise. Legendary grade level 25, she thinks. The goblin, whose face features huge fangs on his lower jaw, laughs at the people. I knew the guests were coming, so I prepared some gifts for you all, he says. A very bright flash occurs above the monster's head. The monster continues to giggle disgustingly. A bright sphere of fire is reflected in Xiaolan's eye. This fireball spell, the girl thinks. How is it so powerful? A wave of energy is approaching her. Dodge, one of her allies shouts at her. Taizin uses the shield skill, covering the squad members from danger. To her despair, the girl sees that the flow of energy breaks through the shield she put up. She informs her comrades about this. The shield shatters into small pieces. A yellow whirlwind approaches the girl. Taizin glares at her enemy. She trembles with tension. Damn it, the girl thinks. Even though my strength doubled with the captain's buffs, I'm still struggling with a regular attack from this monster. The goblin raises his staff, at the top of which a fire burns. Don't panic, little ones, he says mockingly. I have been preparing this place as your end for a long time. A veritable wall of fire is approaching the people. Turned to ashes, the monster shouts. The hero steps forward and orders his comrades to step back. His eyes emit a bright blue glow. Power of frost, he says. A blue magical formation appears in front of the guy, which seems to reliably block all external influences. However, Ling Zai, who we can see in the background, shouts at the hero to be careful. This is no regular fireball, she warns. A small sphere appears in the young man's hand, emitting yellow streams of energy. Contain, the hero orders. There is alarm on the guy's face. It is indeed a little tricky, he says. This boss's strength far surpasses the one I defeated before. Xiaolan, folding his little fingers and index fingers in front of himself, addresses the hero. Let me take the lead this time, the girl asks. Her cards circle around the Goblin King. Having taken an effective pose, the girl begins to read the spell. The heaven calls, the star guides, the talismans shine, heed my order. Burst, she says loudly, and this causes a very powerful detonation where the monster was just now. However, we see that the energy of the explosion is sucked into the toothy mouth of a disgusting goblin. The monster, grinning, crushes the cards that Xiaolan sent at it with his hand. Is this all you got, little ones? The monster asks. Xiaolan looks at the enemy in amazement. How are there no effects at all? She asks. Ling Zai, wearing her huge hat, fires an arrow at the goblin. Sister Xiaolan, let me try my attack spells, she asks. Let it take a hit from me too. The girl takes her weapon in her hands and strikes, leaving a very bright purple trail in the air. Many projectiles fly at the monster. Fire magic long arrows. Ling Zai shouts the name of the skill. Demonic blade follows suit. Waves of purple energy spread from the shaft, which someone hit the ground with. A bright protective sphere forms around the Goblin King. Interesting, the monster says, but it ends. He opens his mouth wide, and a bright purple vortex appears next to it. An incredibly powerful stream of energy bursts out of the monster's mouth, which seems ready to destroy everything in its path. Ling Zai looks at the approach of this stream with doom. Our level difference is too big, she says. This boss is not something we can fight. Purple energy collides with yellow. It turns out that the hero has put up a shield that can withstand the goblin's blow. Don't worry, I am still here, the guy says. Scatter, he shouts loudly, raising his right hand. Taizin clenches her fists, ready to rush into battle. Brother Yi, let me try fighting it up close, she asks. The young man, smiling, puts his hand on her shoulder. Level 25 legendary boss is indeed too much for all of you right now. he says. Leave the rest to me. An ominous fire lights up in the hero's eyes. This Goblin King is one level higher than the previous one, but all of his stats are twice as large. We see information about the skill that he is currently using. Eyes of True Sight, ability to analyze the enemy's weakness and hidden skills and guide the next attack. The hero closes his eyes, smiling, and touches his forehead. And if I use my S+ grade Bloodline secret technique, I can do the same and multiply my own stats, he says. This obvious targeting is likely Housemaster Wu's special test for me. We see a very bright yellow sphere. If so, let me show you all, the guy shouts. Angel Divine Physique. My true power. The hero transforms into an angel, holding a blue sphere in one hand and a yellow one in the other. Nair is alarmed. Housemaster, the difficulty of this boss is too high, she says. Is this really necessary? Wu Mang, the emblems of 2 universities visible behind him, interrupts his assistant with a hand gesture. Their current strength might be extraordinary, but other universities have their own talents as well, he states sternly. And in the exchange competition, the geniuses from Madu and Qingjing universities will be their toughest opponents. The man coughs loudly into his fist. So I need them to suffer a loss in order to understand the cruelty of the competition. He explains his motives. The girl can't believe her ears. Loss, she says. However, then a smile appears on her face. You underestimated Jui, Housemaster, she says. I do hope he can prove me wrong, Wu Mang answers her. The Goblin King bares his teeth, showing huge fangs. Interesting, you turned into a shiny bird. Use every trick you got, little one, he growls. A bright yellow sphere appears in the hero's hands. As you wish, he answers the monster. The hero, who has a bright halo above his head, uses the Shining Pulse skill, filling the entire space around him with yellow and blue light. The goblin sees a very bright whirlwind approaching him. As a result of his response, the whirlwind turns purple. You are arrogant, brat, the monster shouts. You're the challenger here. Purple energy collides with yellow and blue. The goblin loudly casts Apocalypse Meteor Fire, using the corresponding skill. We see a bright white cross, followed by a powerful explosion. Something crashes into the ground, causing it to crack. Chu Ran, in front of whom an energy riot is happening, plunges her huge sword into the ground. Xiaolin looks in shock at what is happening in front of her. Is this Jui's true power? So we were never on the same level to start with, she thinks. The girl turns to Chu Ran, who is standing next to her, smiling. Has Jui ever used this form before? This is my first time seeing it too. Looks like he's going all out, the blonde answers her. The Goblin King looks at the hero, grinning angrily. Is that all you got, brat? He asks angrily. No matter how you change your look, you can't win. Really? Asks he, as yellow arrows appear in front of him, pulling chains behind them. He uses his Holy Light chain skill, causing the monster's entire body to be wrapped in chains. A yellow magical formation can be seen under the goblin's foot. The monster seems to be beginning to realize what's happening to it. A powerful explosion occurs. Spear of Victory, the hero shouts loudly. We see a human hand, around which tongues of flame rise. Now our sides are switched, says he. He uses the Light Flame Storm skill, and a bright yellow glow appears in front of him. A fiery whirlwind falls on the goblin, and it begins to scream deafeningly in unbearable pain. Bastard, he yells at the hero. The hero, however, smiles cheerfully. That's not all, says he. The guy rushes forward, clenching his fist. A moment later, he delivers a powerful blow, throwing out bursts of energy to the sides. The hero uses the lightning binding skill, and the entire area around him turns bright yellow. The flames slowly die out. We see the Goblin King, whose headdress has noticeably shrunk in size. It seems you weren't using your full strength, he asks. I apologize for not being fun enough. The hero, a bright yellow halo glowing on his forehead, smiles. Indeed, it's a shame, he says. I wanted to try the Hand of God in six-winged angel form, but I'll save that for next time. But seeing that you are still breathing. The hero extends 2 fingers, and a bright yellow sphere appears on the tips of them. I'll send you off, he exclaims, and the air is filled with bright streams of yellow energy again. Wu Mang looks at what is happening, amazed. Monster, he says. The man looks at the footage of the fight. This boss was specially adjusted so that even level 26 players would struggle with it, he says. Jui's strength is too powerful. He turns to his assistant. Nesu, do you have Jui's data from the training field? He asks. We see the girl smiling. I do. Jui practiced there today before coming over, she replies. He completed the level 10 combat form challenge in 6 minutes and 12 seconds without much difficulty. The teachers look at the screen above together. No wonder you and old Ju are so confident in him, says Wu Mang. But it's good that Jui can directly prove his strength to you, the girl replies. We see the Goblin King's hat flying into the air in an explosion. A notification appears. Congratulations for clearing the Abyss level realm. Time taken is 21 minutes 16 seconds. Rewards shall be released now. Ling Zai, holding the huge cap in her hands, looks incredibly surprised. I received 8,000 experience points, she exclaims. Taizin feels the same way. I received 8,000 experience points too, she states. Just one pass through the Abyss level realm is worse than a week of training in the wilds. The hero, with streams of yellow energy rising from under his feet, is on one knee. He peers at the notification hanging in front of him. Congratulations for receiving 11,236 experience, 10 free stat points and 10 skill points. At this rate I'll level up soon, the young man thinks. One of the girls comes up to him and calls out. It's Chu-Ran and we see concern on her face. Are you alright? Are you hurt? She asks. No, it just took a lot out of me, the guy answers. He gets to his feet and stands in front of the girl. Let's see what rewards the boss dropped, the hero suggests. Okay, the beauty happily agrees. There is something to look at here, which is worth only a huge skull and an amazing artistic frame. We see many valuable artifacts from the description. Golden weapon, stuff of flame, level required, 24. Golden weapon, shield of fire spirit, level required, 24. Golden weapon, ring of flame magic, level required, 24. Taizin and Ling's eye look at the loot in amazement. This reward is incredible. All golden grade equipment, the first of them exclaims. Brother Yi, there is a lot of loot here, the second adds. The hero looks at what the party got with a smile. Looks like we are lucky this time, he says. Does anyone need any of these 3 equipments? But the 2 girls we just named are not as cheerful as before. The level requirements are too high, I can't use them at all, says Taizin. Fire elements don't suit me either, I can't make use of these, says the little mage. We see 2 more girls from this party. This equipment doesn't fit me or Xylan's classes, says Chu-Ran. You contributed the most, Jui, so you can keep these for now, Xylan says. A source of yellow energy flares up in the guy's hand. What a shame, then I'll keep these, he says. I'll put these up for auction in the school network and convert it to points and distribute it equally into our accounts. Taizin counters, raising her clenched fist. No, Brother Yi, you should at least keep 70% of it, she says. We wouldn't be able to pass this realm without you. Xylan touches her index fingers together. True, she says, since you're the key to defeating the boss and I didn't help much at all. The hero looks at the girls in his squad, smiling. Distributing it equally is fine. This way no one has to worry about points for a while, he says. Chu-Ran and Taizin exchange glances. You guys can keep it. Since Brother Judy doesn't lack points at all, the blonde says. Then alright, the brunette replies. The hero raises his index finger. The exchange competition will begin soon, only with enough points can everyone improve themselves effectively, he declares. You need to know that our goal is not only the championship, but also to defend the school's honor. Taizin raises his clenched fists. Won't let you down, Brother Yi, she promises. I'll work even harder in my training. The other girls echo her. I'll do my best to me too, promises Xylan. Me too, Captain, says Ling Zai. The hero smiles. Good, success depends on all of our efforts. I believe that we will be able to shine in the exchange competition, he declares. The hero holds a glowing yellow hexagon in his hands. The guy is surrounded by 4 girls from his squad. Someone claps for the young men. Congratulations on successfully passing my specially designed Abyss level realm, they hear. It turns out that Mei and Wu Mang are standing in front of them. The young men greet their mentors. The man continues to applaud. Your performance was excellent, far surpassing my expectations, he says happily. Wu Mang puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. Especially you, Jui. You gave me a huge surprise, he says. The guy narrows his eyes and rubs the back of his head. I just did what I had to do, he says modestly. The teacher and student stand opposite each other. Jui, what do you think about first place in the exchange competition? Asks Wu Mang. First place. We must get it, the guy answers enthusiastically. The mentor laughs cheerfully. Good. You need to have confidence to become the champion, he praises the young man. Mei joins the conversation. We'll have Judy play a support role in the earlier matches to conceal his true strength. Then, when the time is right, he'll go all out and overwhelm the opponent, she suggests. Smiling, the girl rubs her chin with her fingers. If we do that, the chances of getting first place will be much higher. Excellent idea, time to let those old cots witness Juyi's strength, she says. Wu Mang smiles, raising his hand, palm up. Even between geniuses, there are differences of highs and lows, he exclaims. But their coordination is still lacking and needs more practice in this department. The teachers communicate with each other. However, their teamwork still needs improvement. More practice is necessary in that area, says Mayer. That's right, let's begin specialized training, aimed at the weaknesses from tomorrow on, Wu Mang answers her. He looks down thoughtfully. Alright, this is all for today, go back and rest up. Of course, to maintain your passion for training, we have prepared some disciplinary measures, he tells the young men. The hero looks at the man in surprise. Disciplinary measures. Sir, can you tell us about it? He asks. Nair waves the young man off. It won't be interesting if we tell you, she says. We'll take our leave now. Miss Sue, the guy calls her. Without waiting for an answer, he turns to the girls from his squad. If that's the case, let's all train hard together and prepare for the exchange competition, he urges. We see strange spires of some kind of structure. Two guys are talking to each other. The nightmare level goblin realm is too hard, one of them complains. Yeah, I tried twice and still couldn't clear, replies the athletic student. If the nightmare level is already this hard, I can't imagine the difficulty of the abyss level, says the first young man. The boys turn in shock to face the girls whose voices they hear. Ling Zai, what do you think of the abyss level challenge this time? Can we complete it in 10 minutes? Ling Zai replies to Taizin, who is standing next to her. We've been training together for so long. With Captain's buffs, 10 minutes should be manageable. The hero walks silently in front of the girls. True, Housemaster Wu even gave me a few pointers yesterday, declares Taizin. I'll look forward to it, says Ling Zai. The boys look after the squad members who pass them. They turn the Abyss Realm into a speedrunning game. Who are they? Asks the first student. They are the team that will represent our school in the National Freshman Exchange Competition, replies the pumped-up guy. His comrade's eyes grow round with amazement. Freshman, he asks again, not believing his ears. The young people look at the hero and his companions standing in front of the entrance to the purple portal. I remember that the highest level in our team back then was level 19, says the first guy. The lowest level amongst them is 20, this is incredible. The students continue discussing their more successful comrades. Now that I think about it, the boy's strength is impressive. Not just impressive. Raise your head, he is Jui, who took first place on the clearing rankings. An information window appears in front of the young man, who does not stand out for his pumped-up muscles. First place, Jui. Abyss level difficulty chosen, clearing level 100%. Time taken 7 minutes 35 seconds. Currently confirmed as a record holder for the fastest clear time of the Abyss level Goblin Dungeon realm. The one who many experts in the Earth rank couldn't surpass, he hears. We see a huge purple vortex above the Goblin King's head. Die, brats, the monster roars. Taizin, her head thrown back high, looks at the incredible funnel circling above her head. The monster uses the Apocalypse Meteor Fire skill. A joyful smile appears on the girl's face. I've been waiting for that, she says. She raises her fist to strike and rushes at the enemy. An extremely spectacular explosion occurs. Stones fly in all directions, and the girl rushes on with the same fighting spirit on her face. Under the lecturer's guidance, I now have enough strength to defend against your attacks, she thinks. The girl turns around in surprise. Weaklings are still weaklings, she hears. A huge purple hand descends towards her from above. Don't think a little improvement makes you any better in front of me, the monster screams. A fist emitting yellow streams appears next to the girl's ear. Taizin, fall back, she hears. The hero strikes the part of the monster's body that was reaching for the girl. The Goblin King roars in pain. My hand spreads across the surrounding area. He, smiling, turns to the girl. Taizin, it's excellent that you managed to block the boss's first attack by yourself, he says. Now let's work together and defeat it. Ling Zai, wearing his pointed hat, intervenes in the conversation. Taizin, take a break and leave the rest to us, she says. Okay, her friend replies. The Goblin King roars menacingly at the people who came to fight him. You bastards, I'll make sure all of you die. We see the tip of an arrow with a yellow chain trailing behind it, and we understand who is now attacking the monster. Powerful discharges of yellow energy sparkle around the goblin. He continues to fill the surrounding area with piercing screams. The hero, surrounded by yellow swirls, looks menacingly at the enemy. Now you know pain, he says mockingly. But don't worry, we won't let you go no matter how loud you scream. We see the fingers folded in a special way and understand that Xylan is entering the action. That's right, the girl says. She looks at the enemy a little distantly. Her signature cards are stuck to the Goblin King as a result of using the Heaven Lockdown Forbidden skill. Ling Zai stretches out her hand in the direction of the goblin. I'll let you have a taste of what Miss Su taught me, she exclaims. The girl uses the Electric Magic Thunderfall skill, causing an incredibly powerful lightning bolt to strike the enemy. The Goblin King is slowly fried by electricity. The final blow, Chu Rain exclaims, preparing to bring down his weapon on the monster. The girl jumps up and hits, leaving a very bright trace in the sky. The Goblin King's head flies off his shoulders and draws bizarre circles in the air. The young men see a blinding explosion nearby. An alert appears. Congratulations for passing the Abyss level realm. Time taken 8 minutes 36 seconds, now releasing rewards. We see someone's boot. Not bad. You broke the 9-minute mark, says its owner. Naturally, it's Wu Meng. Smiling, he approaches the hero. I have nothing to complain about what you showed there, he says. The guy looks at his mentor in surprise. Housemaster Wu, why are you here? He asks. A glowing purple object with hovering characters hovers above the man's hand. I came to inform you that the date for the exchange match has been confirmed. It's set for 1 week from now, so tomorrow I'll take you all to the venue for the competition. Qingjing University. Xiaolin happily folds her hands in front of her. Great, the exchange competition is finally starting, she exclaims. Xu Ran smiles, clenching her fists. All that training is for this moment, she says. The other 2 girls in the squad are also happy. We can finally prove our mettle after training for so long, Tai Xin declares. Qingjing University. I wonder what it's like over there, Ling Zai echoes her. He happily flexes his fists. I've been bored of fighting the realm's boss for a long time, he thinks. Now I finally have the opportunity to spar with geniuses from other schools. Wu Mang tugged at his beard. In order to ensure your safety, I will take you all through the school's exclusive teleportation point, he says. The housemaster leads his companions into a huge hall with tall stone columns. We'll head directly to the location of the exchange competition at Qingjing University, he says. Rong Kai, smiling happily, greets the man, raising his hand in greeting. Wu Mang, in turn, informs the head of his academy of his arrival. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Hui replies. The director puts his hand to his chest and addresses those present. As the elites among freshmen, you carry the glory of our school on your shoulders. Our school has won the championship 4 times in a row. Now we look forward to seeing you bring us the glory over a 5th consecutive win. Inspired by these words, the hero puts his hand to his chest. Yes, exclaim the members of his squad. We see the happy faces of the girls. Wang Hui addresses the old man with the staff standing next to him. Housemaster Zhu, please activate the teleportation formation. Okay, he answers. He pulls up the staff, which begins to glow with blue energy. Activate, the order sounds. Streams of blue energy swirl around the white crystal. We see the entrance to the portal. The university delegation stands in front of the energy wall. Wang Hui smiles. I wish you all safe travel, he says. The hero, standing at attention, stands inside the blue formation. The delegation we see arrives at Qingjing University. Yi, judging by the expression on his face, is shocked. We arrived already, he exclaims. Didn't you say the distance between our schools is over 2 million kilometers? Mei to whom he addressed himself, replies. This is all thanks to Housemaster Zhu's casting. Otherwise it would have taken us several days by train. Only tertiary awakened mages can use this sort of long-distance teleportation formation. A man with heavy boots approaches the delegation. Welcome, students and teachers of Sukang University, he says. We see this man. It is reported that he is tertiary awakened mechanist Cheng Yongchun. It's an honor to have you here, he says. Wu Mang greets this personage joyfully. The housemaster gives his old comrade a friendly fist bump. How are you here? He asks. Of course, I'll come here myself to take care of my old friends, he answers with a laugh. The 2 old friends chat. The children you brought here this time don't look bad, says Yongchun. I've heard the freshmen in your school are pretty strong as well, Wu Mang replies. He puts his hand on his comrade's shoulder. We'll test our mettle in the competition next. Yongchun agrees, smiling. Now Wu Mang turns to the hero and Mayor. Finally, a few reminders from me, he says. The opening ceremony of the exchange competition is on the 10th, and the competition will begin shortly after. The housemaster smiles happily. After nearly a month of training, your team has reached its limits in coordination, he says. We won't be doing any extra training for the next few days, so take this time to relax. Suddenly his face becomes serious. We see some vague individuals. But there's a lot of tourists entering Qingjing City, and there might be spies of other races mixed in, says Wu Mang. Every year at events like this, demons and other races target human geniuses. The students listen attentively to the head of the delegation. Alright, that's all for today. You can have fun for the next few days, but you must take care of your safety, the man warns. Understood, the young men answer him. It's night. We see high-rise buildings with almost all the windows lit up. The hero is standing by the railings. A drone is hanging over his head. Welcome to Qingjing University Apartments, comes from it. Feel free to ask me if you need anything. No need, but the university's services do feel pretty fresh, he says. The young man is looking at the system window, giving him the opportunity to increase his level. Now that I have some free time, I can finally make use of all that experience I've been hoarding, he says. The young man clicks on the level up option. There is still a long way from reaching level 24, he thinks and sighs sadly. We see the contents of the window he is looking at. Congratulations for reaching level 23. You have received 20 free stat points, 20 skill points, level 23. The guy rubs his chin thoughtfully. Most of my skills are still at grade C and B, he thinks. Once I reach secondary awakening, I should be able to learn at least B+ grade Saint Knight skills. We see the hero sitting inside a 2-color formation in the lotus position. I can even learn grade A+ skill Jewel of Apocalypse, he thinks. The Jewel of Light can buff my teammates. The Jewel of Darkness can unleash destructive forces on my enemy. The hero joyfully clenches his fist. Streams of yellow energy rise around him. Tertiary awakening. That's too far away for now, he thinks. Whatever, I'll complete the mission system set for me first. In front of us is a stadium. Fireworks are flying above the hero and the girls from his squad. In front of us is a futuristic loudspeaker. China 157th National Freshman Exchange Competition begins now, comes from it. Let's welcome the first team to enter the field, last year's champion, Sukang University. The audience gathered in the stands joyfully chants the name of this educational institution. The hero is talking to Chu Ren. No wonder everyone wants to participate in the national exchange competition. This scenery does look impressive, he says. Today is just the opening ceremony. The amount of audience will at least double when it's the finals, the girl replies. The loudspeaker, as it turns out, has the ability to fly. Next, let's welcome Sukang University's first round opponents. Rongyang University comes from it. In front of us are very disgruntled students from the named educational institution, and we hear them talking. What bad luck, we have to face Sukang University right away. It's unfortunate. We are just going to end up being their stepping stones. Sukang was last year's champion. It's bad fortune for whoever came against them. We see the tense face of one of the guys. There is nothing to be afraid of. We were in the top 30 last year as well. We can at least do something, he says. We see the hero's squad and hear the audience discussing him. Wait, the Saint Knight standing behind seems to be level 23. He is. This level is just stomping over everyone else. We see the shocked faces of the spectators in the stands. Good thing he's just a support. If he's an attacker, who can tell how much trouble he'll bring, shouts the guy with dark hair. Rongyang University will lose for sure. Now it's time to see how many Rongyang can force Sukang to reveal, adds the girl sitting just below. There are two young men in front of us. Level 23 Saint Knight. Sukang University really got something up their sleeves, says one of them. But in a competition like this, level isn't everything. A blue energy field consisting of a hexagonal honeycomb appears above the stadium. An announcement is heard, both teams in position, contest field construction begins. Defensive field activated. The drone counts down. 3, 2, 1, start. The guys from Rongyang University begin to move. Mental focus, shouts one of them. Everyone, get ready, orders the second. Suddenly they stop and look tensely towards their opponents. Wait, stay calm, we should focus on defense, one of the students commands. Take a look at what they have to offer. One of the guys looks at something in horror. Now we see that a powerful flash occurs in the sky in front of him, resembling a huge cross. The hero stretches out his hand and uses a whole range of skills: Blessing of God, Blessing of Protection, Blessing of Dawn, Blessing of Courage. The audience looks at this spectacle in shock. We hear their lines. He released several buffs in just a few seconds. Saint Knight Chui, as expected of the captain of Sukang University. Yang Chun is also very impressed. That Saint Knight, Captain Jui, is quite impressive, he says to Wu Meng, standing nearby. Your team's strength has increased by almost 50% with these buffs. His comrade smiles. As a hidden class, Saint Knight's biggest function is to cast large-scale buffs, he says. Of course, he would perform well in team matches like this. Yang Chun stares at the hero, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Fortunately, our team has its own trump cards too, he thinks. Otherwise just Yui alone will bring us trouble. Now it's time to see if Rongyang University countermeasure is worth studying from. The hero's squad members and his own eyes glow in a monstrously creepy way. And what Rongyang University is facing now. The sword that one of the opponents was holding falls to the ground. We see two guys we already know from this educational institution. Both of them are trembling with horror. Captain, what should we do? One of them asks. I think I can block that, the commander answers hesitantly. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.